Hey my pretty audience, this is Midnight Swan, an audiobook channel for Twilight fictions. Today, we're reading What If the Volturi Queens Stole Bella from Edward. Part 2. You can also share what kind of fictions you'd like to listen to. Till then, don't forget to subscribe for notifications. Make sure to watch today's video till the end. Let's get started. The moment I had woken up, they queens started to finish getting us ready to leave, which meant they had me move to get dressed, eat and then we would leave. I had actually wanted to procrastinate us leaving. And this time it was on purpose. When I had woken up, I woke up cuddled up to Sulpicia with Athenadora cuddled up to me from behind. At first, my sleepy mind only recognized that a cold body was lying next to me. I hadn't even realized that it was two bodies next to me. My brain first thought it was Edward, and for a brief moment, I was happy, but along with being happy things were back to normal. A bigger part of me was actually disappointed that it was Edward. I moved further into the body in front of me, momentarily ignoring it was Edward. The movement caused me to get a breath of the scent that was surrounding me. There were two distinct scents, neither of which were Edward's, or any of the Cullens for that matter, and the scent smelled so much better than Edward. I didn't help but let out a small moan at how good the scents were. I like that sound, Athenadora said from behind me, instantly causing me to blush as my mind finally woke up completely and I realized what I had just done in front of two of the queens. Though I'm sure if I look up from having my face planted into Sulpicia's body, I would be able to see Didim somewhere in the room. I pulled Sulpicia tighter into me so that I could fruitlessly hide my blush. At least this way I couldn't see them and they couldn't see my blush, even though they could definitely tell I was blushing. I think you embarrassed her, Didim said from somewhere in the room, causing both women around me to chuckle. Come my dear, it's time to get ready and then we can leave, Sulpicia said as she nuzzled her nose into my hair. Breakfast is on its way here, so why don't you shower and get dressed? We'll wait outside, Didim said, causing both Sulpicia and Athenadora to reluctantly pull away from me. Once the three had left my room, which I'm sure they only went as far as just outside the door, I quickly went to the bathroom to shower. I was excited to be able to go home and to see Charlie and the Cullens again. And Edward, I wanted to see him also. Within half an hour, I was showered, dressed and ready to go. The moment I finished tying my shoes, the three queens were in front of me, Didim offering me her hand to help me stand. Let's go. Our ride is waiting to take us to the airport where our jet is ready to take off, Sulpicia said as I was tucked into Didim's side when she pulled me up. The others are already waiting for us there. You can eat on our way to the airport, Didim said as she wrapped her arm around my waist and started to guide me from the room. Who's going with us? I asked as we briskly walked down the many corridors. Jane and Heidi, of course, since they're your personal guard. Alec, Dimitri and Felix will also come along to take care of the army while the three of us have fun with Victoria, Athenadora said from behind me as Sulpicia led the way. We decided last night, and as long as you don't have any qualms about it, we would like to permanently assign those two as your guard. Even if you somehow don't choose us in the end, Didim said as we turned corner and faced the exit we had used when I had lunch outside last. Even if you don't choose us, if we won't be able to protect you, we want to leave someone who could. They wanted to make sure that if I didn't want them around me, that not only would they respect my wishes, but they would also make sure that they left someone they trusted that would protect me. I actually felt very touched they would do that. I had thought that if I chose Edward, they would disappear and I would never see or hear from them or anyone associated with them again. I was happy to hear that they would keep me safe if I left them, but I don't think I would like to do that. I would like that, I answered, blushing slightly at admitting it. Didim responded by tugging me closer to her and I was all too happy to oblige. Good, I would have hated to do something against your wishes. There was no way that I would have allowed you to go without at least our guard's protection, Athenadora said as she opened a door to a nice-looking black car with windows tinted so dark that I couldn't see anything inside. Felix will be driving us. The others are waiting for us, getting the plane ready for takeoff, Sulpicia said as she crawled in first. I'm assuming she went first to make sure one of them were in there first for protection. Once I was sitting next to Sulpicia, she handed me a plate full of food and I immediately started to eat. The other two moved in and I was quickly sandwiched between Sulpicia and Athenadora while Didym sat on the seat opposite us, facing us. While I ate, Sulpicia looked out the window at the buildings passing us. Didym had her eyes closed and I'm sure she was just thinking things over, and Athenadora kept her hand on my thigh as she absent-mindedly stared at my plate. I was actually surprised when I had first started to eat in front of them all, that they wouldn't stare at me in amazement like most of the Cullens would do. Well, Alice and Edward were the only ones that stared at me, but they were the only ones that were really around when I ate. Esme was the only other Cullen that would stay around me when I ate. But she was always too polite to stare. None of the vampires I have eaten around thus far with the Volturi had stared at me eating. It was nice. In no time, we were pulling up to the airport and Didym and Athenadora were crawling out. Athenadora pulled me out of the car and kept my hand in hers as we made our way into the airport. Unfortunately, their power of the Empire world didn't reach into the human world, meaning their money could only get us so far. We still had to wait in the different lines before we were allowed to go to where their plane was waiting for us. Eventually we boarded the plane and I instantly fell in love with the plane. It was very spacious. It had 3 individual seats, where I'm assuming the queens spend most of their time, a long comfortable-looking couch, a bar, large television and what seemed to be a stereo system. Have a seat first, you'll have to wear the seat belt until we fully in the air, Sulpicia said as she directed me towards one of the seats. What about you 3? I asked, a bit annoyed that I was the only that had to wear a seatbelt, as I saw Didym make herself comfortable on the couch and Athenadora dissip into what I was guessing the cockpit. As soon as you have skin as hard as ours, you can travel in this jet without a seatbelt. Until then, for your safety, you will wear it please, Sulpicia said as she sat down on a chair next to me. Within 5 minutes, as I started to look through the list of available movies to watch once we were in the air, the Volturi guard boarded as well. Heidi and Felix went straight to the cockpit while the others moved so a place in the back of plane that was blocked off from my eyes. I'm sure it was just a place where they could be while we were in the air. I found myself a little excited from Sulpicia's words. From what she said, it sounded like I would be able to fly in here again, aside from coming back to Italy since I pretty much figured I would have to. I would love to be able to travel everywhere in this plane. Received permission to start, Heidi said over the intercom, definitely just for my benefit, and I felt the plane start to move. From here, it will be smooth sailing. Heidi will take the fastest route available, though we will have to stop once to refuel, Didym said from her spot in the middle of the couch, obviously trying to set me up to sit next to her. To be honest, I didn't need the setup, I actually wanted to sit next to her. 10 minutes after what seemed like pointless taxing, I finally felt the plane start to pick up speed, and instinctively placed a tight grip on the armrest of my seat. I'm not afraid of flying at all. In fact, I like the feeling of taking off. I like the feeling of picking up speed. Sulpicia noticed I'd away and instantly had both my hands in hers as she kneeled next to me. Are you all right? She asked as Athenadora appeared next to Didym. All 3 women were looking at me with concerned eyes. I'm sorry, I'm fine, really, I answered. Are you sure? Sulpicia asked with a pointed look at my hands that were gripping hers as tightly as I could, not at all afraid of hurting her hands. Yes, it's just, I don't know, a thing. I'm not afraid or anything, I swear, I said, with a small smile. Sulpicia smiled back at me and leaned up to give me a kiss on my cheek, one that lasted a bit too long and made my face go bright red. With a small giggle, she pulled back and continued to kneel next to me as the plane gained altitude. Have you picked a movie yet? I can set it up so it's ready to go for when you can take your seat belt off, Athenadora said as she slowly made her way towards the television opposite of us. It took me a few seconds to be able to answer her because my eyes, for whatever reason, decided to betray me and kept glued on her swaying hips. It wasn't until I saw her turn and my eyes moved to stare at her bright red ones, did I actually realize I was ogling her ass. Yeah, this one, I barely managed to say as I closed my eyes in embarrassment of being caught staring and pointed to the movie on the list, which thankfully Sulpicia told Athenadora which one I had picked. Did I have something on me, Bella? Athenadora asked as she started to get the movie ready. No, I managed to squeak out as the other two queens giggled at me. Are you sure? Would you mind checking again for me? Athenadora asked with a smirk as she turned around once she was done setting up the movie. She didn't seem to mind before. I'm sure you wouldn't now, would you, Bella? Sulpicia asked with a teasing smirk. I hate you all, I muttered as I pulled my hands away from Sulpicia and crossed my arms over my chest and pouted while I silently wished for my face to go back to its normal color. You can take your seat belt off now, dear, Didim said as she tried, unsuccessfully, to not smile at me. At least she wasn't laughing like the other two. Without saying anything, I moved from my chair into the couch and sat right next to Didim. As soon as I had sat down, she put her arm around my waist and pulled me into her. Without hesitating, and actually happy she had pulled me to her, I cuddled into her and rested my head on her shoulder. I felt the spot next to me being taken and knew without looking that Athenadora had taken the other spot next to me. Slowly, she started to lean into me and soon, I had her head resting on my shoulder as the movie started to play. You could never hate us, Athenadora stated. I knew, without her or the queens saying anything, that what I would say next was very important. Even though they all seem very confident in themselves and in what they do, but they are still creatures ruled by emotions. They were still afraid of me rejecting them. Never, I affirmed. I could feel happiness radiating from the two I was cuddled next to, and I'm sure if I was close enough to Sulpicia, I would feel it from her as well. I knew without a doubt that they all had smiles on their faces because I'm sure they find this as me taking a step in the direction of picking them over Edward. At this point in time, I'm actually starting to lean towards that. So, a part of me is happy that I'll be seeing Edward again and can reconnect with him, but another part of me doesn't want that. I hadn't realized it, but about halfway through the third movie in a row, I fell asleep on Didim's lap. Athenadora had moved over towards Sulpicia during the second movie to go over what they said were different plans for the confrontation. They wanted to make sure they had every angle covered for not only killing the army and Victoria, but also making sure I was well protected and that there were no casualties on our side. I had suggested for them to just wait and talk with Lys and she could tell them what would be the best plan, and they both just glared at me, Athenadora telling me not to take the fun out of planning Victoria's downfall. When I had finally woken up, it was to Didim gently massaging my scalp and gently whispering random statements for me to wake up. Trying my best to stay asleep, since I was so comfortable lying on top of her, I just cuddled into her and hoped she would try to let me sleep. Her responding chuckle meant she wasn't going to let me continue sleeping. I would love to let you sleep, dear, but we're in Seattle already and you have to at least walk to the car, Didim said as she continued to urge me to wake up. We're here already, I mumbled as I slowly started to sit up. You slept straight through most of the trip, not even when we stopped to refuel woke you up, Athenadora said, clearly amused. Although, that must mean you're very hungry. If you would like, we can get you something to eat here, or you can wait until we get to the Cullens, Sulpicia asked as the guards started to open the door to the plan to leave. It would take about 3 hours. Crawling off of Didim, making sure not to put myself in too awkward of a posy. Since lying on top of her was embarrassing enough, since I had obviously done that in my sleep and not entirely on purpose, I decided what I wanted. Since I had just woken up, I was hungry, but wasn't necessarily in the mood to eat just yet. Plus, if I were to eat now, it would take longer to get to the Cullens and see them again. I also wanted to be able to see my father as soon as possible. And I'm sure the queens would make me eat at the Cullens' place first. I just want to get to Forks to see everyone, I answered as stood in front of the couch, not sure if I was able to just start to walk off the plane yet or not. Of course you do, Athenadora said in a sarcastic tone. She wasn't happy that I was going to see Edward again. Come, we'll get you there quickly because we're anxious to get there as well. To start to get rid of this problem. I'm sure as soon as we arrive, Esme will have something cooked for you. Athenadora wrapped her arm around my waist, and then led me off the plane. The entire walk from the plane to the baggage claim and then to the car was done in a specific order. Felix and Sulpicia walked out in front of our group, and I'm sure a lot of people thought they were a couple because of how close they were standing next to each other. Behind them were Jane and Alec off to the sides with me and Athenadora in between them. Behind us were Didim, Dimitri and Heidi. So, even though to anyone that would look at us, and there were a lot because of the vampire beauty and them all wearing sunglasses, we looked like the average large group at an airport. Half an hour after we had left the plane, we were in our car. We actually took 2 different vehicles with us, and on our way to Forks. Even though I was in the middle seat, naturally, I still looked out the window, anxious to see everyone again. I was actually even starting to entertain the idea of trying to see Jacob again, though I wasn't sure if he would want to, considering how I had left him. I knew he queens were having a conversation around me. They were talking too fast for me to be able to understand them, but I was able to catch a word or two whenever they didn't talk softly or quickly enough. From just the couple words I caught on the whole ride, I couldn't really make out exactly what they were talking about, but if I had to guess, it would be them still talking about their battle plans. Both what I'll be doing during it and what they will be doing. Heidi and Felix were in the car, with Felix driving, so I'm pretty sure the queens were talking over their plans with them. When we turned down the Cullens' driveway, the one I hadn't seen in so long, I could barely sit still in my seat. I was very excited to see everyone, not just Edward, but everyone. Well, most everyone, because I'm not as excited to see Rosalie. But I was still excited. Remember what you told, please Bella, we wouldn't want to make you upset with us. Didim said as she gave a somewhat pleading look. My first reaction was to give a confused look, and I almost asked her what she meant because she was being very vague, which I'm sure she was because the Cullens were in hearing range. After a second though, and before I asked, it came to me. She was talking about the conversations we have had about them being possessive and protective and all the other stuff that would probably piss Edward off. This was going to be an interesting trip. The 3 were walking into a situation that was guaranteed to set off a lot of their instincts. They knew that Edward still saw us in a relationship still. I used to think we were. But at the moment we live in different countries, and he did technically break up with, and we never really said we would be together, it was just assumed. I knew Edward would assume we were still in a relationship. But I'm not so sure right now. The 3 queens were walking into this situation with Edward and it's not going to be a walk in the park. I answered as Felix parked in front of the car. I wasn't sure what I could do to not, invoke their inner vampire, but I also knew I wouldn't do anything to purposefully piss them off. It was Edward the first was afraid of. I knew beyond a doubt that he would do something that would piss off the queens. Felix opened the door for me, and the moment I was out of the car, I was wrapped in a hug. I fell backwards from the sudden hug and not having good balance. But a hand was placed instantly on my back and I was kept from falling back into the SUV. I knew instantly, from both the touch and the low growl, that it was Athenadora that helped me from falling. Once I heard the growl, Alice instantly pulled back with a sheepish grin. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I'm just so excited to see you again, Bella. Alice cheered and very nearly clapped her hands, but instead just clasped them together and took a couple steps back. Alice walked back enough to join the rest of the Cullens that were gathered in front of their house. Instead of my eyes being instantly drawn to Edward as I thought they would have as I walked forward to let Athenadora out, my eyes went to Esme. I didn't think I would feel so relieved to see who I basically considered as a mom to me. I felt more relieved to see her than I did Edward. I took a step forward to Esme to hug her in a greeting and she took a step towards me as well. We had eye contact, and we were both smiling, and I had thought this all made it clear to everyone that we going to hug next. Someone else though differently. Before I could even get my foot planted firmly on the ground again from the one step I had taken, I was wrapped up in a very tight, very familiar embrace. Instead of hugging him right away, I kept my hands out to my side. I didn't know why, but I didn't really want to hug him. Aside from him hugging me would instantly piss off the queens, I just didn't want to, and I couldn't say exactly why. A couple seconds after me not returning the hug, Edward pulled back and gave me a questioning look. Hi Edward, I awkwardly said. I could vaguely tell that the 3 queens were now all behind me in the small room between me and the SUV. I've missed you, my love. Edward said in a tone that just a few months prior would have had me swooning. In fact, just barely a month ago, I would have done anything to hear him say that again. Before I could even come up with a response, much less say anything, I felt a pair of arms wrap around my waist and pull me tightly into a body. Athenadora even placed her head on my shoulder. Both Didym and Sulpicia placed their hands on my shoulders and had themselves so close to me that I was practically squashed against them. Both Athenadora and Didym were growling loud enough for me to hear, and even though it sounded absolutely scary, I wasn't scared at all. Their growling, in a very strange way, made me feel very safe and protected. I hadn't seen how it had happened, but Edward was standing in front of the Cullens, Wit. Carlyle placing what seemed to be a restraining hand on his shoulder. I didn't know if he was tossed, which with Athenadora and Sulpicia I wouldn't be surprised if that had happened, or if he had moved himself when the queens surrounded me. The Cullens, aside from Edward and Alice, all looked confused, while Rosalie also looked a bit annoyed but still tried to look uninterested by inspecting her nails. I knew she had always done anything to protect her family from exposure and from the Volturi wrath, and here I brought the Volturi right to their doorstep. Alice had a very impartial look on her face, almost as if she was trying to keep her emotions hidden, or at least not showing on her face. By doing that it would keep her thoughts clear. I had seen Alice do that before, and she had told me she was keeping so calm and impassive to make sure she didn't slip up and think something she didn't want Edward to hear yet. Edward, though, he looked pisses. Carlyle's hand might have been the only thing keeping him from charging at the queens. I had hoped that Edward wouldn't actually attack the queens, but right now it seemed like he would. Edward had already been warned to not do anything stupid or the queens wouldn't hold back. He wouldn't dare put his family in danger by doing something to really piss off the queen and their guard. "Don't you dare call her that," Sulpicia said in a threatening tone, and all Edward did was smirk at her. I felt my jaw drop at his audacity. Even if I wasn't the queen's mates and I really did belong with Edward, not that I'm saying I don't, Edward should never show such disrespect to these women. I couldn't believe he was acting this stupid. "She's my mate. I'll call her that if I want to." Edward saw Ed with a challenging smirk. He really believed we were meant to be together. He was clearly walking a very thin line with the queens right now, and he still insisted that we belong together. It should have been romantic that he was obviously fighting for our love, but at the same time, I was disappointed. I didn't want him to fight for me, I just didn't. All three queens snarled at Edward, and I had thought he was about to get a really bad tongue lashing. But I should have known that the queens tend to be a bit dramatic. Sulpicia tackled Edward, causing the Cullens to move out of the way from the force of the tackle. I had even briefly thought she had tackled him hard enough to knock into the house, but luckily not. Emmett and Jasper looked ready for a fight, but didn't dare make a move against the Volturi. Carlyle looked disappointed, Esme looked concerned for Edward's safety, which was a legitimate concern. Rosalie still looked pissed and annoyed, but at least now she was actually fully paying attention to what was happening. Alice now had a worried look on her face, but didn't look nearly as worried as Esme did. Edward, he looked beyond pissed and was actually growling at Sulpicia, who had him pinned down. He looked to be trying to throw Sulpicia off of him, but Sulpicia looked to not at all be bothered by holding him down. "Don't you dare claim her, child," Sulpicia snarled at Edward, making sure to point out that she was severely older than Edward. "I apologize for this, Sulpicia. We had talked prior to you arriving," Carlyle said, trying to mediate everyone. I heard both Heidi and Felix snort in amusement at Carlyle's words, but didn't say anything. I didn't know if they had thought Carlyle had actually talked with Edward, or if they thought it was bad that Edward didn't listen to him. "Clearly talking wasn't enough, old friend," Didym said. Her voice sounded very strained as she tried to say in her normal polite and calm self, "He needs to learn to respect his superiors." Athenadora remarked, and that immediately irked me. I hated when people had that mindset. I hated when people thought they were better than someone else and expected to be treated better than everyone because of it. It was a poor attitude to have. Wars have been started because of that, and the people that had those attitudes never won. I didn't want to associate with anyone that thought they were superior to someone else. I refused. "You're not superior, Dora," I said to Athenadora, only able to turn my head to look at her because Didym still had a tight grip on me. Several things happened because of what I said. The guard looked down in a way, almost like they didn't want to pay attention to what was about to be said, but still had to present The Cullens all looked shocked at what I had said, and Carlyle and Esme both looked worried. Seeing their worried faces made me realize what I had actually said. Athenadora was known for having that type of attitude. I hadn't known her for that long, but I could still tell from what I've seen that she had that mentality. I basically just challenged a queen of the Volturi in front of a lot of people. I mumbled, trying to backtrack. I squirmed a little in Didym's arms so that I could try to at least try and face Athenadora, but once again, Didym wouldn't let me. Athenadora kept her hand on my shoulder and turned to face me. I expected to see a scowl or a frown or something negative. Instead though, she was smiling at me, not smirking like she normally did, but she was full out smiling. Well, it was a small smile, but for her that was basically like a full out teeth-baring grin. "You called me Dora," she said, turning her smile into a smirk. "I'm so honored that you gave me a pet name that I'll promise to tone down on the superiority complex," Athenadora said as she placed her head so close to me that I had thought for a moment she was going to kiss me. Ignoring what she had actually said, that last thought alone caused me to blush. "I had thought I would get a pet name first," Didym said, and though I couldn't actually see her face, I knew she was pouting. "It's not a pet name," I mumbled as I looked away from Athenadora and tried my best to make my blush go away. From the corner of my eye I saw Sulpicia lean in slightly towards Edward, and then faster than I could see, I heard what sounded like two boulders colliding. If it wasn't for Athenadora's fast actions of covering my ears, I'm sure the sound would have really hurt my ears. Looking at Edward and Sulpicia after the loud sound, it was clear that Sulpicia had just punched Edward in the face. For just barely a second I wanted to rush to Edward to see if he was okay, but once I realized that Sulpicia would have only punched Edward because of something he had said or even thought, since she was touching him. I was worried about Sulpicia. I wasn't worried about her physical state, but worried about her emotional state. I didn't know what had happened, but clearly she was upset and I didn't want her to be. Her being upset made me upset and I didn't like that at all. "We're done here for now. Come Bella, I'm sure Charlie would be more than happy to see you," Sulpicia said as she stood up, allowing Edward to quickly stand up, give me a quick look and then disappear off into the forest I'm sure. The guard stared at Sulpicia, waiting for orders as Athenadora and Didym stayed put. "I don't think that would be a good idea, CIA, it's very late," Didym said as she nuzzled into me a little, making my blush come back. "Charlie would probably be asleep by now and it would be good for Bella to sleep now. Possibly even have something to eat beforehand," Esme added. Sulpicia made eye contact with me and she seemed to have an internal debate. I barely noticed she looked at the two other queens before she abruptly turned around to face Carlyle. "You will go talk with him and let him know that if he dares overstep his boundaries again and even thinks about doing what he had thought to do, not even Isabella could stop me from attacking," Sulpicia said. Carlyle nodded and disappeared from sight, supposedly chasing after Edward to talk with him. Hearing Sulpicia say my full name with the thicker accent she developed because of her anger, brought a small smile to my face, even though I knew that it wasn't really appropriate to smile given what had just happened. "Bella, would you like to stay here or go to your father's?" Sulpicia asked once she was facing me again. "I would like to stay here, I don't want to wake Charlie up this late," I admitted, hoping she wouldn't be too upset with my choice. "Fine. Alec and Felix patrol the immediate area, Dimitri patrol the outer area, but do not pursue anything without the others. I don't want to risk any unnecessary loss on our end. Heidi and Jane, you will always stay within close range of Bella, regardless of where we are," Sulpicia ordered the guard, who all nodded and then went to their respective spots. Her tone was very harsh and authoritative. It left no room for questions. "Bella, are you hungry?" she asked in a much softer and caring tone. "Yeah, I am," I said. I hadn't eaten the full plane ride because I had slept through most of it, and with how long the trip was, I should have eaten. So of course, I was hungry. "I have something prepared for you, my dear, that I'm sure you'll like," Esme said as she slowly, very cautiously walked towards me. She was obviously making sure that she didn't upset the queens. I wasn't sure if she was more worried about the one that had just gotten very pissed off at her son, or the two that were still clingy to me. "Thank you, Esme," I said, moving towards her to give her a hug in greeting like I had wanted to a while ago. Thankfully the queens didn't keep me from hugging her. "It's so good to see you again and I am so sorry," Esme said. I knew what she meant when she apologized, but I had already forgiven them, especially when Alice had told me before we left for Italy that they had left because of what Edward had told them all. "It's okay Esme, I promise," I said with a smile and gave her another hug before she led me inside. I'm not sure how long we're going to be in Forks, but I defy. Knightley knew that it was going to be interesting. I wish I knew what Edward had done or thought, and I'm sure if I asked Sulpicia later, she would tell me. Hopefully, Edward would heed Sulpicia's warning. Gee though, because she's given him several warnings already and I'm not so sure after this last one that she'll give another one. Dinner was awkward. Athenadora and Didymus sat on either side of me and Sulpicia sat across from me. Esme sat next to Sulpicia to talk with me about nothing in particular, but looked insanely awkward doing so. The three queens sat in silence staring at nothing in particular. Didymus did add in the odd comment here and there, but other than that, it was just mostly Esme doing the talking since I was eating. Once dinner was done, since it was so late, I opted to go straight to bed. Sulpicia, before any of the Cullens could suggest any sleeping arrangements, ordered for the four of us to share a room while the guards would take a room next to ours. Luckily, the Cullens had a big enough place to accommodate what they wanted. I knew that I was only going to be in the Cullens' place for tonight, so I only had to stay with the four queens, in a much smaller room than what I have been staying in. For just one night. Jane, please take the Cullens and explain to them what our intentions here are, Sulpicia said as I started to go through my suitcase that Didymus had handed me for pajamas. She's going to explain what her and Hydas' roles are, and then they'll meet up with Alec and Felix and they will explain to the Cullens what the plan is thus far for Victoria. I've heard Jasper has an extensive history with vampire fights, so I'm sure he'll put in some valuable suggestions that we may or may not take. Athenadora said as she sprawled out on the bed. Are you going to take a shower before you go bed, dear? Didymus asked as she made herself comfortable on the bed next to Athenadora. Yeah, if you don't mind, I said as I balled all my clean clothes in the bag. Oh, that the queens wouldn't see my underwear that I was going to wear. There was no way I was even going to pretend to go braless with them in the same room, and there was no way I was going to wear dirty undergarments, especially after taking a shower. Of course, do what you would like, Didymus said with a smile. If that means that you would like us to join you, then by all means, we would sacrifice our time of just sitting here waiting for you and join you, Sulpicia said with a predatory grin as she sat down on a chair in the corner. Whatever you would like to do though, of course. With my face bright red, I darted to the ensuite bathroom and quickly closed the door. Even as I started the shower, I could hear them chuckling to themselves. Jerks, I muttered under my breath, even though I knew they could hear me. Their louder laughter was testament to that. While in the shower, I couldn't help but think over what had happened earlier. I hadn't expected a confrontation. Well, actually, I supposed I did. I had hoped that there wouldn't have been one. I should have expected it with Edward. I didn't think any of the queens would have resorted to physical violence. They knew how much the Cullens mean to me. I really wanted to know what Sulpicia heard Edward think. Obviously it was something she didn't like. I had been in a similar situation with Edward where he got upset over something. He had heard someone think and had therefore been angry with me. Not that I was at all involved with the thought, of course, since it was mine, or from I was able to gather, even about me. I had asked him what he had heard, but he didn't want to tell because it wasn't anything important. I tried to reason with him that he wouldn't get upset over nothing, but the only thing he would say was that it wasn't about me and I shouldn't know. I finally decided as I got dressed in my pajamas to ask Sulpicia what she heard. A part of me didn't expect her to answer me, but another part thought she actually would. They had all said that they wouldn't keep secrets from me. I find that even though I really haven't known them for that long, I still trust that they'll keep their word. I just hope that asking Sulpicia this won't make her mad. When I had finally left the bathroom, I found the girls in different positions. It was Sulpicia on the bed now, Athenadora in the chair, and Didymus was walking around the room, or pacing actually. They all seemed deep in thought, but as soon as I actually started to walk out of the bathroom, they all turned towards me. I'll take those, dear, we'll have Esme Clee. And these for you, that way when you go to your father's, everything will be clean. Didim said as she grabbed the clothes from me. I was going to argue with her that my clothes really didn't need to be cleaned, but I decided not to. They seemed like they really wanted to be doing something, but they didn't have anything to do, at least not anything with me at this time of night. If making sure all my clothes are cleaned helped her, in a weird sort of way, then I wouldn't stand in her way. Thanks, I said with a small smile and then shifted awkwardly on my feet. I couldn't decide a couple things. The first being, I didn't know where to sit. I knew I didn't want to stand for much longer because, well, my muscles would get tired. I didn't want to lie on the bed because the bed isn't the biggest bed ever, and it would mean I would have lay right next to Sulpicia and definitely invade her personal bubble. I knew she wouldn't mind me doing that, but I would, especially since I'm in the Cullen's house, where Edward lives. I just wasn't comfortable doing that sort of thing right now with them. Thinking of Sulpicia though, also reminded me that I needed to come up with a way to ask her that had some sort of tact. I should have known that with Athenadora here, I wouldn't have time to think of something, and with Sulpicia here, she would want to know right away since her power didn't work on me either. What's wrong, Bella? Afraid to lie next to Sulpicia? I would be too, she tends to bite. Athenadora said, causing me to blush at her comment. I'm not, I was just thinking. I answered as I started to move towards the bed, intent on showing Athenadora that she wasn't right. My answer immediately caught Sulpicia's attention though, so I now had her complete attention. Thinking about what, dear? Sulpicia asked with such curiosity that if I didn't know better, I would have thought she was being sarcastic somehow. Sulpicia was almost as bad as Edward about wanting to know what I was thinking all the time. I blame their powers. But with Sulpicia, I felt like when asked what I was thinking, she genuinely meant it. I felt like she actually wanted to know what I was thinking, not because she couldn't figure it out herself with her power like Edward, but because she had an actual interest in my thoughts. Well, just about something that happened earlier. I answered hesitantly, almost like I was testing the waters. I slowly crawled into bed as Sulpicia turned on her side to face me as I laid down. I took a couple seconds as I adjusted the blankets around both me and Sulpicia, who had somehow managed to get under the covers without me noticing, as I came up with a good way to ask her. What about earlier? Sulpicia asked, showing a slight annoyance that she basically asked the same question again. It made me not want to give another vague answer. Why did you punch Edward? I asked, causing the three queens to hiss when I said his name. Are you mad that she did? Athenadora sneered at me. The look she gave me was one of complete anger and disdain. She looked as if even just thinking that I was upset on Edward's behalf was both disgusting and upsetting. It was her eyes that gave her away though. I could just barely tell that she was really actually afraid of what my answer was. I knew that all three queens put on a brave act about our tentative relationship, but they are in fact scared. They've said several times that they wouldn't pressure me into anything and that they would walk away if that's what I really wanted. They were terrified that that's what I would choose. Athenadora is the best at hiding her real feelings, but her eyes would always give her away. Well, as far as I know, he didn't technically do anything to warrant getting punched. I said, hoping Sulpicia would understand that I wanted to know her reasoning. I didn't how more obvious I could get without just flat asking. You were right, as far as you know, she didn't. Didim said with a hint of amusement. Sulpicia pouted for a couple seconds, and then huffed in annoyance. I heard some of his thoughts that I didn't appreciate. Sulpicia said, her face morphed into one of anger. I slowly reached out, afraid that with how angry she had gotten in the last 2 seconds, she might not take too kindly to any sudden movements. Her eyes seemed to refocus on me as I was just a couple inches away from, well, I wasn't really sure what I was reaching for, but luckily, I suppose, Sulpicia took the choice out of my hands. She grabbed my hand and placed my palm on her cheek and trapped it there with her own hand. What thoughts? I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I did. I think it was the fact that it was taking all my willpower to stay awake right now. Not only was it really late, but I was also still really tired from the trip. Even though I had basically slept through all of it. He was thinking some very possessive thoughts about you. He kept calling you his and I will not tolerate that. Sulpicia said, her voice just a whisper as well, but there was no doubt that her voice carried a threat in it. I didn't doubt that that was the truth. All three had said multiple times how protective and possessive vampires can get with their mates. If they had gotten that upset and Sulpicia got that physically violent, even though realistically it wasn't that bad, but with vampires something simple like that can escalate quickly and easily. I was afraid to think what they would do if Edward started to act out how he felt. I would think that Alice would be able to see something and prevent him from doing it. But I'm a little afraid that if he did do something, the Queens might go too far. He can think whatever he wants, it won't change the facts. I said calmly back to her, staring straight into her eyes. My eyes barely able to keep open. I wasn't entirely sure what I was saying or even what I meant, but I knew I didn't want to take it back. I knew that I didn't want to be upset with Edward. Not because of any feelings I may or may not have for Edward, but because I didn't want them to be upset about something. I especially didn't want them to be upset about something they didn't need to be. And what are those facts? Sulpicia whispered as she nuzzled into my hand. I nervously bit my lip and thought about what I wanted to say. I knew what she wanted me to say, but I couldn't say it, not right now. Everything was all wrong for me to say what she wanted me to say. The environment was definitely wrong. There was no way I was saying something like that in the Cullen household where my old flame still lives. The three queens are preparing for a huge fight against Victoria, and to some that may seem romantic, but to me, I prefer calm. I've had enough excitement in my lifetime. I wasn't even entirely sure I was actually ready to say what all three of them wanted me to say, but I knew I was getting there. If they had anything to do with it, and they do, I was starting to think that sooner rather than later I was going to say what they've wanted me to say since we all first met. I think I'm falling for you three, I whispered, closing my eyes, sleep deciding it wouldn't be kept waiting any longer. Before my eyes closed against my will, I was able to see Sulpicia give a wide grin. Just before I fully fell into sleep's embrace, I felt a gentle pressure on my lips. Sulpicia stole a kiss from me. Without needing to open my eyes, I knew that I was cuddled against Athenadora. Her scent alone was a dead giveaway, but there were different ways I could tell it was her. The best reason being that I knew that whichever two queens I hadn't fallen asleep next to, would make sure they were one of the ones I woke up next to. I could almost imagine in my head a silly argument, and between the three with two of them saying since I had fallen asleep with one, it was only fair for me to wake up with one of the others. I personally didn't really care, but it seemed important to them. It was probably just a way to have more cuddle time with me. I was just happy to have them to snuggle up to. A good indicator that it was Athenadora that I was snuggled up against rather than Didymu was the way she held me. All three of them seemed to hold me differently. Just like they all three very different personalities, they all had very different ways they interacted with me on an intimate level. I would probably never be able to fully explain it, but just the way I could feel her arms around me told me it was Athenadora and not one of the others. "Good morning, Bella. Did you sleep well?" Athenadora asked when I tightened my grip I had around her waist as I laid on top of her. "I did," I mumbled into her neck. "What time is it?" I asked. I wanted to see Charlie as soon as possible, and if I could, I would like to have breakfast with him. "It's nearly lunchtime. You must have been a lot more tired than we realized," Athenadora said as she started to run her hands up and down my back, making me somehow relax further into her. "That and jet lag, I'm sure," I mumbled as I mentally fought off the want to fall back to sleep from Athenadora's actions. "Before you fall back asleep, my dear, why don't you go take a shower and then once you're ready, we can take you to see your father," Sulpicia said from somewhere in the room. I was really starting to like how easily they could read me. I could understand how someone might not like it, but with these three, it's different. To me, it just seemed to bring us closer. I loved that with a look, or even just lack of certain words, they can EU what I was really thinking and what I wanted. I would like to think I could at least read fairly well, but there were still times they threw me off, almost like I was being kept on my toes. I couldn't see myself doing that to them because of how well they seemed to be able to understand me, and I was really starting to love it. "Shouldn't I visit with the Cullens first though?" I asked as I to slowly pull away from Athenadora's hold. I really wanted to see my father, but I would feel rude if I at least didn't visit with the Cullens for at least a little bit. Most of them I hadn't seen. Since they left and I really did want to talk with them. I didn't want to just come here, sleep here and then not even talk with them. I knew, obviously, that they hurt me by just leaving and not even saying anything to me about it. I knew though, even though nothing was said about it and I'm sure I could ask Sulpicia to verify for me, that Edward had something to do with them not saying anything. I just couldn't believe they would all willingly leave me without saying anything. Even Rosalie, with as much as she didn't like me, knew that I was a liability with knowing their secret and there are responsibility until I died one way or another. I'm tired of being around the Cullens, Athenadora said with an adorable pout. I'm sure if I had pointed it, she would deny it with a glare, so instead I just mentally cooed at how cute it was and smiled as I continued my slow trek to the bathroom. The Cullens were planning on having you for dinner anyways, Bella, you can visit then. Sulpicia added and she undoubtedly saw that I was going to push visiting with the Cullens some more. Before I could respond, Sulpicia picked me up bridal style, making me blush of course, and quickly had us in their rented car. She had moved so quickly that I didn't even have a chance to notice if any of the Cullens were even in the house. I'm sure they were, but I didn't want them to think I was rude if they weren't there and just thinking I didn't stick around to visit. As soon as Sulpicia and I were in the car, we were off towards Charlie's place. It didn't take long for me to realize that just like the Cullens, she definitely liked to drive fast. I think that was the fastest I had ever put on a seatbelt. The others aren't coming with us? I asked as Sulpicia drove. Actually, if it's all right with you, Athenadora and I will be talking with the Cullens about the situation and get more information and make some plans. Didim said that she would like to go with you to have lunch with Charlie. Sulpicia explained with a small frown. What kind of plans are you guys going to come up with? What's wrong? I asked as soon as I noticed the frown. Dimitri has some news for us, so we'll listen to it and go from there. She paused slightly, and it wasn't until I grabbed her hand to prompt her did she continue to talk. We all want to meet your father, since he is so important to you and we are here. Esme mentioned though, that it probably wouldn't be good for all of us to meet him at once for lunch. So, we agreed. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Charlie is going to be thrown off enough with just one of them showing up. So it wouldn't be good to have all of them there. I'll also have to explain why I suddenly left Forks, before graduating and why I'm randomly in Italy. So, you guys decided that you would be the one to meet him first. Well, Didim put her foot down. Sulpicia said with a pout. She said that apparently Athenadora would scare or piss off your father and that I would apparently get read too quickly and have us leave too early. I couldn't help but giggle a little at what she said. I could easily picture her or Athenadora doing exactly what Didim had predicted. I definitely wouldn't like either of those things happening with Charlie. I suppose having Didim being the one to meet Charlie first would be a good thing. She's definitely a people person and can easily have Charlie agreeing with anything she says. Well, I'm sure you two will someday meet Charlie, I said when I noticed she had sent a small glare my way that for once, I proudly admit, didn't affect me at all. Yes, well, of course we will. You are our mate and your father is important to you, it's important that we meet him. I'm sure in time we'll eventually be able to meet your mother as well, if we play our cards right of course. Sulpicia said, still fighting her pout which made her even more adorable. You guys actually want to meet my parents? I asked a little shocked. I knew the three queens wanted a serious relationship with me. That is what you have with your mates after all. I just had never thought they would have wanted this. I hadn't thought they would want to meet my parents. I had thought they just wanted to be with me. Not necessarily my life. I didn't think they wanted to do the normal, meet the parents thing. I didn't even think they had thought about it. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course we do, Bella. They are important to you and therefore should be important to us. Sulpicia answered as we parked in front of Charlie's house. I didn't expect that. We're full of surprises, Didim said from my suddenly opened door. I jumped from her sudden appearance and covered my hand over my heart as it seemed to want to beat out of my chest. Didim was kind enough to at least cover her mouth as she tried to not laugh at me. But Sulpicia had no problems laughing at me. It's not funny, you scared me, I said with a small pout as Sulpicia continued to laugh at me. I'm sorry my dear, it wasn't my intention. I had finally had a chance to undo my seatbelt and Didim held my hand as she pulled me out of the car. Sulpicia met us on the side of the car, leaning against the front of the car. Didim gently lead my hand that she was holding to wrap around her waist and let go it as she then wrapped her hand around my waist as well. I'm going to go talk with the boys about what they've found. Out and see what Jasper has to say about the army. Sulpicia said as she eyed mine and Didim's arms around each other. The look Sulpicia gave Didim and I being in each other's arms wasn't a look of jealousy like I had thought it was going to be. She looked at us happily. She looked more genuinely happy than I had thought and she looked almost as if she was accepting a challenge. I felt Didim gently squeeze my waist and then released me. I was surprised I didn't want to release her waist either, but I had to. If Charlie were to look out the window and see us, he would figure out our relationship. And since she was supposed to be my boss, that just couldn't happen. As soon as we get back, you'll fill us in then? Didim asked as Sulpicia started to walk backwards, probably getting close to flashing away before someone saw her. Both of us? I asked a bit skeptically, still not used to them wanting to involve me in everything. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we want you involved in something that involves you? Sulpicia asked and gave me a look that actually made me a bit embarrassed that I had asked in the first place. As soon as you two come back, we'll fill you in. Text us when you're on your way so we can make sure we aren't in the middle of something. You know how Athenadora can be. Sulpicia said before she was gone from my sight. How can she be? I asked as Didim put her hand on my lower back as she started to guide me towards the front door. She tends to get very caught up in the hunt. She's very much a strategist and since this fight includes protecting you, she'll be very involved. I gently knocked on the door and opened it. I knew I wasn't gone for long, but I had decided to live overseas at the spur of the moment without saying goodbye to Charlie. I didn't want just walk in the house when I had walked out on him. I wasn't sure how upset he still was and I didn't want to assume we could just go back to how it was, well, how it was before Edward broke my heart at least. Charlie, it's me, are you here? It wasn't a necessary question because I knew he was here from the cruiser that was parked outside. I also knew there weren't any guests here because it was the only car here. So either he was watching TV, which is a high possibility, or he was making lunch. I just had to find him. Right here, Bella, Charlie said as he rounded the corner from the living room where he was no doubt watching TV. He looked a bit apprehensive and very much upset, but as soon as we made eye contact, his anger seemed to go away and he walked closer to me. Even though we both weren't very touchy-feely, I was more than willing to accept the hug he pulled me into. It had seemed like I hadn't seen him in a long time and it felt good to be in my father's arms again. I missed you, Dad, I murmured into his chest. I did too, Bells, you had me worried, he said before he placed a kiss on top of my head. I'm sorry, Dad. I was about to say something about why I had left, since Hat was obviously what he was hinting at, but Didim's soft cough reminded us both that she was still in the room. Sorry, this Didim, she's my boss. Didim, this is my dad, Charlie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Didim purred as she extended a hand towards Charlie in greeting. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at what Didim was obviously doing. I didn't have proof of it right now, but I knew she had to be using her gift on my dad so that he wouldn't be mad at me. I'm so glad Bella has joined our little family in Italy. She's done us a lot of good working with us. Well, I'm glad she's fit well with you, Charlie said a bit hesitantly as he shook Didim's hand. I'm assuming you have a few questions for me though, right? Some concerns, perhaps. I would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have over lunch. I think that would be a good idea, Charlie said in a voice that I knew he used specifically for when he was in cop mode. He was probably mentally preparing himself to interrogate Didim about everything. Do you guys want to go to the diner or maybe I can cook us up something here? My question was directed more at Didim since she was the one that had to hide that she can't eat. I think we should stay in, if that's okay with you, Didim. Charlie answered before Didim could. I believe the kind of conversation you want to have would be perfect here. Are you sure you want to cook though, Bella? I could help, or we could even order in. I would okay cooking for us here. I haven't had a chance to cook in a while, I said with a pointed look at Didim, to which she just giggled. It's settled then. Why don't you two get something to drink, and then we can decide what to eat? Charlie said. So you take any girl off the street just to work for your company whenever you feel like? Charlie all but yelled at Didim as he pounded his fist against the table. Things were not looking up right now. Once we had decided to just eat at Charlie's instead of going out, I started to cook right away. Didim seemed to be split between helping me and talking to my father alone. I didn't want them to talk without me. I knew that Didim wouldn't say anything I wouldn't like, that would probably have been Sulpisha. And I knew she wouldn't say anything to start a fight with him, that would probably have been Athenadora. With one pointed look at Didim, she followed me into the kitchen to help cook. I had thought would wait in the living room for us to finish cooking, but he seemed to decide that he would watch us cook and talk at the same time, which I didn't mind. I'd thought that he would maybe talk about what's happened since I've been gone, update me about Jacob or something. In retrospect, I should have known he would want to talk about my sudden decision to live overseas. It had first started off with Charlie just asking basic questions. Well, at least they should have been basic. He wanted to know where she was staying and what exactly she was doing. I couldn't exactly tell him that I was staying in a partially underground castle and did basically nothing but relax all day. I wanted Didim to lead this conversation because Charlie would have a harder chance of catching her lie. Charlie knew me too well and would catch me right away, especially since I didn't like lying to him. Didim answered Charlie's questions with ease. He seemed to get more and more upset though since he was technically asking me yet Didim was the one answering. I would of course back up anything she said and added a comment or two about everything to try and make it seem like I was leading the conversation. I knew Charlie would see that I wasn't the one answering the questions, Didim was. No matter how roundabout Didim went about it, he was the police chief for a reason. Charlie's questions towards me with Didim answering them for me, was what led to Charlie's outburst. He had just asked about high school and what would happen with my education and Didim was saying how the company, or the Queens but he didn't know that, would pay for any and all of my education costs as part of some benefit or something. The way she worded everything made it all sound really awesome and professional. Charlie obviously wasn't happy about this at all and was trying his best at holding in his emotions like we both tend to do, but he was at his boiling point. I think this was what Didim was waiting for. Both Didim and I had managed to get lunch made and get it served before this all blew up. In fact, with all the talking Didim was doing about the company, he barely managed to touch her food while Charlie and I were halfway done. I'm pretty sure Didim planned this somehow. Absolutely not, Didim said, sounding very offended and upset at his question. He met Bella when she was going for a tour through one of our company's establishments with her friend. We had quite the conversation and before we knew we were making up contracts to hire her. She is an asset to our company and we plan to groom her to become a reputable force in our industry. Even though I was touched by the words, since I knew what she was really saying, Charlie didn't seem fazed by them at all. In fact, he seemed to be slightly more upset. She's just a kid, she needs to go to college and earn a degree and then decide what company to work for. I wanted to argue with Charlie about calling me a kid, but decided against it. Even though I was technically 18 and the country did see me as an adult, I was still Charlie's daughter and to him I would probably always be a kid, his kid. I would be his kid that he would always look after and would make sure I was doing the best I could with life. I bet Charlie was looking at this as my options of doing whatever it is that I actually wanted to do with life. Not that I actually had any clue of what I would do, was being taken from me by joining this so-called company. I could definitely understand why he was upset. I would be too if I was in his position. I just hoped Didim would be able to convince Charlie that what I was doing was a good thing. She's an adult that made a very well-informed decision that will help her later in life. My company will pay for everything she needs while going to school and working for us as an intern. She will have free room and board, we will pay for all tuition costs including books, she will also have a food allowance. Her internship is one that actually pays. Bella made sure of that before she signed anything. You have a very smart daughter, sir. Whether she goes to college to get a degree that would help her advancement in our company or gets a degree to switch industries entirely, she will not have to pay for it. Plus, she gets to experience something most people her age aren't able to. She gets to learn about a new culture and see things she might otherwise never would have without joining our company. Didim said with such passion and conviction that she actually made me want to sign up all over again for this fictitious company again, or actually since I didn't sign up the first time, I definitely would now. We are a very competitive company and we make sure we take care of our own. Bella is one of us now, and while she remains with us, we will do everything we can to ensure her happiness. That was the closest Didim would probably ever get with revealing everything to Charlie. Charlie didn't say anything right away, and I could easily tell that he was really thinking over everything Didim had said. I'm sure he wanted to believe it because, let's be honest, all that this company is offering me is kind of like a once-in-a-lifetime shot that I'm sure anyone would want. Charlie's probably just afraid that there's something he's not seeing, something I didn't see. Something that's going to end up hurting me in the long run. Is this actually what you want, Bella? Charlie seemed so distraught over everything that it almost seemed like he was silent. Lee begging me to say that it wasn't what I wanted. He probably wanted me to say no so that I wouldn't leave him again. I knew that he was upset when he lost me as a kid, and then again when I left T.O. hide from James, and of course once more when I went to Italy. Now though, now he faces the possibility of permanently losing me when clearly he didn't want to. It actually hurts my heart that I have to answer him. I do, Dad. It's a great opportunity. I made sure to answer with as much conviction as I could to show Charlie that I really did mean my answer. I just want what's best for you, Bells. Arlie said in a sad, almost defeated tone. I know, Dad, and I really think this is it. I hadn't realized it at the time, but I really did mean what I had said. I didn't say that just to placate Charlie. I said it because I knew the Queens were the best opportunity for me to do anything, because they would and could do anything for me. Why don't I let you two talk some more in private? I'll just have my car come by and get me. Didim said in a much more pleasant tone instead of the serious tone she had been using with when she was talking with Charlie. Actually, Dad, if you don't mind, why don't I show Didim my room? Since that was somewhat the goal to this trip, so she could see where I've lived recently. Would that be okay? I didn't want to have a heart-to-heart talk with Charlie. That just wasn't something we did. This gave us both an out, and if Charlie, for some weird reason, did want to actually talk, he could tell me now. Actually, Bells, I was going to go out with Billy and hopefully catch some dinner for the next few days. So, I'll do just that. Why don't you put up the food and I'll wash up when I get back? Charlie wanted to take the out. I almost breathed a sigh of relief, but decided that Didim would probably tease me about it later, or at least tell someone that would tease me, so I refrained from doing so. Sure, Dad, I'll see you later, Kay. I didn't think he was going to leave right away. But when he started to slowly get up from the table as soon as he had finished talking, clearly he wanted to leave right away. He was probably going to talk with Billy about this, and Billy would probably talk with Jake about it, possibly to have him check on me to see if what I was doing was stupid. If the pack finds out about these vampires, they might attack them because they are red-eyed vampires and didn't have any plans on changing that. I'll be out late though, Bella, so I won't be here for dinner. Charlie said as he started walking towards the door. No problem, Dad, I'll see you later then, right? I knew that even though Charlie still had to think over everything that I tossed at him, he was going to be okay with everything. He unfortunately didn't have a choice since I've already made my decision. This may not have been what Charlie had wanted for me, definitely at least not as soon, but I liked where I was heading right now. I mean, spending time in Italy, not whole being mated to the Three Queens things, that's, well, still being thought about. Charlie left with just a nod of his head, and I'm sure if this was any other family, they would have been hurt by Charlie leaving. I was actually glad that he was. This meant that even though he wasn't happy about everything right now, he at least wasn't that mad. If he was still really mad, he would have stayed and argued with Didim some more. He may still be upset about things, but at least he's calm enough to think about everything Didim told him, and then he'll hopefully not be so mad about it all. Well, at least I didn't have to eat anything, Didim said as she pushed her plate away from her. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at her. The air was thick with tension since we first got here, and I was fully expecting that tension to last at least until later this evening when I talked with Charlie again and he hopefully accepted this whole thing. Didim provided the perfect comic relief at the perfect time. Thank you, I needed that, I said once I stopped laughing. Of course, sweetie, it's what I'm here. Are you finished eating? If you are, I would love to see your room since I'm predicting I'll be spending a lot of time in there. If it had been Sulpicia or Athenadora to say that, I would have probably been blushing like crazy because they would have meant those words in a completely non-G-rated way. Luckily for me, Didim is a lot tamer when it comes to teasing me, not that she doesn't do it, but she's not nearly as bad as the other two. I am, but I want to clean up real quick. As I started speaking, I heard the water turn in from the sink. Didim was no longer sitting in her seat. In fact, I couldn't actually see where she was, but from the disappearing dishes, I assumed she was cleaning up. You don't have to do that, I protested as I raced around trying to beat her to clean something. Of course not, but I'm faster, which means we get to your room faster, Didim said as she stopped moving next to me and pecked me on the cheek. I had a plate in my hand when I had started to move around to try and clean up, but when Didim kissed me, I paused and immediately lost my plate. I stayed still for a couple more seconds as I fought to make my blush go away. By the time I started to try and clean, the dishes were already in the drying rack and everything else was put up. Come on, Bella, your room is upstairs, I believe, right? Didim said as she leaned against the wall. Well, thanks for cleaning and not letting me help, I said with a small pout. Didim laughed, walked up to me, wrapped her arm around my waist, gave my cheek another kiss and started to walk me towards the stairs to go upstairs. I'm sorry, sweetie, if I had known you were going to be so sad, I would have at least left something for you to do. But, really, it was no problem for me to clean. Not only was it faster, but it was also a way for me to repay you for your efforts in making me food when you knew I wouldn't eat any of it. Well, we had to fool Charlie, I mumbled as we climbed the stairs. MMHM, I like the sound of that. Didim practically purred in my ear as we continued our now much slower ascent. The sound of what? The sound of coming from your mouth. I hope to hear a lot more. Didim answered in my ear once more as we reached my door. So this is my room, I said, thankful I didn't stutter, as I opened to the door and looked away from Didim while I waited for my face to stop being so red. This is a nice room, Bella. The window and the practically attached tree will be perfect too. Make sure we can get in out with no problems. Didim mused as she looked out the window. If that is okay with you, of course, we would never come here without your permission, but I'll have to admit, we are very fond of spending the night with you. I almost blushed, but I remembered it was Didim I was talking to and not one of the other two vampires. I knew what she meant, and I was touched. Just like couples like to fall asleep in each other's arms, or get sad when they don't have their lover lying next to them like they normally did. I was happy she felt that way. I wouldn't mind, they've grown accustomed to having something cold next to me when I fall asleep, I admitted, making sure not to mention Edward, even though that's clearly who I was talking about. Luckily Didim is a lot better at hiding her jealousy, if she even felt it, than the other two, because I'm pretty sure the other two probably would have growled a little at that. I wouldn't mention that in front of Dora or CIA. Those tend to get jealous a lot more easily than I, and neither of them are very fond of being reminded that you used to be with Edward. Although to be honest, I'm not too fond of it either, Didim said as I walked to stand next to her to stare out the window that she didn't seem too interested in turning away from. Why don't we go back to the Cullens and see what all has happened since we were last there? Then perhaps we can discuss dinner plans. I'm interested in taking you out in Seattle to see what it has to offer. Sure, I think this was the first time that I didn't bother correcting her, either verbally or even silently, about Edward and I being together, if we ever are still together, that is. When we had finally gotten back to the Cullens, I found that I was actually anxious to get our time here over with so that I could spend some time alone with the Queens. I didn't think I would ever want to spend time alone with them, but I couldn't help but look forward to it. It's about time you two are back. I was about to send Dimitri out to go find you, Sulpicia said with a smirk. Don't lie, you wouldn't have sent him, you would have gone yourself, Didim said with an amused SMI. As the two of us took a seat of the couch. I, of course, got placed in the middle in between Didim and Sulpicia. Just be quiet, you two, let us get the reports done so we can leave. Athenadora said, her spot, standing just off to the side of the couch. She didn't look at all happy right now. I was instantly curious as to whether or not they had found anything. That's a good idea. Jasper, why don't you go ahead and fill Didymu in? Carlyle said in a calm voice. It didn't outwardly seem like it, but I had a feeling that Carlyle was purposefully having Jasper give the report. I had no doubt at either Sulpicia or Athenadora could have filled in Didymu within seconds and we could have been gone already. I think Carlyle chose to have Jasper give the report out of some weird territorial thing. He probably wanted to somehow let the queens know that even though they outrank him, so to speak, since they are considered queens, this was still his home, his land and territory. I wondered what the queens thought about that. Before you do that, Jasper, Bella, why don't you go visit with Alice upstairs while we talk about this? Edward said in what used to be a charming voice to me. I couldn't help but think if he was trying to get rid of me. But, why would he do that? Actually, and I'm sure Alice would be okay with this, I want to hear what Jasper has to say. So, I think I'll just stay here. I answered, clearly shocking him by denying him what he wanted me to do. Even though I had my full attention on Edward, I was talking to him after all. I could practically feel the queen's smirks. I don't think it would be good for you to hear this. I don't want you to be worried over nothing. Edward said with a smile that would always leave me dazzled, but this time, it had no effect on me. This has everything to do with me though. I want to know what happened and what's being planned. I said, trying my best not sound like I was begging to be there. The queens involve me a lot more in everything. A lot more than Edward or the Cullens ever had. At the time, I hadn't realized that I was being kept out of the loop so much. Since I've been around the queens that seem to involve me in everything they can. Like they actually want me involved, I've been a lot happier. I like that the queens treat me as an adult, like someone that can make my own decisions. The Cullens treated me with respect, don't get me wrong. But they never treated me like I could be independent. I had never really realized that, and now, seeing Edward acting and talking like he is and the Cullens not saying anything about it, it hurts a little. You don't need to be told though, Bella. Edward said, sounding like he was imploring me to understand him. I'm just trying to protect you and I don't think it's necessary for you to know. I was trying my best not to explode at Edward. I couldn't believe that I had one point thought his actions were endearing. I couldn't believe that I loved when he acted like this. As I stumbled to figure out what to say, the queen spoke up for me, another thing Edward never did. That's ridiculous, Edward. How can Bella's own safety not be solely about her? How would Bella not want to hear about what threats are out there? Sulpicia asked, glaring at Edward. There's no way we're going to make any decisions about Bella's safety without Bella agreeing to anything. We wouldn't want to do something that she was uncomfortable with, would we? Didymu asked with a smile that definitely threatening. If someone were after me, I would want to know everything I could to make sure I planned accordingly. I wouldn't care how many people I had defending me, Athenadora said with a thoughtful expression and then added with a dangerous smirk. How do you think we have managed to live in power for so long? Edward didn't take being told he was wrong very well. I could see his clenched fists at his side that seemed to be itching to hit something. His eyes briefly darkened from anger, which resulted in Sulpicia wrapping her arm around me and pulling me into her. Athenadora moved to stand closer to me and Didymu leaned into me. All three of them, at the possible threat of Edward lashing out, moved closer to me to protect me, unlike what Edward would have done. He would have moved away from me, he would have left me abandoned in the woods. Unlike Edward, who had felt giving me space and leaving me would protect me. The queens held me closer and refused to let me leave their sight to keep me safe. This wasn't the best of places to come to this realization, but, with all four of them together in the room, I now knew there was no way I could ever go back to Edward. I didn't want to leave the queens, I couldn't bear it. As I came to that realization, Edward made himself calm when he saw the reaction the queens had. I also had no doubt they had some very choice words being said, or screamed, in their heads. Edward had some obvious struggles with calming down and with being able to hear everyone's thoughts. It wasn't helping. After nearly a minute, Edward seemed to finally calm down. At least he had, until Alice gasped as she went into a vision. The vision lasted for maybe just a couple seconds. But whatever it was, it definitely seemed like it was a big vision. Edward, who had just calmed down, growled loudly. I wasn't expecting it, and even though I wasn't afraid any of these vampires would hurt me, the unexpected growl certainly affected me. When I heard the growl, I had instantly tensed up and instinctively pressed myself further into Sulpicia. The moment Edward was done growling, I got over the fear and focused on calming my heart from racing in the momentary fright. The Queen's reaction to Edward's growl was not necessarily something every girl dreams of. Mostly because most girls didn't know vampires were real, but to me, I loved their reactions. Sulpicia pulled me tighter into her, so much so that I had thought she was going to pull me onto her lap. Thinking back on it, I found I was actually a little disappointed that she didn't pull me onto her lap. Athenadora, instead of being off to the side to leave my view wide open of everything, she moved and restricted my view a little. She crouched down in front of me in a defensive position. She crouched low enough in front of me so that I could still see, but she could immediately intervene if she needed to. Didim. Though still pressed on my side opposite of Sulpicia, she was now sitting on the edge of seat. She was probably waiting to intervene if Edward did something stupid. That will not happen. Edward Said, his voice sounding on the verge of growling again. That could never happen. You need to calm down right now or leave, Sulpicia ordered. There was no questioning what she said. Her tone reflected that she expected Edward to do what she said, and I had no doubt that there was an unspoken threat when she talked. Edward completely ignored Sulpicia and turned his glare from Alice to me. How could you, Bella? Edward asked me, looking very depressed. I obviously knew Edward was talking about Alice's vision, but Alice's visions were of the future, so I hadn't done anything yet. I gave him a confused look, and without me having to vocalize anything, Edward began talking again. You picked them. How could you pick them over me? I felt everyone's eyes immediately turn to me. Everyone's undivided attention, and I didn't like. My face quickly turned red, and I wanted nothing more than to somehow make the ground swallow me up so I could get out of the spotlight. I wasn't sure what I could say, so I just sat there, leaning against Sulpicia, who had a smile on her face now, gaping at Edward. Well, Bella, we're meant to be together. Edward Said, his tone growing desperate. Edward, I don't know what to say. I clumsily said. This wasn't a conversation I wanted to have in front of everybody, especially without speaking with the Queens first. I had just barely decided I liked the Queens too much to leave. I couldn't actually talk about it. I was still letting my feelings finish processing and settle down. Why, Bella? Just tell me why. Edward begged. He looked completely heartbroken, and I felt guilty that I had apparently made him feel that way. I never wanted to hurt him, even after what he had put me through. It just wasn't who I was. But this wasn't the time or place for this conversation. Can we please talk later, Edward? I definitely wanted to talk with the Queens first, and then I would talk with him. I want to talk about it now. Edward Said, reminding me of a child that wanted its way. If I actually thought about, that's what Edward actually was. He technically had the maturity of a 17-year-old boy since his brain was frozen, basically, when he was turned, so it never matured. He always got what he wanted because he would always throw a fit if he didn't get his way. The more I spent time around him again, the more I couldn't believe I had actually practically obsessed over him. I believe Bella has already told you what she wanted, Edward, and you will respect her wishes. If you can't, then you can leave, Athenadora ordered with a stern look at Edward. Right now though, I've been waiting to hear a report from Jasper. I would like to hear it now so that we won't be out too late tonight. Some of us actually need sleep. Didim said, sending me a smile that instantly had me relax. I hadn't even realized how tense I had gone from talking, or arguing with Edward. Edward opened his mouth and he looked like he was going to argue, but Felix showed up next to him, placed his hand on Edward's shoulder and seemed to escort him out. When Edward was finally out the area, the tension that was in the room practically disappeared, and I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, Jasper, what is the report? Didim kindly asked as she snaked her around my waist while she sunk back into the couch. I was very proud that I didn't tense at her touch and I didn't blush. I was actually happy that she was touching me. I couldn't help but think I would be more comfortable if I could someone be cuddle with Athenadora as well. I was nearly as Afra. It of that thought like I probably would have been just a few days ago. We have confirmed that Victoria is building a newborn army in Seattle. She has quite a few under her control, they have been reckless, but the humans don't suspect vampire activity yet. They believe a serial killer is loose. Alice is working to find out when they plan to attack and where, but it doesn't seem Victoria is the one making all the decisions. Since Alice doesn't know who to look for, it's near impossible for her to force a vision with the wanted information. Jasper said quickly and sounding the very professional that I've always seen him behave as. Keep up patrols and try to get information, but don't risk revealing yourselves and start a fight in the city. We can't have a fight start that close to humans. Athenadora ordered. Now if you'll excuse us, we'll want to discuss this information. Sulpicia said in a dismissive tone. At first I had thought when she said that the four of us would be leaving to talk somewhere. I say the four of us, because I wasn't really in the mood to leave their presence after the emotional ride Edward just put me through. But the Queens stayed put and the Cullens all left. I am assuming everyone moved far enough to be out of earshot, except for a guard or two, just in case. Bella's room is set up perfectly for us to get in and out of without her father noticing. There's a perfect little window to sneak in and out of. Diddum said once the Cullens were out of the room. You are still okay with us keeping you company in your room, in the dark, at night, right? Diddum asked with a teasing smirk that caused my face to go red. Of course I'm okay with that, I said, trying my best not to stutter or sound at all affected by her words accompanied by the look she gave me. Wonderful. Then I'll make sure some of our things are moved into your room so that we can have at least a change of clothes or two available there if we need it for some reason. Sulpicia said with a wide smile, clearly very happy at now having free access to my room. I think it would also be best, even if we are in the room, so have a guard outside. I wouldn't want a newborn to get in the house and get too close to your father. Athenadora said. She looked like she was thinking, and I'm sure she was thinking about different options she had with security not only for me, but for all the humans. For, as cruel as Edward had painted them when he had first talked about, they sure are trying their best to make sure no humans are hurt while Victoria had her fun. Well, as long as no disagrees, Alec can inform the others of what we have decided, and in the meantime we'll just have to wait until they make a move away from the city to actually do anything. For now though, why don't we go get you some food, Bella? Diddum cheerfully said. But, someplace that isn't near Seattle and annoying little newborns. Athenadora said with a hint of disgust in her voice. Newborns annoy by how little they can control themselves. Keep in mind, my dear, that Bella will eventually be one of those newborns you detest so much. Diddum said as she stood up, then held a hand out to me to pull me off the couch also. Yes, well, when Bella is turned, all we have to do is give her blood and have intense non-stop sex. I am more than okay with that. Athenadora said, looking me in the eye when she said that. I really don't want to talk about that right now, I complained. Having sex with them is definitely not an unpleasant though, but I am nowhere near ready to do that with them yet. About being turned into a vampire, out about how much we'll be having sex? Sulpicia asked with an innocent tone. I'm personally looking forward to the sex though. For months while you're a newborn you will be insatiable. I dare say that. I might be happy that there are 3 us because we might have to take shifts. Sulpicia teased as we made our way out the door. Oh my gosh, please stop talking, I begged as I buried my face into Diddum's shoulder as we walked towards a car. Just ignore her. I think CIA is addicted to sex. Athenadora said with a teasing smirk that was directed towards Sulpicia. Once we were all in the car, with D in the driver's seat and Alex sitting shotgun, they finally changed the conversation topic to what I would like to eat for dinner. When we about halfway to the restaurant, I had finally decided to have a serious talk with them once we get home. Well, when I say home, I mean once we get back to Charlie's. I wanted to talk to them as soon as possible, just not over dinner where I would be the only one eating. So that I could talk to Edward and hopefully get him to be okay and respect my decision. If what the two had just said were any indication to go off of, tonight was going to be interesting. The Queens took me to an amazing restaurant. It wasn't an upscale restaurant, but it was still a nice place. The atmosphere was nice and cozy. The food was good and I was able to take home leftovers because the portions were so big. The queens had somehow made the host seat us in a very private area so that we weren't surrounded by other people and there was no one around to notice the lack of the queens ordering any food. We had a comfortable conversation all through dinner. The queens had done most of the talking since I was eating, but I had still made the occasional comments. I was very happy that the conversation hadn't steered anywhere near where it was when we had left the Cullens' house. It wasn't until we were in the car again, on our way back to my place, that I had decided to give a prelude of sorts to the conversation I wanted to have tonight. "Are you guys all going to stay over tonight?" I nervously asked from my seat in the back, sandwiched between Sulpicia and Athi. Nadora and Didim squished in with us next to Sulpicia. "That was our plan," Athenadora said as she not so subtly slipped her hand that was previously on my hip into my shirt to leisurely scratch my back. Her attention sent pleasant shivers up and down my back. "If that's okay with you, of course," Didim added as she sent a scolding look to Athenadora. "Yeah, actually, I wanted to talk with you guys tonight," I admitted. Sulpicia had been holding my hand in her lap with both of her hands since we had sat down in the car. She took one of her hands and gently stroked my cheek with her knuckles. "Sometimes I get so upset that I can't read you," Sulpicia said, sounding a little regretful. "It would help me so much to make sure that whatever you had planned, I could make sure it would always end in our favor." Sulpicia teased with a smile. "Well, what I wanted to talk about tonight, I would think, is going to end in your favor." "Is it about what had happened earlier, with young Alice's vision?" Sulpicia asked, a smile slowly growing on her face. "Yeah, from what I gathered, this is definitely going to be a fun conversation to have," Athenadora said and then licked her lips. It took a lot more willpower than I had ever thought it could to not just stare after her tongue went back into her mouth. It was her knowing smirk that made me look away without staring for too long. "Well, I wouldn't say fun," I nervously said as I started to get a little afraid of what either Sulpicia or Athenadora would say or do. I was definitely worried about how much blood was going to be rushing to my head from blushing, because I had no doubt those two would have me blushing in no time and for a long time. I was going to have to somehow make sure I had Didim next to me so that I could use her as a sort of barricade from the other two. Didim had her moments at embarrassing me, but she wasn't as bad as the other two, and Didim did that on purpose so that I could hide in her shoulder. "We've waited for this for a while, amore," Athenadora said in an Italian accent that I'm sure she had adopted for centuries to fit in Volterra. "This conversation will be fun and it can only lead to fun things," Athenadora said, purring the words into my ear and making me shiver again. "Dora," I moaned, either in pleasure or in scolding, I'm not really sure, but she did move away from me to allow me to calm my heart down. Athenadora leaned back into her seat with a smug smile and gave me a knowing look, causing me to blush even harder. "Behave, Dora. We don't want Bella to get cold feet because our teasing got too intense," Didim said. Even though I didn't look at her when she talked, her voice gave away her amusement about what had happened. "I won't get cold feet," I quickly said to my embarrassment, causing all three women to laugh at me, and I'm sure I heard Heidi, she was the one driving us back, giggle a little too. That was when I decided that I was going to keep my mouth shut for the rest of the car ride and just hide my face in Sulpicia's shoulder so that they didn't have to see my bright red face. I was going to completely ignore the fact that they would know I was blushing regardless if they could see my face or not. The rest of the ride home was filled with the three queens talking about what they expected to happen during the fight with the newborn army. They also helped explain why a newborn army was such a big deal. They definitely made it clear how dangerous a newborn was, especially a group of them. The queens said they had no doubt they would be able to handle the newborns just fine and that they didn't expect to suffer any losses on our end because they themselves and the guard they took with us were so well trained. They were more worried about the lack of experience on the Cullens' end and that one of them may make a fatal mistake. I knew that they weren't worried about any of the Cullens dying. They probably didn't care if one of them did. They were only concerned because I would be crushed if one of the Cullens got hurt because of me. The queens made sure to tell me several times that during the inevitable fight, they would look out for each other to do their best to make sure only the enemy was killed. By the time we got back to my house, they had me completely assured that they would do everything in their power to prevent any loss. They would also make sure that they completely got rid of the problem. Victoria would never bother me, and by association, the Cullens. I'll meet you guys upstairs, I asked as I climbed out of the car. Of course, we'll meet you upstairs, Didum said, and the other two nodded. Awesome, I said with what I'm sure was a cheesy smile. Bye guys, I said to the two guards in the front of the car before I closed the door and walked to my house. That you Bells? Charlie shouted from the living room where I could hear a sports game of some sort playing the TV. Yeah, I'm back Dad, I said as I lazily made my way to the living room so that I could actually see Charlie. I walked into the room to see that Charlie had a couple empty beer bottles on the coffee table and had one in his hand. I walked over, grabbed two empty bottles and gave Charlie a hug. I'm going to go to bed, it's been a long day, I said as I pulled out of the hug. We weren't really ones to hug, but after not seeing for him so long and being in a different country. Sure Bells, I'll see you tomorrow, okay, Charlie said once he managed to recover from the impromptu and rare hug. I threw away the bottles first in the trash in the kitchen, and then slowly made my way up the stairs. There were a couple reasons that I went up slowly was because I mainly didn't want to trip, and the closer I got to my room's closed door, I started to get more nervous. When I reached the door, even though I was insanely nervous, I was also excited to see what changes would happen once I came clean with the queens about my feelings. I walked into my room, and instantly swept my gaze across my room to spot where all three of them were sitting. Didum had, thankfully so that I could easily hide behind her, taken up my small bed, and for once I was upset that neither I nor Charlie had ever upgraded my bed to a bigger size, not that I could ever justify to Charlie why I would need to. In my defense though, there was no way I would have known before going to Italy that I would need a bed to fit 4 people, for cuddling of course, yeah, just cuddling. For now, Sulpicia was looking at my small bookshelf I had on the wall with a small collection of some of my favorite books. She seemed to have a lot more interest in the books I had than was actually necessary. Athenadora, she was sitting on my chair, going through my computer. The moment I saw that I panicked. I didn't have anything embarrassing on it, but I did have some personal things on it, like the emails I had tried to send to Alice when they had left that I refused to delete. I rushed to Dora, slamming my door in the process, and briefly hoped that Charlie hadn't heard that over his game. The vampire had some of my old Word document files up, I'm assuming old essay assignments from school. But there was no telling what she had looked at prior to me getting there. Don't look through that, I said as I stopped right next to her, unintentionally invading her space. I tried to grab the mouse from her hand, but only managed to place my hand over hers and vainly tried to move it so that I could minimize the screens she had up. A brief look at the screen showed she had so many windows up that the bottoms didn't have the titles of the windows anymore. I was also able to see that was showing was an innocent school paper, so I wasn't as desperate right now. Why not? I just wanted to see what your writing skills are, Dora innocently answered as she shifted closer to me in her chair. I don't want you to, I have personal stuff here, I said pitifully as I continued to try and take the mouse from her. I told you she wouldn't like that, Sulpicia said in a childish and mocking voice. Dora momentarily turned her attention from the computer to glare at Sulpicia, and I took that opportunity to turn the monitor off since moving the mouse clearly wasn't going to work. Huh, I said under my breath at what I thought was outthinking Dora. No sooner had I said that did Dora turn fully arrow-ooned in the chair to have her back to the computer to face the room. Dora wrapped her arms around me, and when she turned around, she took me with her. I landed on Dora's lap with one of her arms wrapped around my shoulders to keep me from falling down, and the other was cupping my cheek. Her arm around my shoulders pulled me as close as possible to her and used her hand on my cheek to guide my face to face her. She moved us close enough to have our foreheads touch. My breath cut as we made eye contact. Her hand on my cheek suddenly felt like fire as we continued to stare at each other. Dora tilted her head just slightly to the side, and I could feel her unneeded breath on my lips. I saw her eyes darken just slightly. I found that even with the limited space between us right then, I still managed aged to steal a quick glance at her lips as her tongue snaked out to lick them. "You're sure?" Dora asked, her voice so much deeper and silkier than I had ever heard it. I felt a shiver run up my back. ND practically had no choice but to bring one of my hands to tangle into her hair and the other wrapped around her waist. "Nevermore," I whispered as I closed my eyes in preparation for what I knew had to come. When our lips touched, the world seemed to freeze. Within seconds of our lips touching, I felt Dora's tongue lick my lips, begging for entrance, and all thoughts left my mind. I couldn't seem to figure out how to answer Dora's seeking tongue. When her tongue swiped again at me, I moaned at how amazing it was to feel her tongue on my lips. The moan was apparently what she was waiting for. Her tongue immediately took over my mouth. Her tongue was an expert in moving from dancing with my tongue and exploring the rest of my mouth. I didn't want to stop what was happening, but I had to wee. And I started to get lightheaded from lack of air rather than lightheaded from feeling Dora's tongue in my mouth. "I like your version of talking," Dora husked when she pulled her mouth away from mine, but was quick to start gently kissing along my jaw as I struggled to catch my breath. "Yeah, I mean no," I said in a dazed voice, unwilling to open my eyes. "We'll talk in a bit, when you can breathe," Dora said in between kisses. I couldn't help but admit that I didn't want to catch my breath, especially with the attention Dora kept giving me. It took about 40 minutes for me to calm down. The only reason it took me so long to calm down, aside from the initial kiss, was because every time I was almost calmed down she started to trail kisses along my neck, my jaw, and of course she always ended up at my mouth. I didn't want to be rude and push her away, so of course I let her continue giving me attention that she was all too happy to give. I was sitting sideways on her lap the entire time. She took all my willpower to not move to straddle her lap. As much fun as it is to watch, since I have a horrible feeling that we won't be able to join, can I ask that you two knock it off? Sulpicia saw it in a deeper voice than I was used to hearing from her. As Dora continued to trail kisses up my jaw, leading towards my lips in a pattern she had started a long time ago, I turned my head to look at Sulpicia. Her eyes were still red, but they were definitely darker. I couldn't stop the smirk from appearing on my face if I wanted to. Without warning, I was off of Dora's lap and I was sitting on my bed in front of Didim, who had me sitting in between her legs and had me lean back against her. When I became aware of my new seat, Didim wrapped her arms around my waist and pulled me even closer into her. I instantly placed my hands over hers, no longer nervous of having contact with her, or really any of the queens. "There, now, you two control yourselves please," Didim said into my ear, and she nuzzled into me. My face went bright red as I realized just exactly what I had done with Dora, and if the two hadn't stopped us, I was afraid as to how far we would have gone. I may be a lot more comfortable with them, and I definitely did plan on having a full relationship with them, but I was nowhere near ready for that. I needed more time before I could take that step. The fact that they stopped me proved they knew that as well. Dora slumped down in her chair a little in annoyance, laid her over the back of the backrest of the chair and tangled her hands in her hair. She was the very picture of someone that was clearly frustrated and was working very hard on getting over it. This was the most undignified position had ever seen any of them in, and I couldn't help but feel some pride that I was the reason I had made the oldest vampire of the Volturi come undone. "Problem, Athenadora?" Sulpicia asked with a smirk. "Shut up," Dora groaned, and I almost couldn't contain the giggle that wanted to come out of my mouth. I could at least sympathize with Dora since I felt like I was left high and dry as well, but it seemed Dora was in a much worse situation than me. Sulpicia chuckled at her co-leader before she turned her eyes on me and Didim. She gave a slight pout before she sat in the rocking chair that I still had in my room. I had thought about getting rid of it, but it reminded me too much of Edward after they had left for me to throw it out. Now though, I'm glad I didn't, because now everyone had a seat since Didim and I had taken over my small bed. Would what you wanted to talk about have anything to do with the pleasant show you just gave Didim and myself? Sulpicia asked with a quirked eyebrow, bringing us all back on track. My face went red again and I swear I heard a little groan from Dora. "Well, yeah, sorry about that," I said, meaning sorry for the interruption of what I had hoped to be a serious conversation. "You're sorry?" Athenadora asked with a worried expression on her face. She had once again moved to sit properly in her seat and had now given me all her attention. Her eyes still looked darker than normal, definitely darker than the other two's eyes, but she was still completely on control. "Do you regret what just happened?" Dora asked, now looking slightly hurt. My eyes went wide at a realization. Dora, probably all three of them, thought I was apologue. Izing because I didn't actually want to kiss Dora. They didn't put together that I was just sorry for getting sidetracked off a conversation I really wanted to have. I was actually a little happy that they had the misunderstanding. The misunderstanding meant that even with their age and experience, they weren't immune to insecurities. This gave me something else to connect with them about since I was definitely insecure about this whole thing. "No, I don't regret it at all," I quickly said, and was rewarded with a very relieved-looking Dora. At least she looked relieved until she realized that our tough girl attitude was breaking away, and she quickly schooled her features again. The timing was off, maybe, I guess not really. I started but then realized that even though I never would have thought to start the conversation that way, they at least now knew what was going to be said, even if I failed at being able to say it because I'm sure their teasing will get out of control. "I'm sorry I got distracted from having the conversation right away like I had wanted," I clarified for them. "If you ever want to get distracted from conversations in that matter again, we'll welcome it." Dora said with a small smile that she was accustomed to showing to anyone but me and occasionally Didim or Sulpicia. "We'll have to remember that in the future," Didim said from her spot behind me, her head resting on my shoulder. "If we ever want to derail whatever it is you want to say, we just need to get your mouth to do something else." Didim was careful to not physically act on what she said, meaning she didn't nuzzle into my neck like I was sure she actually wanted to. Instead, her voice sounded just slightly huskier than it normally did, and I couldn't help but slightly shiver from her voice. "If I have to behave, so do you, Dora said with a small scowl on her face. Didim only responded with a small snort that meant she didn't really care what Dora had to say. Didim did though relax more into the headboard, making sure that I was kept close by her hands wrapped around me. "Bella, what did you want to say?" Sulpicia asked, ignoring the other two's commentary. All three women gave me their undivided attention. Didim slipped her hand underneath my shirt, not in a sensual way, but so that she could slowly stroke her thumb up and down on my bare skin in a comforting way. I took a minute or so to gather my thoughts. I knew what I wanted to say, or at least, I knew the message I wanted to tell them. But I wanted to go over more than that. I wanted to, not necessarily set boundaries, but to do something. Since they didn't have any problems doing anything from something that resembled sex to actual sex, I'm sure they wouldn't mind getting physical right away. Bella didn't want to do something like that just yet. As you can guess, I trailed off, not really knowing how to vocalize what I wanted to say. Instead, my face went red with embarrassment from not being able to say when I know they really wanted to hear. "It's okay, Bella. You don't have to say it just yet," Didim said in a soothing tone. "We know what you want to say, and for now that's enough. I'm a firm belly. Eve, that actions all speak louder than words," Dora said with a smirk. "In your own time, dear, you'll find the words and we'll be there to hear whatever it is you want to tell us." Sulpicia said, "I feel that there may have been more that you wanted to tell us," she asked with a raised eyebrow. "Well, I'm not sure anymore of what I want to say, after what happened," I said, motioning towards Dora, who now had an even bigger smirk on her face. "Well, how about this? We've a few questions of our own that we would love for you to clear up for us," Sulpicia said. "We're sure we know the answers, but it never hurts to have you confirm everything for us," Dora said. "Okay," I said a little nervously. I wasn't sure what questions they had for me, but I would definitely do my best to answer them. "You have feelings for all three of us, correct?" Sulpicia asked as she leaned forward in her chair. "I do," I answered right away with a smile as I snuggled further into Didim, causing her to start to purr slightly. I loved hearing them purr. They didn't do that often, but I had never really cuddled with them that much in the past. Their purring always calmed me and made me feel so much more relaxed than I could ever imagine. I was determined to cuddle with them more often just so I could hear them purr. That plus the fact I just really liked cuddling with them. "You have no feelings for Edward any longer?" Athenadora asked with a very serious tone. I knew what she wanted to hear. She wanted to hear that I had absolutely no feelings for him and that I would never want to get back together with them. I wish I could tell them that. But I didn't want to lie to them. I could never lie to them. I would never want a romantic relationship with Edward, but he's part of the family that I had, at one point, seen as my own. I still had to repair my relationship with all the Cullens, but I had no doubt that I would be able to eventually. If I couldn't at least be friends with Edward, nothing more, never anything more than friends with Edward. Then I was afraid that it could affect my relationship with the Cullens. I really didn't want to lose the Cullens again. I don't want a relationship with him, ever. I said, choosing my words carefully. I do, though, want to be friends with the Cullens, and if I'm friend with them, I have to friends with the Cullens, then I have to be friends with Edward. I said practically all in one breath. The three queens all looked at each other, and I knew without a doubt that they were talking with each other. The few seconds, if that long, it took for them to finish whatever conversation they were having was very nerve-wracking. I didn't know what they thought about what I had just said because their facial expressions gave nothing away. Didim never stopped rotating her thumb up and down on my side. So I assumed that what they were talking about couldn't have been that bad. We don't want you to be friends with Edward, Dora finally said with a slight pout on her face. I worked very hard to keep my face neutral as I waited for them to finish what they wanted to say. We would rather you have absolutely no contact with the boy whatsoever, Sulpicia said with a barely hidden look of disdain on her face. But, Didim said, her tone suggesting that she was leading the two on what to say. We can't choose who your friends are, Dora grudgingly said, even though Edward is a completely ridiculous choice that no one should pick. Sulpicia added, told you they the jealous types, Didim said with a chuckle at Dora's and Sulpicia's expense, as she nuzzled her nose into the crook of my neck. Don't act like you never get jealous, Dora said with a warning tone. Who was it that practically chased after Bella when we first met and we had her wait in another room when we talked things over? Sulpicia asked. I couldn't help but chuckle slightly. I loved being able to see them like this. No one else would ever see them like this, having practically carefree fun, and I doubt anyone still alive ever had. I was happy that I could see them like this. Did you really? I asked Didim from over my shoulder, putting our faces very close together. I had thought I heard Sulpicia say something like, how does she get to kiss Bella before me? But I wasn't really paying attention to anything aside from how close Didim and I were right then. I didn't want to be away from after I had just met you, Didim said, her voice a lot softer and slightly deeper than what it just was. I felt myself lean in closer to her, close enough to lean my forehead against hers. Possessive? I asked quietly, in a teasing tone. Of course. How could I not be possessive of you? Didim asked. She moved just a little closer and trailed the tip of her nose from my cheek to the base of my neck. When she reached my neck, I had already tilted my head to the side as much as possible to give her more room. She left a small kiss before trailing her nose back up high enough to place her lips right next to my ear. I will never give you up, Didim husked into my ear, making me close my eyes as an automatic response. I don't want you to, I managed to answer in a breathy voice. Good, Didim whispered in my ear. She started to gently place kisses from my ear to my jaw. Each kiss was so light that I would have thought I had imagined it if it wasn't for the tingles I felt after every kiss. The tingles that erupted set a blazing trail across half my face. Didim kissed to the corner of my mouth, and when she was a breath away from placing her lips on mine, she paused. Your turn, Didim said against my lips. In a challenging tone. I didn't have to think about what she meant. I didn't have to think about what I wanted to do. There was no thought process about what I did next. It was like it was instinctual. There was no other choice, no other avenue for me to take. I moved centimeters forward to attach my lips to Didim's. Her lips were so different from Dora's, yet they were the same. Didim's lips were just as soft, just as controlling. I couldn't help but feel at home, as I had when Dora kissed me. Didim wasted no time in tracing her tongue along my lips, requesting entrance. This time, I didn't hesitate to grant her access. Didim's greedily explored my mouth, leaving nothing undiscovered. When she seemed satisfied she knew my mouth well enough, her tongue danced with mine. Even though I was already losing air because of our kiss, I felt like whatever air I had left in my lungs was knocked out from our tongues dancing. When breathing became too difficult, she led back and rested her forehead against mine. I can get used to this, I said to Didim as we stared deeply into each other's eyes. I hadn't realized until now, but sometime during our kiss, I had to RNED around so that I was completely facing Didim. Didim at some point moved down the bed so that we were lying down, with me on top of her. I was so comfortable that I was tempted to fall asleep right on top of her. Good, I never intend to stop. Didim leaned in to kiss me again, but just before her lips touched mine we were interrupted, and at first I didn't know by what. I had suddenly found myself on my back and under my bed covers. The bigger light was turned off and the light on my night table was on. A book was placed in my hand, open to a page that I had marked with a bookmark. The queens had all vanished from sight, but my window was now open, so I could only guess that they had gone outside. But I had no idea why. I started to get up to go look outside, feeling a little hurt that after what had happened, they would leave so suddenly. A knock on my door had me quickly moving back into my bed though, and moving my book to make it look like I was actually reading it. "Come in," I said just loud enough to be heard through the door. Charlie slowly opened it, just wide enough to fit his head through. "Hey Bells, I saw your light was still on and I just wanted to let you know what. I just got a call and that I'll have to be in the office all day tomorrow with a lot of paperwork," Charlie said. "Oh, okay, thanks for telling me. Nothing bad happened, I hope?" I asked. "Nah, nothing bad. Just a lot of catching up to do that apparently a lot of the guys forgot to do some things. So now, I have to go in all day to fix it all," Charlie explained. "I probably won't be home late with my normal things I have to do. Plus all the catch up. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all, Dad. I understand, no worries. I'll just hang out with the Cullens, it's okay," I assured him. He probably felt bad too. Had I was here and he was going to have to go into work instead of spending time with me. "Actually, I had called Billy and said that you were back visiting and well, it would be nice if you were to go see Jake," Charlie said with a sheepish look. I'm sure Charlie had picked up on the fact that Jake had helped me a lot after the Cullens left and now Jake's really mad at me. I'm betting Charlie wants to fix our friendship. Either because he wants to see something more than friendship with us, or because he just doesn't want us to throw a good friendship away. I'm not sure what his reasoning is. I didn't want to lose Jake's friendship, but his unjustly hate of the Cullens isn't fair or right and I didn't want to deal with it. Perhaps this could be my chance to fix it though. Yeah sure Dad. I'll call him tomorrow and see if we can hang out tomorrow or something," I answered nervously. I really doubted Jake would want to hang out with me. Aside from Jake though, I wasn't sure how the Volturi would react. They have red eyes and there's no way the pack would even attempt to let them on their land without attacking. I didn't want that to happen. "Okay, that's good," Charlie said while nodding his head slightly. "Well, good night Bells, it's kind of late, so I'm going to bed." "Okay, night Dad, I'll see you sometime tomorrow." As soon as Charlie closed the door to my room, the queens were back. Didim was back on my bed, this time she was stuffed in the corner next to me. She slowly lifted the covers to my bed so that she could crawl underneath, giving me the chance to tell her not to do that. But instead I just looked for the other two. Sulpicia was sitting on my computer desk this time instead of Dora, and I almost groaned out loud because I was afraid she was going to do what Dora had done. "Don't worry, I'm not rude like Dora, I'm not going to go through your things," Sulpicia assured, though she did look slightly annoyed. As I yawned, I found Dora was trying to find a good place to sit at the foot of my bed. She hadn't sat down yet, but was just looking at it and moving up and down it. She reminded me a little of a cat that was prowling its prey. It was cute. Didim chose this moment to pull me into her arms so that she was spooning me. I loved lying like this before I fell asleep. "What's wrong Sulpicia?" I asked as I snuggled backwards into Didim. "She's jealous that she's the only who hasn't the please to cause you to moan just yet," Dora said as she all but plopped down onto my bed. She rested her back against the walk and stretched her legs out straight right in front of her so that she took up the entire end of the bed. Before I could comment to that, Sulpicia faced me with an evil look. That just means that now I can plan out a time to kiss you when we have so much more time. Sulpicia purred. I felt my face go red as I struggled to come up with a response. But shouldn't a first kiss be, don't know, like, spontaneous or something? I nervously said. Well, I consider this me planning on making you swoon so hard that there would be no other response you could give aside from kissing me. Sulpicia said with a smirk as she slowly and sensually crossed her legs. If Sulpicia was planning on seducing me, I didn't stand a chance. I didn't know what I thought about that, at least with a clear mind I didn't know what to think. Right now though, my mind was definitely clouded and I couldn't wait to see what she had planned. We have an early day tomorrow, Bella. Carlisle called and requested we all meet at their place tomorrow morning. We can help Jasper train the rest of the Cullens. Diddum said as she moved a little so that I was practically cocooned in her arms, which gave me an amazing feeling of being protected and loved. I closed my eyes, deciding that I really was tired and didn't want to even try to stay awake anymore. The last thing I saw before I closed my eyes and fall asleep was Sulpicia giving me the most seductive wink I had ever seen. I had never previously thought winks could be that seductive, but Sulpicia apparently had a lot to teach me. When I had finally fallen asleep, my dreams were filled with E3 queens getting way too close to me. That was the first night that I dreamed dreams that I really wanted to come true. That was the first night I had dreamed dreams that I really wanted, that I could actually make a reality. I'm sure I had a smile on my face all night. I had never woken up in such a lazy way before. I was able to keep my eyes closed and allowed myself to relax in what I was feeling. I knew it was Diddum still behind me, being my big spoon. Our legs were intertwined and I couldn't help but move my leg up and down slightly to feel her bare leg. That was the moment I froze. When I went to bed last night, she was fully clothed. There should have been no way I could have felt her bare legs. I could feel that my own pants leg had rolled up, so that at least explained why my legs were bare. I could also feel her hand under my shirt, gently rubbing random shapes on my stomach. The next thing I felt that made me slightly concerned, or at the least confused, was her hand covering my mouth. Forcing to have no choice but to breathe through my nose. Keeping my eyes closed, I slowly snaked my hand up and gently tugged her hand away from my mouth. Her hand easily complied, but I couldn't understand why it would have been there in the first place. "Good morning, my dear," Diddum said as her hand that was previously covering my mouth joined her other on my stomach. "Morning," I said as I fought off an unnecessary yawn. I could be a morning person, but with how relaxed I am right now, especially after last night, I felt like I could still sleep for a few hours. The clock on my night table said it was late enough to wake up though. I didn't want to sleep the day away. "Why was your hand covering my mouth?" I asked as I snuggled backwards in Diddum. I felt Diddum respond. In kind and pressed her chest further into my back so that I could feel everything. If I didn't know better, I would have thought she was cold. With my face now red, I stopped trying to burrow even more into Diddum. "I love you, sweetie. We all do, but there's only so much we can handle without being able to act on anything," Diddum said in a soft voice. "What do you mean?" I asked as I fought to open my eyes and turn around to give her a confused look. "She was trying to avoid embarrassing you, but I'm afraid to do it," Athenadora said from the corner of my room, near my closet. "We know you had some very good dreams. Dreams in which all three of us were the stars of." I felt everything from the top of my head to my chest flush red in an instant. Now I was very happy I didn't open my eyes. I turned my head to bury it into my pillow. "If it makes you feel any better, dear, all you did was moan our names and make some very delicious sounds. We are now very interested in making you recreate those sounds while conscious," Sulpicia added from where I knew to be was my desk chair. The only thing I hated about them lying next to me when I slept was when I sleep talk. I really needed to figure out how to stop that. If I kept it up, I didn't think I would be able to face them and not blush. Especially in the castle in Volturi, everyone could probably hear me. I wouldn't be able to face anyone. Especially Heidi, whom I'm sure would be more than happy to relay to me what exactly it was I said while I slept. "Don't be so embarrassed, we love to hear those sounds." It was a wonderful insight into your unguarded mind, Didim said as she pulled me just slightly tighter against her. We just wish we could act on the lust you created last night. That was why I covered your mouth, it stopped the delicious sounds. The Cullens have a permanent residence here, and with the army already creating havoc in Seattle, there are only so many places and many times we can hunt in this small of an area. Sulpicia said as I started to calm down. If we go too far, we'll be too far away from you, and that's unacceptable. Athenadora said, once again showing me her soft side that no one else gets to see. Why do you get ready for the day and we'll go make you some breakfast? Didim whispered into my ear, causing me to shiver and to not want to leave my bed or her impossibly warm embrace. You can cook. Sked as I shifted slightly and somewhat against my will from Didim's husky voice. It seemed that at times my body just couldn't get close enough to these women, and I loved it. No, but we have ways to make food appear very quickly. Athenadora said. So, I should thank Heidi for ordering and delivering my food. I asked with a small smile as I finally opened my eyes so that I could crawl out of bed and not fall in the process. Of course not, Athenadora said, sounding slightly offended. Dora ordered and Heidi delivered. Give thanks where it's due, dear. Sulpicia said with a small smile. Well, thank you Dora and Heidi, I said, adding Heidi's thanks when Sulpicia nodded at my silent question as to whether or not the guard member was within hearing range. Of course, Athenadora said with a nod of head. I made sure to get ready as quickly possible. I also double-checked that I took all of my clothes with me into the bathroom. There was no way I would have been okay with walking into my room wearing only a towel because I forgot to bring in clean clothes. I wasn't even okay with walking in even partially dressed. As soon as I was dressed and ready for the day, I dropped off my dirty clothes to my hamper in my room and then went in search for the queens since they were no longer in my room. That smells good, I said as I walked into the kitchen and found all three of them sitting around the table there. The last seat was of course for me. Good, we weren't sure what it was you would have liked to eat, so we guessed and I'm glad you approve. Sulpicia said with a smile. I hate to rush you, but please eat quickly. We received a call from Carlisle while you in the shower and we are needed at their house. Didim said. I nodded my head in understanding. I was very happy that throughout the meal, they didn't once mention how bad the food smelled to them. Then again, as I think back about it, I didn't think any of the Volturi had ever actually mentioned how bad the food smelled. They didn't actually even show any sort of discomfort when they were around me as I ate. Well, except Jane, but I'm pretty sure she scowls all the time, so I doubt it had anything to do with the smell of my food. Did he say what he wanted? I asked once I was done eating. All the dishes were gone before I could even stand to start to put things away. The dishes were already cleaned and put away and I didn't even see or hear any of the queens move to do so. I could hear the water draining already from the sink, so I'm assuming they already had the sink filled with water before I was even downstairs. They planned to leave quickly. I believe Alice had a vision that he would prefer to discuss with us there in person. Didim answered as we walked out the front door. I looked briefly around when I turned to lock the door, but I didn't see any vehicle to drive us to the Cullens' house. I hope it's not anything bad, I responded as I actually locked the door, tugging on it once just to make sure it was locked. I think we might have an actual time of when Victoria will attack. Athenadora answered. At least, that's what I'm hoping for. Figures that's what she would look forward to. She was definitely a fighter. I just don't want Edward to say anything stupid again, Sulpicia said, sounding a bit peeved. If he dares to even insinuate that you cannot be there, Bella, I dare say that I can't be held responsible for my actions. Be nice, I chided with a smile. I was surprised to find that I actually wanted Sulpicia to follow through on her threat if Edward did do something like that again. I liked being involved when everyone was talking about plans about me. I may not have much input because I just simply didn't have enough experience about to say something worthwhile, but at least I was there to hear it all being discussed, so that I could learn. How are we getting there? I had yet to be carried by any of them while they ran, and I hoped that was the plan to get to the Cullens. I loved being carried while a vampire ran. It was fun. We'll run, Didim said, causing me to fully smile. Who would you like to carry you? I will admit that when she had asked that, I momentarily panicked. I didn't want to pick one of them to carry me and then for the other two to get jealous or even insecure that I didn't pick them. I didn't want them to put so much thought into that all they could see was that I didn't pick them. Then I remembered who I was thinking about. These women had been around for thousands of years. Obviously they were mature enough to realize that even I picked one of them to carry me. It didn't mean I favored that one woman more than the other two. I'm sure if I had picked someone aside from them or just said that I didn't want to be carried by any of them, it would be a different story. Sulpicia, I answered after only a moment of hesitation. Trying to make up for not kissing me, dear? Sulpicia asked in a teasing tone as she easily caught on to why I picked up. She quickly picked me up bridal style, and right before she took off she had one other thing to say. It's working. Without giving me a chance to respond, she raced off. She started slow so that I would get hurt from the sudden fast movement. But she quickly picked up speed. She was easily a lot faster than Edward. He was the fastest amongst the Cullens, but I guessed that the older a vampire is, the faster and stronger they are. Sulpicia was very easily older than Edward, so I shouldn't have been surprised she was faster than him. I was actually happy she was faster than him. In a random and unnecessary way, she just one-upped him. I definitely liked that. It seemed to only take seconds before they were slowing down just outside the Cullens' house. Even as we walked up to the door, Sulpicia didn't let me down. In her defense though, I didn't try to make her let me down either. I was completely happy to be held by her. Without knocking, the queens walked right into the house. Once Sulpicia had walked through the doorway, she then let me down, but kept her arm around my waist. Athenadora led us in the living room where everyone else was. I sat in between Sulpicia, who still hadn't let go of my waist, and Dora. Didymus sat in the most elegant way I had ever seen on the armrest next to Sulpicia. Edward was standing in the farthest corner away from us, turned slightly into the corner like a kind of petulant child. He didn't seem at all happy to be there, but still he was. From the corner of my eye I saw Dora give him a mischievous look that told me instantly she was saying something to him in her mind. I just hoped it wasn't anything that would embarrass me, but I trusted Dora, so I hoped I wouldn't be embarrassed by her thoughts. What was this vision, Alice? Sulpicia asked, starting the meeting. I've seen when she is going to attack and where. Alice answered from her spot on the loveseat next to Jasper. I couldn't actually see her, but I saw us fighting tomorrow morning, just before the sun rises. What else? Athenadora asked in an almost snippy tone. I couldn't see Bella or you. I think you two went off someplace but I don't know where or why. Alice said as Athenadora all but glared at Alice. She probably took Bella away from the fight so that she wouldn't hurt. Edward grumbled from his corner. I don't think so. There's no way I would ever miss this fight. Dora sneered at Edward, her mood dampening by the second. I moved slightly away from Sulpicia, her arm around my waist moving with me, and leaned into Dora in hopes of calming her down. I didn't want her anger to get the best of her. There was no way the Cullens would survive if Dora decided to fight them, or at least fight Edward. But you do want to kill Victoria? Didymus pointed out. Of course I do, Dora said, like she was just asked a very stupid question. After maybe a second of silence, before anyone could try and talk, Dora looked as if she had just figured it all out. Of course I do, she repeated with a giant smile on her face. She looked as if she had just figured out a puzzle. She pulled me closer to her and nuzzled her face into my long hair. I could feel her smile against my head and I was sure. She had buried her head into my hair so that the others couldn't see her smile. I almost giggled at that, but I didn't want to give Dora away, so I valiantly kept silent. That might actually work, Edward murmured. Of course it will, you stupid child. Dora sneered at Edward, obviously not over her anger at him. At least she wasn't buried in my hair anymore. Sulpicia moved her hand over to both Athenadora and Didymus and she gave a smile at what she saw. Play nice, Dora, she scolded first. Dora only rolled her eyes, clearly she wasn't going to follow Sulpicia's advice. Having Bella lead a trail away from the fight with just Athenadora would her will cause Victoria to follow. I have no doubt that with her power she is arrogant enough to believe she could win against one of us in a fight. Sulpicia explained. So, Dora would take me away from where the main fight was taking place so that I was basically mostly out of harm's way. I was sure that a battle with newborn vampires wouldn't be nice and neat. So if I was in the general area, there was a big chance that I would somehow get in the crossfire. This way, I was still protected by the oldest and therefore strongest and fastest vampire on the field. I also already knew that Dora has a thing for fighting, so I was sure she was easily either the best fighter there or one of the top 3. She would be tied with Didim and Sulpicia, of course. It would be safer to take her away from the area altogether as well. She could come back when it's safe, Edward suggested, and as soon as he was done talking, everyone knew what the queens thought of his idea. All 3 of the queens literally snarled, very violently, at Edward. I saw all the Cullens tense at the harshness the queens portrayed. She is not leaving our sight. Sulpicia all but growled at Edward. How dare you even think we would want to part with our mate when she is in danger? The insult wasn't hidden very well. When Edward and I thought we were mates, he had left me no protection against Victoria's wrath. Luckily she didn't try anything because she was probably still deciding what to do after he mate had been killed, but it could have been different. She's safer with us than with anyone else, Didim said in a very controlled, angry voice. I had never heard Didim sound so upset before. Out of the 3, she's always controlled her emotions very well, she's always been happy. Edward very nearly made her lose that control, and that actually made me mad. It was just a thought. Edward saw Ed in an aggressive yet defensive at the same time tone. Keep your HTS to yourself unless I demand otherwise. Sulpicia sneered. Okay, so Bella and Athenadora will be in a separate area away from the rest of us. How will we make sure it is just Victoria that follows? Carlyle asked after he sent a disapproving look at Edward. He was trying to defuse the situation before the queens got too upset. Wouldn't the newborns be too preoccupied with fighting to follow my scent? I asked. If I was being attacked, I would focus on the enemy trying to kill me instead of following some random trail. Logically yes, but newborns do not think logically, Bella. Jasper answered in his normal calm and smooth voice. I bet anything he was sending out waves of calm to everyone, since I haven't really felt anything but calm since coming here. I hope the queens didn't mind. They GHT be able to smell your blood, and that would send them into a frenzy to try and find you. He explained. That's why Jane and Alec will hang back and make sure none slip past towards Bella and Athenadora. Didim said. The twins' powers were long-ranged. It would make sense to have them hang back because they were better at a distance anyways. I was sure they could still fight up close and easily win. But being at a distance ensured their safety and gave them a better view of everything happening to better spot any vampire trying to sneak past them. If anything, we want them to smell Bella, so had Victoria can find us and then I'll kill her. Dora smugly said. Of course that would mean that all of you will have to make sure you're fighting wisely since newborns are annoyingly strong. Dora said. I'm not worried about fighting the newborns, Emmett said as he flexed his muscles, earning an eye roll from his mate. You are strong, but I'm not sure about your technique. One of you, take me to see the area we will be fighting in, and the rest of you can go someplace to train with Jasper and my guard. Didim ordered as she stood from her seat. I think we can handle the newborns with our numbers and gifts. Edward saw Ed. Shut up, Edward, Rosalie said as everyone stood up. Everyone is tired of hearing you talk and putting us at risk of being in trouble. So do everyone a favor and just stop talking. Without waiting to see a reaction from anyone, Rosalie dragged her mate away and towards where I'm guessing everyone will train. I like her, Dora said with a smile. Of course you would, she's a bitch. Sulpicia said. Shall I carry you this time as well, my dear? She asked me as everyone trickled away. Actually, instead of going with you, can you take me to my place? I hesitantly asked. I thought, this would be the perfect time to go and see Jake. My vampires, I loved thinking that, would be busy training and making sure everyone could carry their own. There would be nothing for me to do but watch. I'm sure it would be fun to watch, if they moved slow enough for me to see at least, which I doubt since I couldn't imagine a newborn slowing down at all. I would still technically be safe since the pack wouldn't let any newborns or stray vampire attack me or anyone on their land. I just hope Jacob would want to see me. Why? Sulpicia asked, and I could feel the other two's eyes on me as well, both curious to know the same thing. I want to see my friend. Jacob, and see if I can get him to forgive me." I answered. "The shifter," Didymus said behind me. "The young shifter. The ones that have a treaty with the Cullens. That won't allow any red-eyed vampires on their land," Athenadora said. "Of course, dear," Sulpicia answered. "Just make sure you keep your phone on you, and if you need anything, call Heidi or Jane and they'll give the phone to us." The queens didn't have cell phones. They didn't think they were necessary. I guess they had lived so long without them, they just simply didn't feel the need to have them. But their guards did have them. I had already been given Jane's and Heidi's number in case I needed anything at any time, and the queens or the guard, for some strange reason, weren't around me. "Jane will follow as far as she can to make sure you are still under protection while you get to your friend's house," Didymus said. I was instantly relieved that I wouldn't have fight to have a friendship with Jake like I had to fight for it with Edward. The only thing the queens seemed worried about was my safety, which they had already done everything they could to ensure that safety. They even made sure they still respected the Cullens' treaty. I was completely grateful for that. I leaned up to Sulpicia to kiss her on her lips, but she moved to the side at the last second so that I kissed her cheek instead. I couldn't help but give her a hurt look. She cupped my cheeks with both of her hands and stared at me with an intense love in her eyes. "I told you that when we have our first kiss, there were going to be no distractions and we weren't stopping unless you felt uncomfortable for any reason," Sulpicia said with a smirk that made my face turn red. "We are not going to kiss in the Cullens' living room. Plus, there isn't enough time for what I have planned." She released my face, took my hand in hers and started to lead me towards the front door. "Now, come, I'll take you. Truck, and then Jane will follow you to make sure you are safe. She'll wait at the treaty line until you come back to make sure your return trip is just as safe." "Thank you," I said as Sulpicia lifted me back into her arms. She gave me a look that said there were no thanks needed. It was so easy for me to talk with the queens and for us to just work so well together. I really hope the easiness I feel right now flows over to when I talk to Jake. He definitely wasn't an easy person to talk to because of his anger, not that I was afraid of him. He was just so stubborn. I really didn't want to lose his friendship. Hopefully I would be able to recover that today. Blank. Sulpicia ran off practically right away. She claimed she really wanted to get back to the group to investigate the area the battle would take place in. I had hugged her goodbye when she put me down and I had tried to initiate a kiss. She turned her head away and gave me a scolding look. She tissed at me and reminded me that she had big plans for our first kiss, and then she ran off. I couldn't see Jane, though I knew she was there because she was told to be, but I guess she had decided to remain incognito. It had been a while since I had made a trip to see Jake and actually feel nervous about it. The last time I was nervous to see him was the day confronted him about disappearing on me. I found out about him being a shifter that day. I was glad I confronted him that day because it saved our friendship. I was hoping that going today to apologize to him will also save our friendship. Well, I didn't necessarily want to apologize so much as make him understand why I made the choice to go save Edward instead of stay with him. I would have to also explain why I stayed instead of going back with Alice and Edward. That meant I had to tell him about being mated with the Volturi leaders, all three of them, all three females. I wasn't sure how he was going to take it. We had never discussed what we thought about same-sex relationships. I would like to think that he wouldn't have a problem with me being mated to a female. I could definitely understand if he was upset about being mated to 3 women at once. I just really didn't want him to be homophobic. I didn't want to lose one of the few friends I had. I pulled up in front of Billy's house, but I didn't see Jake's bike anywhere. It could have been inside his work area instead of outside. Or, he might not have even been there. He could have been at Emily and Sam's place. I knew that the pack spent a lot of time at our place, both for eating the insane amounts they had to that they couldn't explain away to their families, and for pack meetings. I hoped he was at home so that I didn't have to have this conversatio. And in front of the whole pack that I knew would instantly hate that I was mated to 3 vampires. It would be hard enough to talk about this with Jake and try to reconcile with him. I doubt I could do that with the whole pack. As I was about to knock on the door, Billy opened it and gave me a barely disguised glare. I knew that since he was an elder with the tribe, he knew all about pack business. And I also knew that Jake didn't know how to keep things from Billy. So, understandably with his biased hate towards vampires, I knew he would be mad at me for picking Edward again. I doubt he would be upset with me for not picking Jake since Billy knew all about imprinting, or at least a little because at least one wolf, Sam, had imprinted already. Billy knew Jake hadn't imprinted on me and he never would, so I wasn't worried about Billy being upset that I picked to go out with Edward again instead of Jake. Billy was upset because I picked a vampire. "Hey Billy," I greeted as I stuffed my hands into my jacket pocket. "Hello Bella, how can I help you?" There was no way Billy didn't know I was there to talk with Jake. He probably didn't want to tell me anything, but with his friendship with Charlie, I was hoping he would tell me where Jake was. "I'm looking for Jake," I answered. "I'm here to apologize and to explain some things to him." I added in hope that it would get Billy to tell me truthfully where Jake was. "Explain what exactly?" Billy asked in his gruff voice as he crossed his arms over his chest. Even though he was in a wheelchair, he still managed to look intimidating. "Why I left and why I didn't come back until now," I said as I gave him a pleading look. "And why I'll have to leave again." There was no point in trying to hide the fact that I was leaving. Charlie already knew, so therefore Billy knew. So that meant the whole pack knew. They obviously didn't know everything since I couldn't tell Charlie everything, but I'm sure they could come up to some very close to the truth conclusions. "He's asleep right now, but he's slept long enough. I'll send him out," Billy said before he closed the door on me. Well, at least he's going to at least let Jake know I'm here and send him out for that matter. Hopefully since Billy sent him, Jake would actually listen to me and let me talk and explain everything. I leaned against the front of my truck as I waited for Jake to make an appearance. It was taking a lot longer than I thought it should have for him to show up. For a moment, I had actually started to think that he was going to blow me off. I didn't think Jake would do that, but with his temper and from how much I had hurt him, I wouldn't put it past him. Finally, after waiting for about 15 minutes, Jake finally walked outside. "Hey Jake," I greeted with a small smile as I continued to lean against my truck while I waited for him to walk to me. "What do you want, Bella?" Jake said in a defeated yet angry tone. To say I wasn't hurt by his tone would be a lie, but that was why I came here, to fix this. "Look Jake, I want to talk to you, I want to explain everything to you." I started but paused when he scoffed at me. Thankfully he let me continue. "But, you have to keep an open mind. I don't want to lose you." I put as much emotion as I could behind my words and I think it affected Jake just like I wanted it to. "I don't want to lose you either Bells," Jake admitted. Good. This was good. Hopefully this meant he would be open to actually listening to everything I had to say and hopefully by the end of this discussion, we would still be friends. I just don't get it Bella. He left you alone in the woods, practically to die." I couldn't help but wince at his harsh words, but it was true. I was a miserable mess when Edward first left me. How could you run off? To save someone that hurt you that badly? I could work with this. I didn't have the best reasons at the time, but now I do. Or, at least, I had a new theory that sounded a lot better than just saying. I ran off because I loved him so much and even though he was okay with leaving me alone to die, I didn't want to do that to him. Yeah, thinking back on it, I was definitely pathetic to do that. But even now, thinking how pathetic I was, I would still do the same thing because otherwise, I wouldn't have met the queens. "I couldn't let him die Jacob," I said in a nearly desperate tone. I was quickly getting emotional and I didn't want to. Jake could have enough issues handling his own emotions, his anger. I didn't want him to deal with mine also. "I loved him," I added weakly. "He's not good for you though Bella." Jake yelled and flung his fists into the air as he started to walk towards the forest where I knew there was a trail he followed that led to the beach. He wasn't running away, so I assumed he still wanted to talk. So I followed him. "That doesn't matter anymore Jake, but the point is, I couldn't let him die," I argued as I followed after him. He was walking fast, still not running, so I was struggling to keep pace with him and not trip. If you hadn't answered my phone and let me answer it instead, since I lived there, he wouldn't have tried to get himself killed. I really didn't regret Jake answering the phone anymore. At first I did though. I was upset that he answered it, probably purposefully, at least subconsciously, gave a vague answer. I will admit that if Jake hadn't answered the phone, chances are I wouldn't have gone to Italy, I wouldn't have met the queens. In some weird way, a way I'll never admit to Jake, I owe him at least partial thanks for setting in motion my ability to meet the queens. He left you to die though, Bella. Jake had quickly spun on his heel, so quickly in fact that I hadn't been prepared for it and nearly walked right into him. Why did you Vey to save him when he obviously didn't care about you? Jake spun back around and started walking towards the beach again. I couldn't answer his question. Well, at least I have, but Jake wouldn't accept, I loved him, as an answer. He didn't seem to understand how powerful an emotion love can be, hence why I knew he really didn't love me like he claimed to. I still wanted to completely come clean with him. But if I start telling him more about what had happened while I was in Italy, he would only get more upset and I would definitely lose my friend. I would have to try a different approach. Instead of arguing with him, I should agree with him, which on some level, I did. Okay, I get it. You're right, I admitted as we broke through the tree line and onto an empty stretch of beach. Bly shouldn't have just blindly gone after him to a different country, especially after how he left me. But I don't regret it. I could actually visibly see Jake relax a little. He thought he was winning this conversation. I'm not sure what his goal out of this was. Well, I did, but I didn't want to think about it. He was going to be shocked when he learns about everything, when he realizes he really doesn't stand a chance to win my affections, not when the queens are his competition. Jake turned around and faced me. His face looked a lot more passive than it had when he first walked out of his house. He still looked upset, but I felt like his anger was at a much more manageable level. Why don't you regret it, if you know you shouldn't have gone? Jake asked, his eyes pleading to understand. His voice still reflected his anger. But his eyes had softened and I was able to still hold on to the hope I had for this conversation. Because what I got out of the trip is worth so much more than anything I could have ever had if I hadn't gone, if Edward had never left me. I answered. What do you mean? Jake asked. His face scrunched up in confusion. He scratched the back of his head as he further relaxed. I guess that was why he led me to the beach. He was able to be a lot more relaxed here. We were having an actual conversation instead of him yelling at me and me repeating everything I say. Dad said, Charlie said that you were staying in Italy now. I didn't listen to the whole reasoning behind it, but I know it was a lie. How could you be okay with staying in Italy, away from home? Jake asked, starting to get mad again. Since it worked before, I would use the method of agreeing with Hi first and then explain. You're right, I'm pretty sure everyone loves hearing those words. I did have to lie to Charlie because I had no choice. It was either lie to him, or tell him nothing. I couldn't do that to him. I admitted with a frown. I didn't like that I was initially forced to stay there, against my will. But it turned out that I was actually okay with it. I was glad they made me stay. Why didn't you have a choice, though, Bella? Did Edward or that psychic have anything to do with it? Jacob demanded, making himself angrier as he continued to talk. If they did something, if they forced you to do anything, just tell me, Bells, and I'll make them regret it. Jake threatened. I live there now because I chose to, Jake. I said quickly, hoping to calm him down. Perhaps I should leave out the part of the queens making me stay there. I didn't think I would get a chance to explain why they did that if I told Jake that part. I couldn't leave because it would hurt too much to leave. I added. What do you mean? Jake asked, confused by what I meant. I saw his eyes move up and down my body, not in a perverted way. He was looking to see if I actually was hurt. Even though I clearly wasn't, it was probably an instinctual response born from his feelings for me. I found my soul mates there, Jake. I couldn't leave them if I wanted to. There, I told him, in not so many words, that I had more than one soul mate. I could see he instantly caught on to my wording and he paused, seemingly for me to continue talking. I had nothing else to say until I knew what he thought though. Mates. As in more than one. That's not possible, Bella, Jake said, grinning like he was about to laugh at a joke that was about to reach its punchline. I didn't think it was either, but when I met them, I just couldn't be away from them. I gushed. I could practically feel my eyes glaze over as I spoke about the three women that I now never wanted to be away from. They are so amazing, Jake. They care so much about me, give me anything I want, even if it is just cuddling the day away with them. We hadn't actually done that, but I knew without a doubt that I would eventually ask for that and they would gladly oblige, as long as nothing demanded their attention, which I doubted. From what I understand from Sulpici, when we were talking about the entertainment room, she had mentioned that they didn't get nearly as many vampires requesting their audience as someone would think. She said that the most common OCCU rents was the group of people that Heidi delivered for them to eat. She had quickly changed the conversation after, since I wasn't, and still not, particularly happy about they basically flock the humans like sheep to be slaughtered. When I first started talking, Jake had a small smile on his face. It was like he was happy hearing me talk about the queens. For a brief moment, I actually thought Jake was going to be okay with everything. Just as quickly as I had thought that, his smile left and a frown took its place. He was angry again. "Are they vampires, Bella?" Jake angrily asked. I barely managed to resist an eye roll. That definitely wouldn't help with his anger. I couldn't imagine what else he would have thought the queens were. He knew that Edward went to the vampire rulers to get himself killed. He knew I went to see more vampires. "Yes, they are," I answered, and then before he could talk again, I decided to add in a fact that I hoped would benefit me. "They are the rulers of vampires, Jake. They are strongest of their kind. I'm safer with them than anyone else in the world." I smiled at that thought. With their resources and wealth that they have accumulated over their long lives. Especially Athenadora, since she's supposedly a lot older than the other two, there's no way I could ever get hurt when in Volterra. Or even just around them, since I doubt anyone would want to provoke their ire by trying to hurt me. Plus, any enemies would have to get through their guard of insanely gifted, strong and old guard. My smile was quickly wiped off my face though by Jake's laughing. It took a good several minutes for him to calm down enough to be able to tell me what he thought was so funny. "Look, Bella, I just can't believe that. I'm sorry, but being mated to more than one person is impossible," Jake said. I mentally yelled at him that it was only impossible for shifters because they imprint, but it's obviously different for vampires. If this was just some elaborate way to try and let me down, you could have just said you weren't interested. I once again exercised extreme restraint, this time from yelling in frustration. Jake just couldn't let it go that I didn't have feelings for him. I didn't know how else, short of making out with one of the queens in front of him, to show him I didn't have feelings for him. Jake took a couple steps forward so that we were so close, we were almost touching. He took both my hands in his and gave me a pleading look. I suddenly felt like something very bad was going to happen. "Bella, look, I don't understand why you are living in Italy. When I find out though that it does have something to do with vampires forcing you to stay there, I swear I'll get you back." Oh my God, Jake refuses to believe that I am, choosing to live there. I bet anything he thinks I'm being blackmailed with Charlie's life, or my life, to keep quiet and just live there. Before I had a chance to realize what was happening, before I could realize he had thought what he just said was some sort of love proclamation, his lips were on mine. My eyes went wide at the contact. He pulled my arms slightly behind him, almost like he was trying to pull me closer by wrapping my arms around him himself. As soon as I had realized he was kissing me, I instantly pulled back to see a dopey grin on his face. His stupid happy look quickly turned to confusing on when he realized I wasn't at all happy. "Don't you ever do something like that again, Jacob Black," I yelled as I punched him as hard as I could. Thankfully, with the adrenaline and anger coursing through my veins, I couldn't feel what I knew would be a painful hand from hitting him. "I just told you I was taken, how do you think that was a sign to kiss me?" I didn't wait for an answer, instead He turned around and stormed off in the direction I thankfully knew Billy's house to be in. Unfortunately, Jake followed. "Bells, I'm sorry, I thought there was a connection. I thought you would be okay with that." I immediately scoffed at that. "That right there proves you're still just some kid that has a lot to learn," I angrily told him. "Being a shifter may have made you grow up a lot physically, but there's still a lot you don't know. I don't want to talk to you, Jake." As the tree line came into view, and my truck, Jake grabbed my hand and pulled on it so that I was facing him again. "Listen, Bells, just let me explain. I really think we would work well together if you would just get over this thing you have with the leech," Jake said, referencing Edward instead of the mates I had clearly already told him about. Do you never listen? I asked skeptically as I tried to get out of his grasp, but it was impossible. He moved his other hand that wasn't holding onto my left hand, keeping me hostage, to stroke my cheek. That was point when I punched him again, with the same hand. I definitely felt the pain that time. Thankfully he let go. Bells, I'm sorry, he yelled as I stormed over to my truck. Don't you dare, Jacob Black. I made it perfectly clear I wasn't interested and yet you still continue trying. I said as I struggled to open my door with not only what I was sure was a broken hand, but also with my anger. Some people call that assault, Jacob. Like my father, Charlie, the police chief, he calls what you did assault. I said as I sat down in my truck and slammed my door shut. Brief. Lee looked at my hand and it was already swelling and bruising. Come on, Bella, it wasn't assault, I didn't mean to. Jake said. The one tiny thing that I could see that I was almost glad that came from this was that Jake didn't seem to be upset about me being with vampires again or living in Italy. That was probably because he thought I was about to rat him out to Charlie, which I almost wanted to. I couldn't rat him out though. I couldn't send a mythical creature to jail. Not only would the tribal council somehow get him out, but what if somehow someone noticed he was a lot stronger than a teenager should be? That would lead to too many questions that could really hurt the whole tribe. As much as I should and sort of wanted to, I couldn't. I didn't answer Jake and when he tried to get me stopped from leaving so he could talk to me. I just slowly started to move my truck forward, into him since he was standing in front of my truck. I knew that I couldn't hurt him as I started to pick up speed so that I could leave. Not only would he move out of the way before he seriously got hurt, but I was pretty sure he was strong enough to get hit by this thing and not feel a thing, or at least heal pretty quickly from it. He finally stopped yelling for me to stop when I hit the main road that led out of the reservation. I normally didn't speed, but I was definitely beyond caring at that point. I went as fast as the truck could, which wasn't nearly fast enough, so that I could get home as quickly as possible. I wanted to cuddle up with Dora. I wanted Dora because in my mind, she was more of the fighter amongst the three and I wanted to feel that protection. Not that I don't feel protected when I'm cuddling with the other two, but because of Dora's fighter attitude, I just feel like I needed her more than the others. I knew I had crossed the treaty line because my door flung open, nearly causing me to swerve off the road from fear at the sudden action, and Jane was suddenly sitting in my passenger seat. You're crying, she pointed out, concern actually showing in her voice. I hadn't really gotten that close to Jane, with her ice princess attitude and the fact that I was put with Heidi more than Jane. I hadn't really had the time to get that close. I was honestly shocked that she showed some sort of concern for me. I hadn't expected that from one of the most feared guard members. And you're hurt. I could tell from just her voice that she was very upset. I could see from my peripherals. She pulled out her phone and put it on speaker, but before she dialed, I spoke up since I knew who, at least generally, who she was going to call. Wait until I get home. She moved her thumb to press the send button to call one of the queens and I really didn't want that yet. I knew Hay would instantly run to meet me on the road and then may or may not rush off to do something really bad to Jake and then start a war with the pack. There was no way the pack would win. I didn't want them to die or get hurt, even Jake. Over Jake's stupidity. Please. I tearfully pleaded. Jane reluctantly nodded her head and put her phone up as I drove home. When I got home, I was crying so much that I almost couldn't see. The first thing I did when I got home was change into some comfy clothes and then promptly collapsed onto my bed. Jane hadn't called yet and paused in the doorway to my room when I collapsed onto my bed. Apparently she now deemed this a good time to call one of the queens. She put it on speaker and so that I could hear. She also tilted the phone slightly towards me so that even though I was crying, I would be the one to talk. I didn't realize it at the time, but she did that so that the queens would hear me crying and all three of them would immediately come to me instead of going towards the res where they knew I had just come from to try and figure out who had hurt me and then hurt them back. Jane seemed to realize that I didn't want to start a war, especially with one about to happen tomorrow. I sent her a tearful, appreciative smile to which she nodded too. What's wrong? Sulpicia asked right away, probably hearing me cry right away. I need you, please. I couldn't think of anything else to say. I didn't even think to tell them that I was at Charlie's place. I just wanted them here, and hearing her voice made me practically beg for it right away. I imagine Jane actually supplied where I was, since she paused a few seconds before hanging up the phone. I heard her footsteps walking down the hall and then down the stairs as I buried my face back into my pillow as I cried. I wasn't sure how long had passed before I heard 3 soft growls, but I knew it wasn't much time. I sat up just slightly and outstretched my injured hand towards Dora. When the queens saw my hand, all their eyes went pitch black in less than a second, and I knew that they were moments away from seeking out who hurt me to get revenge. "Dora, please," I begged, and thankfully she understood what I wanted. She was instantly next to me on my bed. She had maneuvered us so that we were both on our sides, facing each other. She had one of her hands around my waist and the other was gently rubbing the back of my head as I cried into her chest. I felt her chin rest on the top of my head, and I couldn't help but clutch tighter at her clothes. I was crying not only for the pain I felt, but for also what Jake had done, and the fact that no matter how hard I tried, I apparently just couldn't be his friend, and I really didn't want to lose that. But I couldn't be his friend after this, and it hurt. I thought I heard one of the others, my money was on Sulpicia, start to move towards the door, and I didn't want that. "Please don't leave," I begged them, even though my face was very much in Dora's chest as I cried. I knew they would not only be able to hear me, but also understand what I said and what I wanted. I felt Dora move backwards towards the wall, and before I could even attempt to understand why she moved, I felt Didim lie behind me. She wrapped her arms around me and had purposefully laid lower on the bed so that her head was buried in the space between my shoulders. I didn't know exactly where Sulpicia was, but I felt her hand replace Dora's on the back of head and her other on my shoulder. I had both Dora's and Didim's arms around my waist, holding me tight, and Sulpicia's hands on my head and shoulder, giving me a gentle massage. Ignoring the reason why I was in this position, practically crying my heart out, I couldn't help but feel so loved in this moment. I knew right then that no matter what Jacob, Edward or anyone else thought, I knew beyond a doubt that I had made the right decision in wanting to be with the queens. We stayed wrapped up with each other for about an hour. Even after I had stopped crying, Dora and Didim continued to hold me and Sulpicia continued to gently pet my head. The moment I relaxed my clutch on Dora's shirt, Sulpicia gently grabbed my injured hand. I didn't want her to see it, even though already had. I just didn't want to deal with what I was sure was going to happen. There was no way the queens would let me getting hurt go unpunished. I also wouldn't hide anything from them, so they would know Jake kissed me. They were not going to be happy. I kept my face buried in Dora's chest while Sulpicia inspected my hand. I felt her turn in it in every direction she could make it go. I felt her very gently trace the entire area on my hand that I was sure was bruised. I could feel when she placed a few kisses that traced the growing bruise on my hand. Just having her cold hands and lips trace and gently hold my injured hand helped me to practically forget I was even hurt. "What happened, Mia Bella?" Sulpicia asked in a very caring voice. I knew she wanted to know. I knew she was going to be really mad when I told them. I knew they were all going to be mad. I couldn't imagine not telling them though. I didn't want them to hurt Jake. Well, okay, I sort of wanted them to hurt Jake because of him kissing me, but I knew that the queens would take hurting Jake, too, killing Jake, and I didn't want that. "Do you promise not to leave me?" I asked, and in retrospect, I probably could have phrased that a different way. Dora immediately gripped me tighter to her and Didim pressed herself further into me. I felt Sulpicia move in closer, to the point where I knew she had definitely invaded Didim's personal space. Sulpicia kept my injured hand in hers, but she bent over so that her head was right next to mine. She moved in what I'm sure was an uncomfortable position, but since she was a vampire I doubted she cared, and started nuzzling my neck. "We would never leave you," Sulpicia said in a very serious tone. "Never think that. We belong to you, Bella." Didim said. "How could we even think of leaving you? You belong to us, Bella." Didim proclaimed. "We will always be with you." Even though I was really touched by what they said, I couldn't help but giggle a little. What they said made me really happy. I knew I didn't have to worry about them ever leaving me. I may not fully understand how the mating bond works because I'm not a vampire. But I at least understood the basics. I wasn't worried they would even think about leaving me, and I knew that they were always confident I would never leave them. They hadn't actually vocalized it. And either had I for that matter, but I somehow knew they weren't afraid of me leaving. I was sure from the beginning they knew I couldn't leave them. That's not what I meant, I said in between giggles. I finally moved my head back so that I could see Dora, and she looked completely confused, a look I was sure was mirrored on the other two. I didn't mean that, I meant that after I tell you what happened. I wanted you to stay here. Dora narrowed her eyes at me, and I could practically see her thinking of all the things that could have happened. I bet she was also thinking of what she could do to get back at whoever had hurt me. She was definitely my warrior. Sulpicia, I bet she was plotting ways to hurt my attacker. She could definitely be as violent as Dora if provoked. But Dora had a habit of heading in right away, whereas Sulpicia planned. Didim, though, I bet she was simply waiting to hear me out. Didim had a lot more patience than the other two and tended to see the full picture a lot faster than the other two. Sulpicia may like to plan things, but her gift didn't always give her all the facts because the people she read may not have had all the facts. Didim waits until she gets all the facts. I decided that I would have to tell them in a precise order so that I could try and avoid them from getting too mad at me. I punched someone, I told them, twice, and apparently I'm not as strong as I thought I was. A giant grin took over Dora's face. She looked insanely proud of me. At least, she did until Sulpicia spoke up. Why would you hit someone, dear? That doesn't seem like you. Sulpicia asked. This is the part one wanted to make sure you guys wouldn't leave, I said in a smaller voice than usual. Didim seemed to understand her, make a soft sound like she just got something. We won't, Bella, I promise, Didim softly said. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths as I tried to gather my thoughts. I trusted Didim when she told me they wouldn't leave. I just wasn't sure how long they would stay. I went to talk with Jake, my best friend, and I tried to tell him what happened and why I left. I took a few seconds to continue to gather my thoughts and put them in order. I was very thankful that they understood to not say anything while I did so. He was mad at first, and I'm sure he probably still is, but I didn't want to lose him. I could feel the tears start to fall again because I knew I was going to lose my best friend and there was nothing I could do. I couldn't go back to being friends with him. I would be too afraid that he would literally physically hurt me again. I refused to put myself in that position again. Take your time, Didim soothingly said as I felt what was probably Dora rubbing my back in smooth circles. Apparently not bothered at all by Didim's front being pressed into my back. I told him that I had to save Edward because I couldn't let him die for nothing. He was given half information and I couldn't just let him die. I couldn't let the Cullens get hurt like that. I heard Dora growl slightly under her breath. I knew they were all mad about how they had just left me so willingly and hurt me so much. Dora just so happened to be a lot more vocal than the other two when it came to showing her anger. I buried my face once again into her chest as a way to not only help calm me but to also help calm her. You were very kind that way, Didim said, her voice helping to somewhat anchor me to the now, instead of my mind forcing me to replay something that I really didn't want to. I told him that on I got to Italy that I met my mates there and I instantly knew that there was no way I could leave. I could feel Dora and Didim purring, just slightly, and I was sure that if I was closer to Sulpicia, I could feel or hear her purring as well. All three of them, no matter how much of a tough girl front they put up, were such softies when it came to me, and I loved it. I hoped it would never change. He knows all about vampires and he doesn't like them. I guess because he's a shifter. His tribal leaders on the reservation basically had them all grow up with stories about how evil vampires are. All Jacob sees is the stories that were passed down in his tribe. He doesn't care that not all vampires are evil, I said, getting both angrier and sadder as I spoke. A shifter, so he changes whenever he wants into a wolf? Dora asked in a cautious tone. Yes, or whenever they get really mad. As a shifter, I guess, they have really bad tempers. I continued to talk as I felt Dora relax from the temporary stiff posture she had had. Unfortunately, they had both. Didim and Dora had stopped purring. Jake had stopped listening to what I was saying, which I guess he never really did. But he didn't, something that he can never take back. I don't even think he wants to take it back. I admitted. I think that hurt more than him actually kissing me. The fact that he doesn't regret how much he hurt me, only that he regrets how much he hurt his chances with me, hurt me a lot more than him actually hurting me. What did he do? Dora asked after she took a few deep breaths that I was needed so that she wouldn't just barge out of here. I was worried that Dora or Sulpicia would run out to hurt Jake. I doubted Didim would. I didn't doubt she could fight. There's no way she would have been alive for long and be one of the leaders of the vampire race if she couldn't. I just knew Didim thought through all her actions a lot more than Sulpicia and Dora did. Those two prefer action more than thoughts. I gripped harder on Dora's shirt and, even though it was very painful, I gripped Sulpicia's hand that she still held so that I could try my best to keep them with me. I was confident that as long as I held on to them, they wouldn't leave me, or, at least, they would give me an opportunity to try and talk them out of going to hurt Jacob. He kissed me, I said quickly, like pulling off a band-aid. Then after I punched him for the first time, he tried again and so I punched him again. I hooked my leg over Dora's when I felt her move. It seemed like she was making a motion to get up and leave, but I was hoping with my leg over hers it would stop her. Sulpicia didn't move and I was sure she wouldn't until I let go of her. She would be too afraid to hurt me by moving my hand herself, so she wouldn't even try. I'll kill him, Sulpicia growled. After I torture him. That stupid shifter pup. Dora growled. Told you they get jealous easily. Didim whispered into my ear, though I could still hear the anger in her voice. Oh, don't you even start. You're just as mad as we are. Sulpicia said in a way I had never heard her talk to either of her co-leaders before. There was absolutely no hint of teasing in her voice. Of course I am. I'm a vampire, aren't I? I would love to see and to help for that matter, torture and kill that Jake pup for even thinking about touching Bella. For even thinking he had any claim whatsoever on our Bella, I wouldn't mind hurting him and teaching him a thing or two. Didim growled out and before I could even try to talk and change their minds, she continued talking. But I'm smart enough to realize that Bella clearly still cares about him, or at least cares enough to not want him hurt or killed. So, I won't. I would never hurt Bella by hurting that foolish pup to calm my jealousy. I felt all three of them tense. They had to have heard or smelled something I couldn't because I couldn't see any other reason for them to tense up. Or, if he starts anything here, I will have no problems defending Bella or myself if he attacks. I will not kill him unless he leaves no other choice. She didn't have to explicitly say it for me to understand that she meant yeah. Kay was here and that they could either smell or hear him walking up. I didn't hear the door open or anything else to indicate he was here, so I was sure I had just a little time to spare. I understand Didim's little unsaid warning. If Jake attacked them and didn't back down, they would kill him. If he tried to do anything to me again, they would attack him. I wouldn't stop them. It hurt if they had to kill Jake. But how could I fault them for killing him if he was trying to do the same thing and wouldn't stop even after they show what I knew to be their clearly better superior fighting skills? I would be depressed if he was killed. But I couldn't blame them. Self-defense, though a good thing, can always turn into being something bad. Please try not to hurt him. I practically begged of them. Instantly I was sitting on Dora's lap as she sat on the edge of my bed. Didim was next to the door and Sulpicia was next to the window glaring at something that I was sure Jake traveling in his wolf form here. We'll try, I swear it. But if he pushes his luck. She didn't need to finish the threat because I already knew it was there. Bella, are you okay? Jake yelled as I heard my front door being slammed open. I was instantly happy that Charlie wouldn't be here until late. There was no way I could explain the three women being in my room with me and Jake charging into the house asking that question. He got me mad at him again though because this wasn't his house. He really needed to stop treating it that way. Did he not learn from last time? Not even Billy, who was over here every other weekend, more often than not without Jake, didn't treat this house like it was his, because it wasn't. I bolted right off Dora's lap and out of my room. I could vaguely hear the three following me at a more leisurely pace as I raced down the stairs, being as careful as possible to not trip. Jake, why are you in my house? I questioned instead of answering his. I would hope that he would be able to tell that I was fine. I was momentarily thankful that Jacob had come in from the back door, unlike what I had originally thought. That meant that if something happened, it was easy for us all to leave. Out the back door and into the backyard that of course had no fence since it was forest back there, instead of going out the front door where someone might possibly see a giant wolf if he shifts in. Some very angry vampires attacking said wolf. And of course I was hoping against it, this didn't go well, which I didn't think it would. Bella, we have to go, there are vampires around here that don't smell like the Cullens. Jake said urgently, and I had to resist rolling my eyes. If he could smell them being in the area, how could he not smell or even hear for that matter, that they were right behind me coming down the stairs? Perhaps though, he was thinking about one of the guards that I was sure was out in the forest still. Of course there are Jake, I invited them here. I lied, I definitely didn't technically invite them in. They more or less invited themselves because I simply couldn't really talk at the time. But Jane invited them and I walked in with Jane, so that kind of counted right. Plus, I wanted them here and they knew that, so that had to count as a silent invitation. Jake gave me a look that said I had to crazy to have invited vampires into my home. Little did he know, just yet at least, that I invited human drinkers into my home. There was nothing he could do or say about it that would change my mind or get them to leave. You invited them here, Jake yelled at me, his temper was very visibly growing. Do you realize how stupid that is? I'm getting you out of here. Jake started to reach for my hand as I started to walk backwards. I walked backwards right into Dime, who put her arms protectively around me. Dora appeared next to me and had her arms crossed over chest and a glare on her face. Sulpicia was also next to me but had reached out for Jake's hand to stop it from grabbing me. When a lady walks away from you like that, it means she doesn't want to be touched. Didym growled as she rested her chin on my shoulder and I relaxed into her hold. It does. Nt mean to continue advancing on her and forcing her to do what you want. Dora growled. Even though your intentions were good, you need to learn to portray them properly. Sulpicia said with a growl. She released Jake's hand by throwing it at him like it was the most disgusting thing she had ever touched. Sulpicia touched him. That meant she knew every thought he had ever had. That also means shish. He knows all the thoughts the pack had when Jake was in his wolf form. I hope Jake hadn't thought anything to piss Sulpicia off any more than she already was. Bella, they have red eyes, they aren't safe. Jake said as he started to vibrate with so much anger. If you don't calm yourself down right now, you'll explode and ruin Charlie's house. Didym said in a calm voice. How do you expect to explain that to him? Let her go, Jake demanded, but seemed to at least realize the truth in what Didym had said, even if he chose to ignore it was said. I don't want her to, Jacob, I said, deciding to try and take control of the conversation and get Jake to leave and leave me alone. These three are my mates, I never want them to let go. I said the last part with a soft smile that probably looked a little cheesy, but I really didn't care. They can't be your mate, Bella. I picked on the fact that he said mate instead of mates, singular instead of plural. He didn't want to believe me. Of course we are, you stupid pup, Dora said with barely withheld hate in her voice. Dora, I softly chided. I didn't want her to start a fight and name-calling was a surefire way to evoke Jake's anger. Bella would never choose a stupid female over a male. Over me, was what I was sure he meant to say but didn't dare say it out loud. Of course I choose them and I will choose them, I confidently said. Funny how being in the arms of a millenniums-old vampire gives me so much courage to face an angry shifter that looks to be about to shift. They're bloodsuckers, Bella, the ones that kill humans, Jake said, trying to reason with me, which he couldn't. They aren't good, they never could be. His words made me a lot angrier than I had ever been when he tried this argument with me on the Cullens. They are simply place, eyeing the hand they were dealt in life, Jake. They didn't beg to become vampires so that they could eat off of human blood for eternity. I angrily said, if it wasn't for Didym's arms around me I would have walked up and started poking him in the chest to emphasize my words. It would be like expecting you to continue to eat the serving size people would normally eat at your age, which would kill you. Jake only laughed at me and gave a look that said I was crazy for defending them. Don't even try to compare us, Bella. They kill people, it's not the same. They have no choice, that's what they were made to do. I practically shouted at him. Just like I was made to kill them. Jake said in a serious voice, and before I could act, I was being pulled away, towards the corner counters as Jake literally tackled Dora out of the back door. Didim kept her hand in mine as we both ran outside to watch everything unfold. Jake had managed to shift as soon as he left the doorway, so I was able to see Dora get to her feet. Jake was in an offensive position and was growling threateningly towards her. Dora, which I was shocked to see, was actually laughing as she got to her feet. Sulpicia was in front of Didim and I but behind Dora. She was probably an extra line of defense in between the fight that I was sure was about to break out. This will be fun, Dora said when stopped laughing. I can already tell that you have never actually fought against a vampire, and I hate to break it to you, pup. I happen to be one of the oldest and most experienced vampires alive. You don't stand a chance, Dora said in a serious tone. All three of them still had red eyes, and if Jake was paying attention to that, he would have realized that if these were the Cullens he was about to fight, they would have all had black eyes right now. If he was paying attention, he would have realized just how in control all three of them still were, when he clearly wasn't. He should have been able to realize that the actual threat to me was him because he can't control himself. Jake growled loudly from Dora's words and then charged at her. Dora stood her ground, and when Jake was within reach, she punched him in the jaw. The punch was so hard that it made Jake's head swing to the side and he seemed about to fall down. He caught himself at the last second though and quickly attempted to claw Dora. I could see what Dora was talking about now. About Jake having no experience. Dora jumped onto his back and placed her arms around his throat, and even though I couldn't see her arms that well because of Jake's fur, I knew she was squeezing. Jake struggled to get her to loosen her grip, but anything he tried didn't work. I was actually starting to get afraid that Dora wouldn't let go until he couldn't breathe anymore. Don't worry, Didim said as she picked up on my fear from my heart as it beat faster. Dora won't kill him, she's only teaching him a lesson. The whole pack will now know not to mess with us in the future, for however long their memory lasts. That brought in a whole new set of worries though. I hadn't thought about the pack. Jake was in his wolf form now, which meant that the pack, any that were also in their wolf form, could hear his thoughts. They would know right away that he was fighting a red-eyed vampires. They would come to help him. I didn't want to start a war, this had to stop. This would also ruin any chance the Cullens had of living here peacefully. They would have to find a new place to call home. I didn't want to displace them. I knew that they had to have other places to go, since once they left Forks, they couldn't come back until several generations had died, to make sure they were well forgotten. I didn't want Jake attacking Dora because of things I said to ruin what the Cullens had worked hard to keep. Don't worry, sweetie, the pack won't come, Didim said, once again picking up on what I was newly afraid of. Sulpicia knew all about the treaty when she read the Cullens' thoughts, and of course she shared the knowledge with us since we didn't want to risk their home either. The pack cannot attack on the Cullens' land, which is Forks. So, Jacob broke the treaty, and if anything, the Cullens are well within their right to attack, but the pack isn't. So, they won't come. Jake is on his own. The pack won't risk a fight that could hurt and expose them to humans. They also don't have the numbers to beat us, and they know that without knowing about the guards we brought with us, Sulpicia added. With my fears momentarily put to rest, I focused back on the fight. Dora Still had her arms around Jake's thick neck, and it seemed in one last-ditch effort, Jake very poorly and awkwardly jumped onto his back. I guess he had hoped it would somehow hurt or stun Dora enough to make her let go. I had no idea why Jake thought that would work. Instead of getting back up to try something else, he laid there and Dora kept her strong grip. Within seconds of lying still on the ground, Jacob shifted back into his naked form. That was something I had never wanted to see. I brought my hand up immediately to cover my eyes so that I wouldn't have to see that anymore. What's wrong, Bella? Does seeing him nude make you ill? Didim asked with a chuckle. You're all flushed. Shut up, I said through gritted teeth as I fought to get rid of my blush from seeing my former friend in the nude. I think it's good that she's covering her eyes, Sulpicia said. She should only see our bodies nude, no one else's. I have no idea how she managed to make that sentence said so possessive. She did, and it definitely didn't help my blush. Listen to me, pup, and listen to me well, Dora said with a growl. I heard Jake whimper and I imagined that was because Dora pressed down harder to make sure he was paying attention. Bella is ours. She will never belong to anyone else. If you touch her again, I will not hesitate to kill her. If you think that pack of yours can even pretend to stand a chance against the Volturi, then I welcome you to try. I always love a fight, no matter how weak the fight is. We will go back to Italy, with Bella, soon, so I hope you can manage to control yourself for that long. I lowered my hands a little so that I could see what was happening, but I made sure that I didn't look at anything inappropriate. Dora didn't give Jacob a chance to respond. Instead she simply flung Jake towards the forest like he weighed nothing at all, which to her, he probably didn't. Jake landed roughly in the distance, luckily that far away I couldn't see anything when stumbled to his feet. I could see that he looked back briefly then ran off into the forest. I was sure that was the last time I was going to see him. I started crying again, just as hard as earlier today. This time though, not only was it for what he had done earlier, but for attacking those I loved and also because of what had played out in front of me. The boy I had thought I knew was no more, he was someone else now. Even though I knew I wasn't going to be friends anymore with him, seeing it all play out that I couldn't be friends with him because he attacked my girls, it hurt. It hurt a lot more than I thought it should, but it did. We were technically friends since we were little, even if there was a huge gap of not seeing each other, we were still always close. I didn't realize I was moving you. Until I felt myself being laid down on my side and the queens all took similar positions from last time. I was now clutching onto Didim in front of me, Sulpicia was holding me tightly from behind and Dora was sitting cross-legged on the head of my head with my head in her lap. I was now actually cuddled with all three of them and it helped so much as I cried for what I knew would be the last time for Jake. Just let it all out, dear. He was close to you. Sulpicia said softly. I know it hurts now, but we're for you. Didim said. We're proud that you were able to give him up. He clearly didn't care that much for you as a person. No matter what he claimed. I'm sure Heidi would love to be your best friend. Dora said with a small smile. She wasn't good with the whole dealing with emotions thing. But what she said at least made me chuckle a little in between subs. I could definitely see Heidi and I becoming close friends, and now apparently, Heidi, since she was technically just guard and almost seen as just an employee, had the queen's blessing to get close to me, to be a good friend. I spent the rest of the afternoon cuddle up with them. It wasn't until around dinner time, long after I had calmed down but refused to leave their embrace, my stomach growled and the queens made me decide what I wanted to eat so that they could get Heidi to pick up and deliver. They wanted to make sure I was well fed and rested since tomorrow was going to be an early start. They had hoped for an easy day for me tomorrow, but since not even Alice could fully predict how the battle will wage since she still couldn't see Victoria's decisions that she wasn't making herself. The three queens made sure I had a full meal and went to bed early and told me that they would wake me up with time tomorrow to get dressed and then we would meet the Cullens in an area they had apparently already picked out as the meeting area. I leaned against a tree as I watched Athenadora pace back and forth in front of me. According to what we were told before we left the others, I was facing where the fight would be taking place. In between us and where the main fight was to take place, both Jane and Alec waited as well. They were placed as both a means to communicate between me and Dora and the main group. They also made sure to keep the twins within range of the main fight though, to make sure they could help, just in case. But their main objective was to get any newborns that somehow got past the main group. I wasn't sure how far Jane's and Alec's power reached, but I was sure that Dora wasn't that far out of her hearing range of where the main battle would take place. That was probably why she was so anxious, because she was practically where the main event was. Are you okay? I couldn't think of anything else to say. But I couldn't take the silence anymore. I knew that as soon as the actual fight started, Sulpicia very strongly recommended that I keep quiet because the newborns were going to H. Avenue enough to energize them from just my scent. She didn't want them to hear me as well. Of course I am. I just want that stupid redhead to get here so that I can kill her. Dora said as she stopped in front of me. You really like fighting, don't you? Even though it was a question, it sounded more like a statement. I had been made all too aware of how much she liked fighting, being as old as she was. She had to have fought a lot to keep alive, especially with being in charge for as long as she has with the others. I guess I just hadn't figured that she would be this excited about the upcoming fight. She didn't have a grin on her face. If anything, she actually looked like she was scowling. I could still tell though, she was definitely excited for what was to come. Of course I do, it's a great way to pass the time, Dora said as she took a few steps closer to me. She cupped my cheek with her hand and I instantly leaned into the touch. Dora took advantage of the extra space I provided by CK and nuzzled it right away as she kept her hand on my cheek. That doesn't bother you, right? She didn't sound insecure, but even without me knowing Dora as well as I would like to think I did, the question itself showed insecurity. No, you make me feel even safer, I answered. I felt her lips press into my neck and I was preparing myself for what I thought was the situation about to get a little heated. Instead though, she jumped away from me, a step or two away and turned her back to me. It's started, Dora whispered. I felt my entire body tense as I tried my best to be able to hear something, but there was nothing. Literally, there was absolutely no sound aside from my breathing. I couldn't hear any birds, small animals moving in the brush, nothing, there was no sound. Even the animals were too afraid to stick around here. It won't be long until we have visitors. Dora's voice was tense. I could see her shift slightly, as if preparing to interject. She held her hand backwards, out to me as a silent invitation to move closer to her. I moved so that I was standing beside her, but she moved so that she was just slightly ahead of me, protecting me from something I couldn't see. In fact, I doubted she could see or even hear any threat to me at that moment. Minutes dragged on and Dora didn't move a muscle. She wasn't even pretending to move so that I could have a small peace of mind that she wasn't a statue. I always appreciated that the vampires, the friendly ones I had been around always made sure to make small gestures, such as breathing or adopting nervous tics, so that I wouldn't get nervous by standing around a non-moving object. I was okay with them not moving, but it was nice to see that they were actually alive. It calmed my instincts, I supposed. I almost wanted to ask Dora to move, but I knew she was in the zone, as she mentally prepared herself for the incoming fight. I couldn't help but fidget as I waited for any sort of sign about the fight that was going to happen. I shuffled as close as I could to Dora. I was very careful to not touch her, even though I really wanted to have her arms wrapped around me so that I could feel that immediate protection. I wasn't normally someone who would cower. I did go to see James alone after all. But with the total silence, the knowledge that a fight was happening so that a bunch of newborns could get to, it was getting to me. Just as I was about to ignore my mental protests at physically touching Dora, I heard her start to growl under her breath. In the blink of an eye, Victoria and some brunette boy were standing in front of us. The boy didn't seem to be acting as uncontrollable as I was led to believe newborns did. Two of you. This will be fun, Dora said with a smirk. She crouched down, just slightly, and seemed fully ready to charge both of the vampires. Go. It was a simple order from Victoria. I had actually thought Victoria would have been like James and had a full speech ready. I had kind of hoped she would explain what her plan was and be distracted enough for Dora to make the first move. For some reason, no matter how much I knew it wasn't true, I wanted to think that if Dora made the RST move, it meant that she was in control of the fight and she was going to win. Foolish thinking, but at the time, that's what I had thought. The boy moved too quickly for me to see and so did Dora. I heard the normal sound of vampires crashing together, signaling the two were fighting. That meant Victoria and I were, sort of, left alone. Even though I knew Dora would do all she could to make sure I wouldn't get. I could help but get nervous that Victoria just got her chance to kill me. Dora was busy with that other vampire. I wasn't sure how good of a fighter Dora was, but I knew she couldn't be in two places at once. She couldn't fight that vampire and defend me against Victoria, especially if that other vampire somehow managed to pull her far enough away from me. At last, I'll have revenge for what you did, Victoria sneered as she took slow steps towards me. I immediately matched her steps in moving backwards and was momentarily glad that I had, moments ago, moved away from the tree I was leaning against. At least now I could try to buy some time until Dora could get here. I didn't actually do anything though, I said in an almost panicked voice. If it wasn't for you, James would still be here. If you had just died like he wanted, he would still be with me. I didn't bother to point out that if James hadn't tried to attack me when a large coven was clearly protecting me, he would still be alive. I knew that no matter how much logic I gave to Victoria, she would only see that James tried to get me, and because of vampires protecting me, he was killed. She would only see the TI was the common factor in what James wanted and ultimately, what caused him to die. I had only managed to take a couple steps before I was backed into the tree I was previously leaning against. I started to try to inch around it, in hopes that I would be able to continue to move backwards and buy more time, but it didn't work. Victoria tsked at me and shook her finger at me. She smirked at me before she disappeared from my sight. The first thing I became aware of was that Victoria's hand was inches away from my throat. She seemed to be going in to choke me. I didn't know if she planned to try and torture me, or if she was simply going to kill me right away. I honestly didn't want to know. The next thing I noticed was Dora's hand grasped around Victoria's wrist. She was standing right next to me, almost pressed against me. Her other hand, that wasn't holding Victoria's wrist, was holding Victoria's fist. It looked as if Victoria had tried to punch either me or Dora, and Dora had simply caught her fist. Dora didn't even seem to be struggling to hold Victoria's hands. Victoria, though, she was definitely trying to get her hands away from Dora, but was having absolutely no luck. Thanks to Heidi, we knew what your power was. I was honestly hoping you would have put up more of a fight. Dora said to the struggling redhead. I'm very disappointed that you didn't put up nearly much of a fight as I had hoped. Riley, Victoria yelled. That must have been the other vampire's name then. Oh, he won't be able to help you, Dora said with an almost sadistic smirk. Did you really think either Hatboy or yourself would actually stand a chance against the Volturi? What pathetic wishing. Even if the Cullens weren't here, we still would have been easily able to kill you all. No, I saw fear ash in Victoria's eyes before she was wiped away from my sight. I assumed that was because Dora didn't want to kill someone in front of me. I think it's a bit horrible to admit, but I kind of swooned little at that. Even in the middle of a fight, she was still thinking of me. I really didn't want to watch anyone die, even though I was starting to think that I would eventually have to get over that after I was turned. Not too far from where I was standing, and from in the direction I wasn't facing, I heard what sounded like two boulders being smashed together. I imagined that was the sound of a vampire's head being torn from their body. I didn't dare move out of fear. I was afraid that in some weird turn of events, Victoria won. I highly doubted that was the case, but I couldn't help think that as the fear slowly grew. Well, that wasn't nearly as fun as I had hoped. She didn't put up nearly as much of a fight as her theatrics with the newborn army suggested she might have. Dora said after she appeared in front of me. Come on. The fight is nearly over. We'll walk your pace and it'll be over by then. Alec, burn these two immediately, Dora commanded. Dora grabbed my hand. I didn't hesitate to thread our fingers together. And pulled me close to her. I wanted to cuddle next to her, but since I was walking, I didn't trust my balance enough to be able to pull that off. Dora would have to carry me so that I could cuddle and not fall, and I wasn't about to ask her to do that. I didn't want to walk up to everyone else in Dora's arms. It would be embarrassing since there really wasn't a good enough reason for me to be in her arms. We walked the entire way to the clearing in silence. I wanted to ask how easy Dora thought the fight was, since from my perspective it seemed as if it was insanely easy for her since neither fight lasted long. I didn't ask though, because as we continued to walk, she seemed to start to get more and more upset with each step. I didn't know what she was upset about, but I knew that it wouldn't take long for me to find out. As soon as we were in the clearing, I was wrapped up in Didim's arms with my chin on her shoulder. I had my arms wrapped around her right away, but I still wanted to see the damage to the area, so I sacrificed nuzzling my face into her neck in favor of looking at the clearing. There were patches of burnt grass scattered around he clearing from where they had burned the bodies of the newborns. Sulpicia had made it very clear before we had left for the clearing that any and all burning would only take place after the battle as over, because she didn't want to risk anyone from our side getting flung into a fire. From what it looked like, vampires were more than very flammable, as Sulpicia had put it. I couldn't see any bodies lying on the ground, and I hadn't thought we had walked for that long, so perhaps getting burned was practically instant death to them. "Are you okay?" I asked as soon as I realized it was Didim that had me wrapped in their arms. "Of course I am. The Volturi have had to deal with hundreds if not more newborns during our reign, so this wasn't too much of a difficult fight." Didim answered. "It was a fun fight. Gave me a chance to finally put my muscles to good use," Emmett said as Didim slowly pulled away from our hug, but she kept her hand around my waist as Sulpicia came up to give me a hug herself. "Even though I knew you weren't hurt, especially with Dora as your personal guard, it's still very comforting to have you in my arms again after a fight," Sulpicia admitted, and I tightened my arms around just slightly so show that I completely understood what she was saying. "What use were they, Emmett? I had 2 more kills than you," Felix said with a smirk. Sulpicia eventually pulled away and moved quickly to stand behind me since Dora and Didim were standing on both my sides. "Why must you always turn killing into a competition, Felix?" Heidi said in an annoyed tone, but her eyes gave away her amusement. "Because I always win," Felix said with a huge grin. Emmett looked like he was about to say something, probably to argue with Felix and defend himself from Felix claiming to have killed more than Felix, but didn't get the chance. For just a second, I was actually surprised that I didn't really care too much that at least 2 vampires here were talking about who killed the most. I was, even slightly disgusted by the argument. I didn't know why, but I assumed I was okay with it because it was either they kill the vampires or they get killed. I would rather them kill than die any day. "Why was Victoria not alone when she confronted me?" Dora asked in an authoritative voice. She was looking at Jane and Alec when she asked this, so I assumed she expected either of them to answer. They were the ones that were in charge to make sure no one, aside from Victoria, reached me and Dora, so it would make sense that Dora would turn to them for this answer. Neither had the chance to answer though. Both Victoria and her friend went around our group. They had apparently predicted our setup. Carlyle answered in his normal soothing voice. "They appeared in front of us, why did you not do something about when you sensed them?" Dora asked the twins, acting as if it was them that answered her, not Carlyle. "I don't think that really matters," Edward cut in. "I'm just happy that you came out unharmed, Bella." Edward sighed, his comments not sitting well with the queens. "Why would I ask if it didn't matter?" Dora said with a sneer. "We won, there's no use in talking about what could have happened," Edward persisted, annoying Sulpicia and especially Dora even more. "None of us were hurt, I think that's the main thing." Edward then gave his most charming smile that for once made me want to slap him. I didn't if he even realized this or not, but he was being rude to the queens and I had no doubt they wouldn't bring that to his attention. "Carlyle, dear friend, it seems you have lacked on teaching your coven members manners," Didim said in a very pleasant tone that she was using to cover her annoyance. "I'm not being rude," Edward defended, causing Rosalie to snort her disagreement and roll her eyes as she wrapped herself in Emmett's arms. Sulpicia raised an eyebrow in Carlyle's direction and I swear that simple action spoke more than any words could at that moment. Carlyle seemed to understand exactly what Sulpicia hadn't vocally said. Edward's indignant snort meant that he wasn't happy about whatever thoughts he was listening to. "Edward, you know better," Carlyle said, as if he was talking to a child. I didn't expect Carlyle to actually do anything, or even say anything particularly cutting. I used to love Edward, and well, love is blind. It wasn't until I was with the Volturi and away from his influence that I realized how much of a child Edward really was. He may be a century old, but he was forever mentally a 17-year-old boy. I was pleasantly surprised Carlyle actually fully reprimanded Edward. "Son, the Volturi hold a lot more experience than all of us together. If they wish to discuss the finer details of what happened and why, then they will." "See," Carlyle said in the harshest tone I had ever heard him use. "Well, it wasn't really harsh, but it was definitely stern. You need to learn to not argue with those in charge, Edward. There's a reason they are in charge. If something happens that you don't approve of, you can always discuss it, but there's a time and place to do so. Simply commanding others to do what you want is not the proper procedure." "I don't command anyone to do anything," Edward sighed with a look of incredulity. "I'm simply saying what I believe to be the best course of action. It just so happens that the best course of action Happens to be whatever you think and never what anyone else thinks. Rosalie said, her tone thick with sarcasm. If you wouldn't mind, Bella, I believe we should leave the Cullens to their discussion and I can take you to get lunch. Diddum said as she slowly started to turn, but allowing me to stay put in case I didn't want to actually leave. Sure, I answered. A part of me wanted to stick around and listen to what Carlyle had to say to Edward. I also wanted to see what else Rosalie had to say because there was no way she would pass an opportunity to bring Edward down a notch or two. Lastly, I was curious as to whether or not any of the other Cullens would say anything and what they would say if someone did speak up. But I didn't think it was good for me to stay. I technically wasn't part of their family. I would like to think I was at least still loved by them. I would think I was since they were more than willing to fight today. It wasn't my place to be there anymore though. I had aligned myself with the Volturi. Not that I would ever actually turn my back on the Cullens, but my familiar ties seemed to be more with the Volturi than the Cullens. I would never forget, ignore or stop contact with them. But the Volturi were slowly starting to mean more to me than the Cullens. What about Sulpicia and Dora though? I didn't want to sound clingy, but I liked spending time with all three of them. I would gladly admit that I wouldn't mind spending one-on-one time with them, but I didn't want them to think that I favored one of them more than the other. We're going to debrief, it will take some time because Dora's is very meticulous about these things. With having the boy, Riley, getting past Jane and Alec and the others for that matter, she'll want to do everything in her power to make sure that something will never happen again. Sulpicia explained. I just want to make sure that we learn from our mistakes. Dora said with a pout that she was failing to try and hide. We didn't plan for Victoria to be with someone. What's the point of planning if nothing follows it? Unexpected things happen all the time though. I argued as Diddum picked me up bridal style. We were very far from any road, so we had to run here. Well, they ran and I sat in Sulpicia's arms as she ran. Of course they do, and we need to learn from those unexpected events so that it can be planned against in the future. Dora said as she smirked at me. Clearly she was happy to be talking about something that she was exceptional at. That's a big reason we have stayed in power for so long. We never once we know everything and we are always looking to learn something new. Sounds like a fun life. I commented. I was always up for learning. Admitting that makes me seem very nerdy, but part of being a bookworm like myself involves at the very least an appreciation for learning since every book contains something new. It's yours when you want it, Dora said with a smile before Sulpicia took off running. I quickly picked up on her wording. The Queens have always made it clear that they fully expected me to fall head over heels in love with them. They never doubted our connection. Hearing them say things like Sulpicia just had, saying when instead of if, meant a lot to me. Hearing their confidence just added to mine. It made me fall a little more in love with them. Who wouldn't want to be with someone who knew from the start that they were always meant for you and that they were just waiting for you to realize it? It's absolutely romantic, and no matter how much Dora denied it publicly, I knew that all three of them were very romantic. I couldn't wait to really start our relationship, or at least move it forward. It wouldn't really move forward in Forks. We would wait until we were back in Italy, until we were home. I would always appreciate Forks since it was the place that led me to the Queens, but I couldn't deny that Italy was my home now. The Queens lived there and I knew they didn't want to move. So, of course, since they lived there, that would be my home. I was happy to get back to Italy. Italy had started to feel a lot more like home when I was at Forks. Sounds a little backwards, I know. Being at Forks made me miss Italy. It made me miss the castle. I wanted to read the many books they had stored in that large library. I wanted to visit Dora's garden and I wanted to visit the entertainment room that I had, helped Sulpicia with. I found that even though I had missed living with Charlie, I didn't really see his home as mine anymore. I was okay with living there, but I didn't feel at home. I felt like a visitor. I wanted to go home to Italy. After the battle with Victoria and the newborns, I went straight to my house. Charlie had said he was going to be gone again for most of the day, doing paperwork, so I wasn't concerned about Charlie accidentally running into the Queens and I cuddling on the couch in the living room. After the events of the battle, Sulpicia and Diddum were perfectly content to just cuddle with me on the couch. I had eventually learned that while the three of us cuddled on the couch before lunch, Dora was interrogating the guard on how the battle went. The first thing she said when she joined us for lunch, myself being the only who ate of course, was that when we got back to Italy, she was going to have to do more training with the guard with multiple attackers. I guessed that Dora wasn't happy with how the guard managed going against an army of newborns. I had learned that, though they had fought and killed many newborns, they had never actually fought an army of newborns. Dora wanted to make sure that if they were to face on again in the future, they wouldn't hesitate with charging into fight like they were this time. With the battle over and the risk gone from Forks, by evening I had already asked to go home, to go back to Italy. The queens were more than happy to let us go home as soon as possible. They would have been happy to leave for Italy that night, but I couldn't leave that soon, especially without saying goodbye to Charlie. I wouldn't do that to him again. The earliest I would leave Forks would be tomorrow night, no sooner. The queens were a little sad about having to wait even longer to go home, but they were more than willing to give me the time I wanted. I stayed home the whole day and cuddled with the queens. It was a nice day. I had made dinner for Charlie and after dinner, I spent time with him as he watched a sports game of some sort. It didn't take long for him to realize that I had something important to tell him. I was proud of myself for not trying to find my way out of telling him what I needed to. I knew he was happy to have me back and I didn't want to upset him by telling him that I wasn't going to be here much longer like he had hoped. I told him right away though. I didn't want to put off telling him since I really did want to leave the next night. Charlie was sad that I wanted to leave so soon, but the excuse I gave him had him not complain too much. I had told him that we had to get back to work. I was, as far as he was concerned, there for a small business trip with my boss. I wasn't supposed to be in Forks for long and I knew Charlie knew that, but it still sucked to have to point it out to him. The following day we had spent all day together. We didn't do anything aside from watching sports games of Charlie's, choosing and going to the diner for breakfast and lunch. Charlie cooked us fish for dinner and then I said goodbye. One of the last things Charlie had told me before I had left was to make sure that Renee heard from me since the only thing she had heard thus far was that I was fine, nothing else. I couldn't help but feel guilty about leaving my own mom out of the loop of everything. I hadn't done it on purpose, it just kind of happened. I made a mental note as Didim drove me to the Cullens' place that I would call Renee soon in Italy and update her on what's been happening. Or, at least tell her the same story I told Charlie so that she could be on the same page as he was. When I arrived at the Cullens, I didn't have much time to say goodbye to them. The queens had said, several times as I said very quick goodbyes that we were on a time limit. Something to do with getting authorizations to fly during certain hours and having to refuel in certain locations. I really wasn't paying attention apart from them telling me to hurry up. All I had time for was to hug most everyone goodbye. Even Rosalie gave me a hug goodbye and said that she practically had no choice but to like me because I was putting up with Jane. It didn't escape my notice that she said that as her arms were around me as an extra precaution on in case Jane decided to retaliate a bit violently against Rosalie for the remark. The only person I didn't hug goodbye was Edward and that was because I just didn't feel right hugging him. I was surprised that he more than cordial towards the queens. I guess whatever Carlyle had told him really affected him. Alice had once again assuaged my thoughts about seeing them again and told me that without a doubt we would see each other again soon. She also told me that we did see each other again. My relationships with the Cullens could be fixed and be brought back to how they were, better in fact. There was still an undercurrent of distrust and hurt as I had said goodbye to the Cullens and I didn't like that feeling. Alice's words though helped calm me and made me look forward to what would come. What gave me the most hope though of my future with the Cullens was when Edward was more than willing to shake hands with Sulpicia and Sulpicia only barely narrowed her eyes but nodded in acceptance at something nonetheless. It was that thought about Sulpicia accepting something Edward thought that actually brought me back to my surroundings. I had been in the castle for a few hours and was actually almost ready to go to sleep, but my curiosity was killing me. The queens had told me previously that they had wanted to check up on a few things as soon as they were back, just to make sure everything had truly run smoothly while they were gone. I was told that as soon as I was ready, If I had wanted to, they would be more than happy to cuddle with me while I fell asleep. After I was dressed in some pajamas and was considering not sleeping in my bed but using one of their sparsely used ones, I decided to ask Sulpicia what had happened between her and Edward earlier in the day. "Hey, Jane, can you get Sulpicia for me please?" I asked after I opened the door to my room that revealed it was the blonde twin that had been assigned to guard me. She nodded her head, but didn't leave her spot. She only turned her head in the direction of what I was fairly certain was where Sulpicia was. "She's finishing a discussion with a guard member, then we'll be here." Jane at my questioning look and added, "She and Didymu are within hearing distance." She explained. "Oh, well, thank you anyways," I said before closing the door again. My room held a small sitting area that the queens made sure add a couple chairs in it that not only fit their decorating scheme in the room but that I found it comfortable to sit in. I decided to sit in one of those chairs as I waited for Sulpicia to get here. The book I was reading earlier was draped across the armrest, open to the page I had left it on. No sooner had I picked up the book and read the first word, did someone knock on my door. Perfect timing, of course. I was sure it was planned. I hesitantly put down the book and looked at the door curiously before another knock sounded and I jumped to my feet. I wasn't sure who would be on the other side since I had thought that if it was Sulpicia, she would just walk right in like they all had in the past. Jane didn't bother knocking in favor of opening the door and saying what she needed to from the crack she created. I knew it couldn't be anyone that wanted to hurt me because that would mean they would have had to get past Jane, and honestly, I doubted anyone could without alerting anyone else in the castle. I slowly opened the door after another knock on the door and cautiously looked through the small opening I was slowly creating. To my shock, it was Sulpicia with a very amused look on her face. "For a moment I thought you had changed your mind about wanting to see me," the ancient vampire said with a very fake, yet very adorable, pout. "I wasn't expecting you to knock," I truthfully answered. I opened the door more than wide enough to allow her to come into my room, and even with the more than plentiful space I had given, she still managed to walk past me so closely that her arm brushed against my chest. I couldn't suppress the shiver if I wanted to. I closed the door as soon as she had cleared the doorway and turned to face her. She had made herself comfortable on the chair, opposite the one I was sitting on, and was looking at the book I was just reading. "This is a good book," Sulpicia commented before she put the bookmark in place and put the book down on the table. "Well, my dear, we are now officially courting you since you no longer have any strings attached to anyone else. Although, I will confess that we will be courting you slightly different than how things went about in our day." I wasn't sure why, but being told that I was being courted made me blush. To me it seemed a lot more intimate that saying someone was dating me. The intimacy involved with courting, and the fact that courting usually ended up in marriage, it just made me blush. The smirk on Sulpicia's face made me believe that she knew full well what her word choice would cause, and I blushed Saint that much more as I sat down across from her. Different how? I was willing to put off asking about her and Edward's quiet conversation until I understood exactly, or most of, what these three women were planning. I would just have to make sure she didn't distract me too much. "Well, for one, we have absolutely no intention of being so chaste with you. Courting usually meant abstinence from everything, for the most part. And we just don't see the fun in that. We will basically, what you call, be dating you, but we prefer using the word courting. It makes you blush and we like that effect," Sulpicia said with a teasing smirk. At least now I knew exactly what she meant. I would also bet that the first person to take me out on a date would her so she can get her kiss, that she was merciless. Lee teased a butt from Dora on the plane ride home. I also wondered if they would let me take them on dates. I didn't want them to think that I didn't want to put any work into our relationship, or that I expected them to always do all the work. I think it would be fun to take them out someplace, do something that they normally wouldn't have done. "I guess I'm okay with that," I said as my face finally cooled off. "Good, because there wasn't really a chance of us not courting you," Sulpicia said as she leaned further back into her chair and folded her hands in her lap. "Now, what can I help you with? I believe my presence specifically was requested." "Oh, yes, I was just wondering about something I saw before we left Forks that I was hoping you could explain to me." "Ask and I'll explain, my dear." "I see. Couldn't help but appreciate that Sulpicia didn't seem nervous or even hesitant about giving me permission to basically ask anything I wanted. None of the queens were particularly guarded around me, they were open books. I loved that about them. To some it may seem that having them so open about everything may take the fun out of learning everything about a future partner, but my queens, they've had such long lives that I doubt I would ever be able to learn everything about them. But I was more than willing to spend my lifetime trying to. Well, before we left the Cullens, when you shook Edward's hand, you nodded at him. It just seemed to me that you guys had some sort of conversation. I said, not really asking anything, but I knew she knew I was asking. I think that was the first time had I truly realized how comfortable around them I had become. Prior to the trip to Forks and even when I was with the Cullens, I had never really asked something so openly that could have been a very personal thing. I was always hesitant with asking anything that I thought may have been personal. With the queens, after coming back from our trip to Washington, I found that I was very comfortable in asking them basically anything. As it should be in a relationship. Edward had a few thoughts he wanted to share with me. Sulpicia started, and at first I was nervous to know what Edward could have wanted to tell her and not the others. Then again, if it was anything bad, I would have seen Sulpicia react right away and hurt Edward when he shared his thoughts. So, it shouldn't be bad. He made it clear that he still had feelings for you. Her eyes darkened slightly, but just as quick as they darkened, they lightened back up. He expressed that Carlisle helped him to better understand the difference between what he felt for you, which was a form of love, and that of a mate's love. He just wanted to let me know that he was sorry for his actions and that he would behave better next we meet all together. The answer made me feel like a weight had been lifted off my chest. I was worried that Edward was going to be stubborn about what he thought was right. I was immensely happy that Carlisle was able to talk some sense into him and that he wouldn't be a problem going forward. I knew that I would never really be that close to him in the future. Chances were I would be closer to Rosalie before I would be closer to him. But I was still happy he was going to stick in the picture. As a friend though, not as anything else, I couldn't see myself as anything aside from a friend to Edward. Good. I was worried he was going to do something bad. I confessed. He had planned to, Sulpicia said with a slight frown. Luckily he thought it through and found that it not only would lead to his death, but it would also hurt you. So he backed out. I hated to admit it, but if he had done something, I wouldn't be mad with my queens for killing him. I would hate that it happened and I would definitely be sad, but I couldn't fault them. He actually had another message he wanted to pass along to you, but I will confess I didn't want to give you. There wasn't a hint of guilt in her expression. Apparently, he still stood by her previous decision even though she was bringing it up now. Although, since she was bringing it up, I assumed there had to have been some sort of guilt, otherwise there would have been no way for me to know she kept something from me. I didn't want to be mad at her, and I wouldn't be, if what she kept from me wasn't that big of a thing. Something told me though, that whatever she didn't tell me was actually a big deal. What did he want you to tell me? I almost added, that he couldn't tell me. The dog, that stupid shifter that hurt you, he said that you should talk to him again and try to forgive him. I have a hunch as to why he's asking you to do that, but if I'm right, it's not enough to forgive him forcing himself on you. Sulpicia said with a slight growl. He didn't have anything else to say, and I honestly didn't want to hear any reasoning he made up to get you to go along with it. But now I don't feel bad about not telling you right away, since I actually did tell you. Sulpicia added and actually had a small, sheepish smile. I wasn't what to think about Edward's message. At the moment, I was still mad about what Jacob did. I didn't want to forgive him. I knew that, after some time, I would be able to think about with a clear head, not one filled with anger, and I might feel different. Right now though, I didn't want to feel anything aside from anger at Jacob. I didn't care what his reasonings are for what he did. Kissing me twice without my permission or any sign that I wanted to, is not okay. Let me give you some good news now. I would hate for you to go to sleep upset. Sulpicia said as she slid forward in her seat so that her knees were touching mine. Funny, I hadn't realized earlier that our seats were that close to each other. I hear that's a bad thing. I couldn't help but smile at that comment. It wasn't really funny, but coming from a centuries-old vampire, I couldn't help but see at least a little humor in it. What's the news? I asked, happy for the distraction. Well, it's more of a question since I don't want you to think I have an ego or anything. I snorted at that and I had no shame about it. There was no way Sulpicia could not have an ego. She wouldn't be Sulpicia if she didn't have one. Very ladylike, dear. Now, my question. Tomorrow night, since I've been made aware that you have no concrete plans, how you would like to go on a date with me? By the time Sulpicia had finished asking me, she was on her knees, kneeling in front of me. The very brief thought of comparing her position to someone asking another for their hand in marriage passed through my mind. But I valiantly ignored that thought. I wasn't anywhere near agreeing to marriage, especially since I wasn't all too into the idea at any point I could remember. I would love to, I answered with a giant grin, which broke when I yawned. I may have slept a lot from the plane ride back to Italy, but I was still very tired. Wonderful, but I guess it's time for you to go to sleep now. Yeah, I'm more tired than I thought I was, I admitted as I stood from my seat, Sulpicia moving with me, neither of us bothering to distance ourselves from how close Sulpicia had put us. Would you mind keeping me company? Even though they had all said they would be more than happy to hold me as I slept, I couldn't help but feel weird at asking. Not only did it sound like something I definitely didn't want it to sound like, but I just wasn't used to asking someone to sleep with me. Luckily Sulpicia didn't choose this moment to tease me. Of course, dear, I would be glad to. We both made our way to the bed and I could help but feel nervous, even though I knew without a doubt that nothing was going to happen. All I could think about was that I was about to climb into bed with a woman that would be then happy to allow certain things to happen. I knew that I was eventually going to have sex with her, but not tonight, no matter how close temptation was. Would you mind if I asked if the others could as well? I nervously asked as I procrastinated actually climbing into the giant bed. Sulpicia had no problem pulling the covers back and crawling under them. She was lying on her side with her head propped up by her hand as she looked at me. Of course not. We've shared each other's beds plenty of times in our lives. Doing so now would just mean more because you're in the bed with us. Plus, aren't you a young adult? I heard Athenadora say as she walked into the room. I was very thankful that I didn't jump when I heard the door suddenly open. I thought it was all young adults. Especially teens, of which you still are. Wet dreams to have 3 hot women sleeping in the same bed as them. Dora moved to get in behind Sulpicia and the two had problem getting close to each other and staring at me to see what my reaction would be. Thankfully, I was saved. Dora, you fool, that's teenage boys. Woman, as I have fleetingly thought you were one, are a bit more mature than 2. Constantly think about who may or may not be in their bed. Didim was right next to me, with her hand on my lower back and gently pushing me forward so that I would have to either fall awkwardly face first onto the bed, or climb in. This time, I didn't hesitate to climb in. For some reason, seeing all 3 of them in their relaxed clothes, which I had honestly thought were some very fancy pajamas when I first saw them, it helped me relax. I allowed Didim's hand to guide me into the bed. She had already pulled the covers back for me and the 2 of us crawled into bed. It almost felt as if a magnet had pulled me into Sulpicia. But I couldn't be happier about where I had ended up. I was facing Sulpicia, who was on her back, and I was cuddled into her. Didim was cuddled into my back and had an arm wrapped around me. Dora was lying on top of Sulpicia, neither seemed to mind, and had her face so close to mine that our foreheads were touching as I fell asleep. I wasn't sure how Dora managed the position, but I just had to remind myself that these 3 women didn't feel any discomfort from any position their stone bodies were in. The only thing they cared about was that I was technically cuddled into all 3 of them. As I actually fell asleep, I couldn't help but think that I was about to have the best night's rest I've ever had. I ended up waking up alone the next morning. At 5 RST I was a bit let down since I really liked waking up cuddled into them. There was a note next to me though that said something came up with someone who had broken some laws that needed to be dealt with. I was sure that that problem would have had to come up not too long before I woke up since they were still gone. I was also sure that the thought of only 1 or 2 of them dealing with the problem never crossed their minds. They were the 3 Volturi rulers after all, and I could completely understand all 3 of them needed to make a presence. I knew that with them being the rulers and not needing to sleep, It was very possible that things would come up at night that they would need to deal with. So, I wasn't at all upset waking up alone in bed. What I was thrown off of was that I didn't actually wake up alone in my bed. You were such a mumbler when you sleep talk, I couldn't understand anything you said. Heidi said with a pout. The tall vampire was sitting on one of the chairs in the room. A chair that she had moved to be a lot closer to the bed. I wasn't expecting Heidi to be in the room when I woke up. The only good thing I could see coming from her being here was that I knew that even though I had apparently talked in my sleep last night, I didn't actually say anything. What are you doing here? I asked as I tried to wake myself up. I got bored waiting outside, so I decided to come and wait for you in here. It would figure that Heidi was the one who not only caught me attempting to say something in my sleep, but also would get all creeperish and decide not to wait outside like Jane would. Jane may not like to talk to me a lot, but she definitely respected privacy. Now that you're awake, I don't need to wait any longer. Heidi said as she stood up from her seat. I was told to tell you that breakfast is ready in the garden when you're ready and that Sulpicia is there waiting for you. What time is it? I slowly stood up and even more slowly, started to remove the covers from on top of me so that I could start to pretend to get out of bed. It's breakfast time, or at least it was a couple hours ago when Gianna actually first started to make your breakfast. Heidi said with a teasing smile. She was definitely baiting me, but I had no idea what for. I quickly got out of bed, disappointed that I was late for breakfast and that Gianna had to make everything herself. Also, because I was late, there was a good chance that the meal wasn't good anymore and it would be wasted. I can't believe I slept that late, I said as I scrambled out of bed and started to ache my way towards the bathroom so that I could take a shower. I was happy to be lucky enough that I only tripped once, and it was because the stupid blankets from the bed got tangled around my legs. Edie only laughed as I made my way to the bathroom so that I could very quickly get ready. It took me only about half an hour to get completely ready because I rushed through everything. I didn't even fully dry my hair. I actually only put it up in a still wet and very lazy looking bun. She's in the garden, right? I asked as I walked out of the bathroom and spotted Heidi lounging on the now-made bed. Yup, follow me and I'll take you to her. Heidi bounced off her chair and speedily walked to the door and held it open for me. After you, madam, Heidi said with a smirk. I chuckled when she comically bowed in a very flamboyant manner. Thank you, I said as I passed her into the hall. Do you know where the other two are? I asked after Heidi closed the door and we started walking down the hall. Of course I know. Athenadora is in the library and Didymus is walking through the halls talking with Dimitri. I couldn't help but feel a little let down about those two not joining me for breakfast. Eldon't expect them to join me every morning, especially since they don't eat, but I couldn't help but feel a little sad about not having all three of them join me. I shouldn't get used to the idea of three of them always being with me. Not only was that insanely clingy and I didn't want to be that way, but also they were rulers and they would have other things they needed to take care of. I'd have to just accept that even though I couldn't be with them all the time, we would always be each other's number one priority, which I was more than okay with. The rest of the walk was spent with banter between the two of us. Heidi more than happy to throw her fellow guard members, particularly Felix, under the bus, for us to make fun of. Of course we didn't make fun of the other guard members in a mean way. Just little things that Heidi and even myself were sure the others wouldn't get offended by. Especially since everything we said were lies. Once we were at the garden, I said that was as far as Sulpicia wanted her to go. So, Heidi gave me very simple instructions to get to a different part of the garden that I hadn't seen yet. This part, according to Heidi, had a all gazebo that Sulpicia had set up my breakfast on. The more time I spend in this garden, the more I realize how much time Athenadora had spent into making this garden into something that was like a little getaway spot. I eventually found the tall, white gazebo that Sulpicia was standing at the base of the 3 steps that lead to the elevated gazebo's area. Good morning, dear, did you sleep well? Sulpicia asked as she walked away from the gazebo to meet me. I did. Is it still morning though? I asked as Sulpicia wrapped me into a hug that, even though prior to Italy I wasn't really a fan of hugs, I was more than happy to be in her embrace. Heidi wasn't very clear on the whole time thing. I added as Sulpicia pulled away to lead me to where a nice and non-extravagant breakfast was set up. It's only about 9 o'clock. Still early enough for breakfast in my book, Sulpicia said as she had me sit on the bench. Sulpicia then sat on the bench opposite of me and gestured with her hands for me to start eating. We are going out today, Bella, Sulpicia said as she rested her head on her clasped hands that were propped up on her elbows on the table. I knew what Sulpicia was really saying. She was saying that she was going to kiss me today. I also had an inkling that we might go beyond kissing, which would explain why Sulpicia had wanted to put so much effort into getting our first kiss. If we did end up moving beyond kissing, I could wholeheartedly say that I was actually comfortable with that. I would even say that I wanted it. I could easily see myself moving forward into a more physical relationship with them, and they have made it more than clear that vampires were very physical creatures, especially with their mates. I was looking forward to see what Sulpicia had in mind for today. What are we going to do? I asked in between bites. Well, first, we are going to visit some historical sites. You have expressed interest in seeing these tourist places, and I want to take you to see at least some of them. I felt myself practically glow with excitement. Italy was filled with history, so much so than the United States because of the vast age difference between the two countries. I may not be a big history fanatic, but I could definitely appreciate it enough to at least want to see the ancient sites. Then lunch, I'm guessing, I asked with a smile. I could already tell that here was no way I wasn't going to kiss Sulpicia at some point during this excursion, or date rather, that she had planned. I was looking forward to it. Of course, we'll go to a little bistro that, from what I understand, is very good. Then afterwards, we'll come back here to watch a movie of your choice, Sulpicia said with a grin. There was something she wasn't telling me. I knew she practically laid out the entire plan for the date that would apparently take up the whole day. I knew she didn't leave anything out, aside from dinner, which I was sure that it would either be a romantic dinner with just the two of us, or a regular dinner with all four of us. That sounds like we're going to have a lot of fun. Oh, I plan on it, Sulpicia purred, making me think even more about how she more than likely had something planned that was going to either really amazing or really annoy me and amuse her. Where are we going to go? I asked, choosing to not voice my thoughts on Sulpicia's tone. The rest of breakfast was spent with Sulpicia giving me very vague information about where she planned on taking me. She told me that I was going to love where we were going and that she could guarantee I had never been to anything like it before. That was the point of the morning. I rolled my eyes and huffed in annoyance at the ancient vampire, at which she only laughed. Once I was done eating and Sulpicia was done teasing me, we left the garden area with Sulpicia saying there were plenty of guards around that she would have clean up my breakfast mess. Blank. Since we had left the castle, I spent the rest of the afternoon and part of evening in complete awe. Sulpicia had picked some amazing places to go and visit. A lot of the places we had visited were outside, Killy. The entire day was completely overcast, so we didn't have to worry about the sun. Sulpicia had Jane and Felix go with us, but she made sure they were always so far away that I couldn't see them, so as far as I was concerned, a lot of the time we were alone. Apparently this was the off-season for tourism in this particular part of Italy. There were still people around, but nearly as many as I had thought there would be. Sulpicia had taken me to Palazzo Viti, a couple museums before driving us out to the countryside to see Teatro Romano, where she had a picnic waiting for us, or for me really. From there we went back into the city and visited a few more museums and ancient architectural wonders before we went back to the castle after it was dark. Even inside the castle though, the tour of ancient Italy and its wonders wasn't over. Sulpicia took me to a few of the older places of the castle that they rarely used simply because they had no need for it. There were a lot of paintings that she seemed to enjoy discussing. It seemed as if the only things updated in this part of the castle was the heating and some lighting. But even most of the light came from candles that Sulpicia had lit quickly as we moved from room to room. Everything was cleaned, thankfully, but it all seemed as if just yesterday people from 1,000 years ago had just lived here. The bedrooms were all made with furniture and left behind clothes. It was a perfectly preserved part of history that many archaeologists, historians and the sort would love to get a hold of to examine the secrets held here. After exploring some rooms and Sulpicia making several promises that I would always be allowed to explore this area whenever I wanted to, she took me back to the garden, to the gazebo for dinner. Off to the side of the gazebo, right on the line of the shrubbery that circled the area, Heidi, Alec, Dimitri and Felix were dressed up to the nines and each playing an instrument. They were a quartet playing soft background music that added to the romantic setting Sulpicia had set up. The gazebo was lit up with just the right amount of lights that were strung all over, twinkling as each light slowly flashed on and off to its own pattern. Inside the gazebo though, it looked so much more elegant than earlier this morning. There was a tablecloth, covered dishes and what I thought to be wine being kept chilled on the side. I couldn't help but look down at the clothes I was wearing and felt more than a little underdressed. The only thing that kept me from actually saying anything was that Sulpicia was still dressed similarly as me. Sulpicia was leading me towards the bench so that I could start on dinner, but just after taking the last step up the gazebo, I stopped moving, also making Sulpicia stop moving. She was explaining what there was to eat. Apparently she had ordered a full-course meal for tonight with a wine that was paired perfectly with the entire dinner. Sulpicia, I said once I had her attention on me. She turned fully around and wrapped her arms around my waist. She didn't pull me into her, but I knew that her arms around my waist was an open invitation to do so myself, so as I put my arms around her neck, I walked as close to her as our bodies would allow. I leaned my forehead against hers and couldn't help but relax into her as she finally pulled me into her. Yes, my dear, Sulpicia asked in a husky tone. There was still that knowing smirk on her face. She has had that look all day. Even though it hadn't bothered me before, aside from I didn't know what she was smirking for. Being this close to her though, I hadn't really been this close in such an intimate matter all day aside from the occasional hug or her arm around me waist as we had walked around, it all clicked. Thinking back about what she had said earlier and that annoying smirk, it all made sense now. You aren't going to let me kiss you yet, are you? I asked as I tried my best to not pout as Sulpicia's smirk grew. Of course not, Sulpicia answered as one of her hands slipped under my shirt. She had her thumb gently run circles on my skin and it was definitely killing me that I wasn't kissing her. When you kiss me, I don't want to have to stop. The shiver that went down my spine was instantaneous. As quick as I could move, I tried to attach my lips to hers. She had spent all day wooing me. All day she had flirted with me and kept me close but nearly close enough. All I wanted at that moment was to kiss my queen, the one I hadn't kissed yet. I tried to kiss her because I needed to, but tried would be the key word. She moved her head to the side and instead allowed me to kiss her cheek. When I pulled back with a pout, she chuckled at me and kissed my cheek in return, which made my pout disappear into a small smile. It wasn't exactly the kiss I had wanted, but it was something. Not yet, my dear. Sulpicia pulled completely away and pulled out the chair that was placed at the end of the table. It clearly wasn't part of the gazebo's stone bench and table. I was sure it was added for my comfort since the chair looked a lot more comfortable than the stone bench. Why don't you start on dinner? Bully, I muttered under my breath as I took my seat. I had definitely heard Sulpicia chuckle at my immature name calling, but I was sure that I had also heard Heidi and Felix chuckle as well. Dinner was spent mostly in silence as I enjoyed the delicious food and we both enjoyed the music. The only comments that were made was my own about how good the food was and comments we bought. Made about the different places we had been today. Sulpicia had also said that the three of them were more than happy to take me out more often, probably at night so that they wouldn't have to worry about the sun since today's weather probably wasn't going to happen very often, and show me more of what Italy and surrounding countries had to offer. Once dinner was done, a guard that I hadn't met before, if I remember correctly. Sulpicia said his name was Santiago, but I wasn't really paying attention since I was so transfixed on the beautiful music being played. After dinner, I had moved to tea. The bench Sulpicia was sitting on and cuddled into as we each listened to the music. I had tried, twice, to kiss her, but each time she moved with a chuckle so that I would only kiss her cheek. It was frustrating. After an hour or so of listening to music, I was practically falling asleep against Sulpicia, so she suggested I go to bed. I didn't really want the night to end, I really was having an Amazing time just simply cuddling next to Sulpicia, but I was getting very tired, especially after all the walking we had done today. I had only given in to her suggestion of going to bed so easily because I knew, without a doubt, that I could cuddle with any of the queens anytime I wanted to. I remembered that even though tonight's date was ending, there would be plenty more because I lived with T. Hem and the queens all loved to show off and one-up each other. I wouldn't be surprised if Dora or Didim were going to take me out within the week to try and outdo Sulpicia's date. When we arrived at my room, Sulpicia followed me in. This time without asking. I was more than happy that she had followed me in. I had actually almost asked that we go to her room instead of mine, but at the last second, I had decided against it. You know, it's usually customary that the first kiss takes place after the first date, I said as I moved to get a pair of pajamas that were laid on my bed. You could even say that it's tradition, I said as I turned back around, pajamas in hand. I gasped at the sudden proximity with Sulpicia and had dropped the pajamas to the ground. Sulpicia was so close that I could feel the cold from her body. But she was just far enough away that I couldn't actually feel her body against mine. She slowly raised her hand and with the very tips of her fingers, she lightly and very slowly grazed my cheek. She gently cupped my cheek once her fingers ran out cheek and I couldn't help but lean into her touch. I instantly closed my eyes as I felt her other hand cup my other cheek. Her thumbs started to rub small circles and I was sure that if I could, I would be purring. I would hate to break tradition. The husk in her voice caused me to open my eyes and I was happy, excited and nervous about what I saw. Her eyes were much darker than they were not too long ago. They also held a look of hunger. I wrapped my arms around Sulpicia's waist and pulled her into me. That was all the invitation she needed. She clashed our lips together into a bruising kiss. Sulpicia wasted no time in pushing her tongue into my mouth and taking control of the kiss. There was no question that Sulpicia fully intended to dominate the kiss and what was to come. I was more than happy to give the lead to her. I felt her gently push forward, causing me to take a step backwards. She kept her gentle nudging, all with just her body, until I hit the bed. Sulpicia finally pulled back and laid kisses trailing from the corner of my mouth, to down my neck and back to my mouth where she paused. I will only continue with your permission. But be warned, I do not intend to stop until you cannot move anymore. I knew full well what she meant. I knew where the kiss was headed when it first started. I didn't need to think about it. I wasn't worried about it. I was nervous, simply for my lack of experience, but I knew that didn't matter to Sulpicia. The look in her eyes, her now black eyes, held nothing back about what she meant. I want the others. That was all I could say before Sulpicia had her mouth on mine again. My eyes slammed shut as I gripped Sulpicia closer to me. I had thought she was going to push me back onto the bed. But instead she pulled me forward barely half a step. As she moved her mouth away from and started to once again trail kisses in whatever pattern she fancied so that I could catch my breath. I allowed my eyes to open. Didim moved to sit behind me and I could feel her hands on my waist as she pulled me to stand in between her legs. Her hands were quickly under my shirt and were soon joined by another pair of hands. One of my hands had found its way to Sulpicia's hair but the other was moved to Dora's waist as she joined Sulpicia in front me. Dora's hands joined Didim's under my shirt and they both caressed any skin they could reach. Dora was giving me an intent look, almost like she was waiting for me to say something, but with Sulpicia's mouth still at work. I couldn't a single sound out of my mouth. As Dora continued to stare at me, Sulpicia seemed to change tactics. Instead of trailing kisses, she started to literally suck and gently bite my skin. The sensations from Sulpicia's mouth were so much that a moan escaped my mouth from how much pleasure I was experiencing. Dora and Didim seemed to take that as the sign they were waiting for and removed my shirt. Instead of lifting the shirt off of me and throwing it to the side like I had read in a lot of the romance novels I had read, they ripped the shirt so that Sulpicia's hands that were still cupping my face didn't have moved. Didim wrapped her arm tightly around my waist and pulled me with her up the bed. Didim pulled me all the way to the head of the bed where she kept me between her legs but didn't pull me flush against her so that she could continue to kiss the back of my neck and run her hands up and down my back. She just barely allowed her nails to scratch my back, not to hurt but just enough to give pleasure. Dora and Sulpicia had watched Didim pull me back, and once we were at the head of the bed, the two started to strip. I had never once thought I would enjoy stripping. I had just never understood how it could be a turn on. As I watched Dora and Sulpicia slowly and sensually strip down to their underwear and then slowly crawl towards me, I fully understood how stripping was amazing to watch. Without saying anything, both ancients in front of me grabbed one of my ankles, the closest to them, and pulled me down so that I was almost lying flat on my back. Didim moved with me, but not in the same way. Instead, she used vampire speed to be just in her underwear and moved so that she was kneeling with her knees on either side of my head. Before I could voice any complaint about not being able to have a show, she attached her lips to mine. My hands flung quickly to the back of her head. Everything seemed to moving so quickly, I assumed because the Ewings knew exactly what they were doing and what they wanted. They didn't show any hesitancy with their actions. It was almost as if this had all been planned, but I knew better. They were running mostly on instincts right now, and I was sure that they had to fight their instincts to move at a slower pace since they knew I had never done anything like this before. They moved slow enough so that I could enjoy everything, but fast enough so that I didn't have time to feel embarrassed about anything. As Didim attacked my mouth and I less than gently scratched my nails that had just moved to her back, I felt hands on my jeans. I felt the button torn open, followed quickly by a slow ripping sound that signaled the queens didn't have any patience. As the jeans were pulled fully away from me, I felt my shoes also being removed. Didim moved her mouth away from mine and started trailing kisses in a similar pattern as Sulpicia had earlier, finally giving me a much-needed breath that I hadn't realized I needed. All four of us were now just in our underwear, and for the first time since I had been around vampires, I didn't feel self-conscious at all. There was no way I could feel that way with how the queens were treating me. Sulpicia and Dora both stretched out their bodies. I could literally feel every part of them as they moved, so that their heads were next to mine and Didim's. Mine. Dime said as she released my neck from where she had been, unbeknownst to me since I was focused, with my eyes closed, on feeling the other two, sucking on the very front of my neck. I knew there was going to be, if not already, a large bruise there. Didim sensually licked the spot before moving her head away, allowing Dora and Sulpicia attached their lips to either side of my neck and sucked much like Didim had. Not wanting to be left out, Didim reattached her lips to mine as her hands somehow snuck under Sulpicia's and Dora's bodies and gently raked her nails up and down my sides. Dora and Sulpicia each had an arm around my waist, gripping me as tight as they could without hurting me, and the other was used to prop themselves up so that they weren't completely lying on me. My hands couldn't seem to find a place to stay put. My arms were somewhat awkwardly moved at some point so that they weren't pinned down by Dora's or Sulpicia's bodies, but were still underneath said bodies, so I didn't have room for my hands to roam like they seemed to want to do. I had to put up with only being able to scratch at their backs and Didim's head, what I could reach of it at least. Mine, Dora said as she finally pulled away from my neck after licking it a few times. She moved into a kneeling position so that she was on her knees, straddling my leg and had her head bent dangerously close to my sex. Ours, Sulpicia said after she released my neck. Instead of licking it like the other two had done, she gently blew on it at the same time Dora started to trace patterns up and down my thigh, getting dangerously close to my sex. The new sensations from Dora and Sulpicia, combined with all their proclamations and Didim's tongue still in my mouth, I was overwhelmed. Sulpicia moved into a position that copied Dora's. Only her hands were playing with the waistband of my underwear. Didim released my tongue as she slightly lifted her head away from me so that I could see all three of them. We've thought a lot about this. Dora started. Since the day we first met you. Didim added. Their hands stilled as I was left gasping as I tried to catch my breath from Didim's kiss. I was also slightly wriggling as I tried to get them, somehow, to start moving their hands again. I wanted to feel their hands moving along my body again. Didim held my hands on the other side of her legs so that I couldn't even touch them. I was forced to give them my undivided attention when all I wanted to touch them and them to touch me. When I read Edward's mind and learned that you were pure, I knew we were going to fight about who would take your virginity. Sulpicia said, and even though I knew it wasn't possible, I could have sworn all three of their eyes grew into an even darker shade of black, which had me moving my hips. Both Sulpicia and Dora moved their hands that had stilled on my thighs, to my hips to keep them from moving. I was now completely immobile and it was killing me. There were a few times we had almost broken into a physical fight about who would get the honor. Didim said as she sent a scolding look to both Dora and Sulpicia that suggested it was those two who almost fought each. I was sure though that Didim was probably close to fighting herself and probably would have gotten just as close if those two hadn't started with each other first. Didim said we should allow you to choose. Dora said, and before I could complain about that being a bad idea she quickly added, we could never make you choose between us though. Dora and Sulpicia started to slowly scratch my high PS with their nails, and even though I had started to calm down from all that had me feeling, I was quickly started to get turned on again. Didim pulled both my hands so that she could hold them with one hand above my head. I could actually feel the heat on my hands from her crotch. I hadn't thought there would be heat there. Before my mind decided to stop analyzing anything, I realized that the Venom racing in her body was more than likely the cause of the little heat I felt from her. So instead, all three of us will take it, Sulpicia said with a slight growl. All three of them were looking at me expectantly, probably making sure that I agreed with them. Yes, was all I could to come out of my mouth. The feeling from Sulpicia's and Dora's hands, plus the feeling on my hands from Didim, it was difficult to be able to come up with anything coherent to say. That was all that was needed to be said though. When I had first entered my bedroom tonight, I knew something like this was going to happen. I knew, and I was excited and nervous for it to happen. I wanted it to happen. I wanted to have sex with them. It just felt like the right and natural thing to do. I didn't want to delay it any longer. With all three of them here and now, with all of us practically naked, I couldn't help but mentally scold myself for ever thinking that I wasn't meant for them or them for me. As the three of them worked, I couldn't, since Dora and Sulpicia kept me pinned down and Dora kept my hands firmly grasped, to remove the last of our clothes, I couldn't help but feel an intense feeling of rightness. Everything felt right. Everything felt perfect. I couldn't imagine having sex for the first time any other way. They were perfect. I woke up with my back pressed to Dora's front and my arms clutching Didim to my front. I didn't know where Sulpicia was, but I could somehow tell that she hadn't been gone long. The two cold bodies seemed to snuggle slightly closer to me as soon as they realized I had woken up. As my senses started to come back, I felt how sore my body had become. If I could, I wouldn't move from my spot. I didn't think I had ever felt this sore in my life. I had never been more grateful for their bodies being so cold. That thought was what made more of my senses come alive. The reason their bodies were helping with the soreness I felt, the reason I seemed to feel their cold a lot more than before, was because we weren't wearing any clothes. I could feel every inch of their bodies. I could feel Dora's hard nipples pressed against my back, while my chest was pressed against Didim's. I could feel Dora's leg in between mine, her foot laying gently on top of mine, rubbing slowly back and forth. My other leg, the one I wasn't laying and wasn't trapped below Dora's, was between Didim's legs. Slightly bent at the knee, like I had hooked her leg with mine. My face went red faster than it ever had before, but I didn't dare make an attempt to try and move. Even now, I wasn't used to being in any sort of position like this. This was the most comfortable position that I've been in as well, and I didn't want to move away. "Good morning, my love," Dora said as she nuzzled into my neck. "Did you sleep well?" Didim asked. "You definitely needed it, after last night." I could just hear Dora's smirk in that statement. "I think this was the best sleep I've ever had," I said, completely ignoring Dora's remark. "You passed out in the middle of our fun, sweetie. I think that's why you had such a good night's sleep," Didim said, causing my face to go red. "That just means we'll have to make sure to start all over to get all that we want, since you left us high and dry," Dora said. "Or wet, actually. I'm so sorry," I managed to reply without stuttering from embarrassment. I couldn't remember much from last night. Everything seemed to blur together in a giant blur of our bodies tangling together and a lot of pleasure. I had first-hand experience now of not knowing where one body began and the other ended. I could barely realize where I was positioned during the whole thing. "No need to be sorry. I know for fact that I'm not sorry that we were able to get you to pass out," Dora said. "Perhaps next time we can try and get you to pass out sooner," Didim mused. "We can view it as a challenge. How fast can we get our dear Bella to pass out from having intense orgasms? I sup. I should get used to my face being red, and being embarrassed all the time. These girls seem to like to see me embarrassed. Perhaps we can try to break our record now, Dora said in a husky voice. I felt her lips start to dance across my skin, but before things could get too heated, we were interrupted. Now Dora, Bella may have a good night's sleep, but until she is turned, I'm afraid we can't have any marathons, Sulpicia said as she walked into the main room from the restroom. We have to allow her body time to heal before we can have our way with her again. Sulpicia had confidently walked out of the bathroom matching what the rest of us were wearing. Just like the other two, Sulpicia didn't have any problems walking around without any clothes. I envied the confidence all three of them had with their bodies. Fortunately, or actually not really, I was too caught up with staring at the way her body moved as she walked closer to us to even think about blushing about seeing her nude. Even after spending all night with her, or at least most of the night that I was able to stay conscious for, and seeing her nude, it still seemed like I was seeing her for the first time. My CIA, you've got our mate's attention, Dora teased. She smells so much better now. There's that blush, I knew they couldn't go long without invoking one. Come on my dear, I ran a bath first to enjoy, that should help your muscles relax, CIA said as she started to pull me out of the bed, which forced me to awkwardly crawl over Didim. Even though Sulpicia was pulling me over Didim so that I could get out of bed. A bed that we had just had sex in that caused me to pass out, I still tried to at least maintain some sort of modesty. Of course when I was naked in bed with my mates, they wanted everything but modesty. As I awkwardly crawled over Didim with Sulpicia pulling me over her, both Didim and Dora made sure that the way they released me, they used their hands to not only help me over Didim but to also grope me. I would like to say that what they did only caused me to blush more, which I guess it actually did, but I would really like to say that that was all. I would like to say that all they did was grope my chest. And that they at least attempted to make it seem like they only groped my chest because they were moving their hands to grab my shoulders or even my waist to help me balance. I would like to say that. That was definitely not what happened. As I climbed over Didim, she used her hand to help steady me by placing her hand on my chest instead of my shoulders, which she didn't even try to conceal. Dora used her hands to help steady by placing one on my waist, which actually did help, but the one she put in between my legs did nothing to help me. Within seconds, our hand caused me to collapse when I was almost over Didim. I had gotten as far as getting one leg over her, so that I was straddling her, but Dora's hand, or actually finger, had went to work and I collapsed. Her finger wasted no time in teasing me. She circled everything she could that would give me optimum pleasure, but she wouldn't enter me. She was teasing me, in no time, with all of Dora's teasing. And even Didim's teasing on my breasts. I couldn't stay propped up on my knees anymore and collapsed so that I was sitting on Didim instead of hovering above her. I don't think so Bella, the water won't stay warm for long and I was looking forward to a nice bath with you three, Sulpicia said as she was quick to lift me off of Didim and carry me bridal style. S3, I questioned as I tried to gather my wits from the teasing I was just subject to in the abrupt halt. You're no fun CIA. Didim pouted as she crawled out of bed with Dora and followed after us. We just wanted a little fun, Dora said with a matching pout. Wait, all three of us are taking a bath together. Can we all fit? I definitely wasn't against it, I just didn't think we would all fit, and I was kind of nervous they would want to have more sex during the bath. I was not against having sex with them again, definitely not, but I wasn't sure if I was up to it just yet. I was still really tired and sore from last night. But I had to admit, I wasn't about to stop them. I figured my body would tell me to stop by passing out again, fainting by amazing orgasm. I'm 100% okay with that. Of course, Didim answered. We take baths together all the time, though I'll admit, showers are better, Dora said as we walked into the large bathroom, standing up content to leave more room for better access. I could see that. Sulpicia lowered my feet right into the large tub that I hadn't really noticed until, really was large enough to fit all of us, if we were all close, which I didn't think being close was going to be a problem with us. She kept her hands on me as I attempted to keep my balance after all the exercise I had just received, and she stepped into the tub as well. Dora and Didim quickly followed us, and as I sat down, Didim sat with me so that I could sit in between her legs and lean against her. Sulpicia sat against the other end of the tub so that Dora could sit in between her legs and rest against her. I couldn't help but laugh at the scene. I never would have ever expected to see Dora look so submissive and have someone else wrap their arms around her instead of her wrapping her arms around them. "What's so funny, my love?" Didim asked as she nuzzled my neck. "Dora, I never would have pictured her in that position," I admitted. "There are many positions that I'm sure you haven't imagined yet, but I look forward to showing them to you." I was proud to say that I had a decent remark ready, or at least what I thought was decent. Thinking back about it though, I didn't think it would have been good. Or at least it would have led to more embarrassment on my part. So, in a way, I was both glad and sad that our time was interrupted. I couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, or even really Sulpicia's reply. But it wasn't necessary. "I hate to end this bath early, which I suppose technically we don't have to if you don't want to, but we have just been informed that your mother is on the line for you," Sulpicia said with a small smile. I could practically feel the color drain from my face. I hadn't meant to, but I had somewhat ignored my mother while this whole thing had happened. I bet anything she had called Charlie's place, expecting me to be there since I have a new cell number when I decided to live in Italy. I couldn't imagine how she must be feeling right then. I had made a huge life decision when, although I was technically an adult, I was, as far as she knew, still in high school and lived stateside. "I think I'll have to take it," I said with a frown. "You heard her then, Heidi. Have Bella's mother hold," Sulpicia said in an authoritative voice. "Tell her that Bella was needed in a meeting with her boss." Didim added as Sulpicia gently smacked Dora. "She was going to ask Heidi to tell your mother that you are in the middle of learning new ways to help elevate your career. I felt that it was probably for the best to not even hint that you are having sex with your boss," Sulpicia explained at my confused look. "Dora," I said in a scolding tone. "Sorry," Dora said, not at all looking remorseful. I simply rolled my eyes and stood up. I didn't have tea. Look behind me to realize that I had the undivided attention of all three women. I was very proud of myself that I didn't walk faster than normal to get to the robe that was conveniently hanging on a hook attached to the bathroom door. "When you're done with the conversation with your mother, we would like to talk with you," Dora added, her voice quickly followed by what I was sure was her getting smacked again. Our dear Dora has no tact, it seems, but yes, we do need to talk, Sulpicia confirmed. "Talk about what?" I asked as I turned around, robe still in hand since I had paused from putting it on when Dora talked. "We would like to talk about plans on having you turned. We may be in charge around here, dear, but we wouldn't be very good leaders if we couldn't follow our own laws," Sulpicia said with small smile. "We won't pressure you to turn, but we need to come up with a plan in case anyone questions why we haven't turned our own mate yet." Didim softly added, "That's okay, I get it. I don't mind discussing it. I actually wanted to talk about it. I had actually kind of already decided on something, but I wanted to talk with them about it before I decided on anything concrete." See, not NLY is she not mad about me bringing it up, but we also got to see what I personally think is a better view, Dora said just before she licked her lips. "I'm more of an ass girl myself," Sulpicia mused. "Unlike you two, I like viewing everything and anything that's offered to my eyes. I don't discriminate," Didim said with a smile. I could see their eyes darken slightly, so I was sure that if I stuck around any longer, I wouldn't be able to leave for a while. So, with that in mind, I quickly put on the robe and left the room with a slightly red face. Well, at least I knew what they preferred to view now. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage in the future. In the main room, I found Heidi by the door that led to the hallway with a giant smirk on her face. "Don't say anything," I warned. There was no way Heidi could pass up teasing me. Not even just a little. "I wouldn't dream of it," Heidi said with her hands up in mock surrender. "Well, not with those three so close and running so high on instincts," Heidi added at my narrowed look I had given her. "What did you actually tell my mom?" I asked, worried that she didn't actually tell my mom what she was told to say. "That you were in a meeting with the boss taking notes. That you learning some new things," Heidi said with a smile, and I knew exactly what she meant that as. She's on that line. We had given Charlie the number to your room, and their rooms also, since, more than likely, you would either be there or it would be heard the easiest amongst you four. So, you actually have more than enough time to dress into something more comfortable and then talk with your mom. Awesome. Thank you, Heidi, I said before she closed the door as she left. I went straight to the closet and changed into some comfy clothes. I was still sore from last night, so I wanted to change into something that was comfortable. I definitely wanted a lazy day today. I changed into the first sweatpants and t-shirt I could find. I sat on the chair that was conveniently next to the phone and sighed. I wasn't at all ready for this conversation, but it needed to happen. I had put off telling anything to my mom. I had spoken with her briefly before this whole Italy mess, and she was really worried about me then. I had a lot of explaining to do and she wasn't as easy to convince as Charlie was. This wasn't going to be an easy conversation to have, but I had to. I took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Hi, Mom. The conversation I had with my mom lasted for a lot longer than I had wanted it to. She asked every question that I hadn't thought she would ask. She pointed out flaws in my story that I didn't want to realize were there. She was being my mom. She wanted to make sure her baby was okay. As much as I appreciated what she was doing, I really didn't. She wanted her ask all the important, parenty, questions. The more she asked, the more I had to lie to her, and she always knew when I was lying. I stumbled through the questions so poorly that it didn't take long for the queens to appear. None wearing anything unless I were to count the towels they were all using to dry their hair. All three of them had amused smiles on their faces as I struggled to answer my mom's questions while trying not to sound like I was lying. Needless to say, I failed. Not long after they appeared next to me, they were helping me answer the questions my mom tossed out at me. Eventually though, since my mom wasn't really buying anything I was telling her, Sulpicia got me to hand over the phone. I couldn't recall how she managed to come up with an excuse to talk to my mom. But she did, and when the phone was eventually handed back to me, all I had to do was agree to what Sulpicia had told my mom and I was good. It took a while, but I was able to eventually get Renee off the phone. I had to make several promises that I would tell her next time I was going to do something big. I also had to make several more promises that I would talk to her more often, call more often. I wasn't really looking forward to it. Renee liked to talk too much on the phone. At least you know she cares. Didim muttered just after I hung up with Renee. Yeah, there's that, I said with a sigh. I was already planning on ways I could get out of having to talk with her. Sulpicia held her hand out to me, and without having to be prompted, I readily put my hand in hers and she lifted me off the chair. Dora moved behind me and started to remove my clothes. I didn't even try to resist Dora's attempts, although her lips on my neck definitely would have convinced me to let her have her way if I had tried to resist. As much fun as I'm sure you three are about to get into, why don't we let Bella eat lunch and then we can talk with her about some important things? Didim said. I looked briefly at her from over Sulpicia's shoulder and I could help but pout at her. Dora had paused from undressing me, but making sure that the shirt she was working on had managed to get completely torn off me. Don't pout at me, we really had planned on talking with you, Didim said with a smirk. Plans change all the time, Didim. Dora growled as she placed light kisses along my newly bared shoulder. Yes, but if I know us, which I do, we would keep pushing out the talk for sex, which normally I would be okay with, but we really do need to talk. Didim argued. She has a point, Sulpicia said as her fingers slowly traced my stomach, very slowly inching closer and closer towards my chest. Yeah, well, my point is having our mate, naked, in bed and having sex with us, Dora said as she pushed her into mine, which in turn caused me to get pushed into Sulpicia. All three of them were still naked, so being pressed in between two of them definitely kept me fully distracted and unable to participate in the conversation. Or we cannot talk and never have answers. I really want to point out to you, my dear Dora, you were the first to ask, Dora, Didim said, her voice showing that she was losing patience. I could just imagine that the three of them argued a lot in all their years of ruling. I had buried my head into Sulpicia's shoulder. I couldn't say when I had done that, but I was able to pinpoint Dora's hands and body, leaving mine. I couldn't feel anyone touching me, aside from Sulpicia. Fine, but just know that you owe me, Dora said after she pulled away. Didim only scoffed, seemingly not concerned about owing Dora anything. Bella, if you are agreeable of course, why don't you go eat lunch with Gianna, and the three of us will get dressed and then we'll meet in an office someplace and talk. Is that okay? Sulpicia asked as she gently nuzzled my head. Sure, I answered. Even though it was understood that I would go eat lunch now, while they got dressed, I still didn't move away from Sulpicia. For her part, Sulpicia seemed more than happy to keep me in her arms. I felt her start to move her arms up and down my back, gently scratching her nails against my skin. If you two don't stop, I'll have no choice but to join, Dora remarked. I can smell how excited you both are. My face went bright red. I always seem to forget at inopportune times that they have super senses. Even with the embarrassment of them being able to smell how excited I was, I still didn't let go of Sulpicia. I didn't even try to move away, and neither did she. That means, Bella, go eat, Didim ordered as she gently pulled me away from Sulpicia, which elicited a small growl from Sulpicia. Oh hush, no one wants to hear it, Didim told Sulpicia just as Dora tossed a long, dark dress on top of Sulpicia's head. We'll get dressed and we'll either meet you there or meet you in an office, depending on how long it takes Sulpicia and Dora to both calm down. Alright, I'll see you guys later, I guess, I mumbled as I lazily got redressed. I'd rather see you now, I heard Dora say as I walked out the door. I was more than confident that she was pouting. Jane was right outside the door and started to lead the way towards lunch. I mentally sighed at the petite blonde. If she was going to be my personal guard, which I was pretty sure she was going to continue to be, I would really need to work on her talking skills. And her friend-making skills. Those definitely needed worked on. We eventually met up with Gianna, who had just laid out lunch. During lunch Gianna and I, not Jane, talked about random things. She talked a little about rumors she had heard about different vampires. Gianna wasn't much of a gossip, but she did hear a lot of things, and since I wasn't up to talking too much, she decided to entertain me with some more humorous tales she had heard. Most of her tales starred Heidi and Felix. That definitely didn't surprise me. I had thought those two would have had to have gotten into a lot of trouble at one point or another. Once we were done eating, I helped Gianna clean up lunch and followed Jane back out in the castle hallways. I was starting to feel both anxious and excited for the conversation to come. I knew exactly what they wanted to talk about and I had an answer for them. I was happy about that. What I was anxious about was how they were going to take the news. I had no idea what their thoughts on the matter were. I mean, I had a general idea, and I could probably take a good guess, but I hadn't actually sat down and talked with them about it. I really needed to with them about it. And now they were making it happen. We found the queens in an office near where our bedrooms were all located. All three queens were fully dressed now, all of them wearing old-fashioned looking dresses. I was more used to seeing Dora wearing old-fashioned men's clothing, tailored to her form of course, so it was a bit odd to see her wearing a dress. I can wear dresses too, young one, Dora said with a smirk, obviously catching on to what I was thinking. Once I had walked through the threshold of the room, Jane had closed the room and I imagined left to go do whatever it is that she wanted to while not on any specific mission for the Volturi. Usually only when we force you to, Sulpicia remarked with a smirk. You didn't force me into this one, did you? Dora spit back, which caused me to giggle a little. I love watching those two go at it. Don't you laugh, Bella. I've noticed your preference to jeans over skirts as well. Just wait until these two force you to wear a dress. That made me stop smiling. It's not like we don't reward you for wearing the thing all day and not destroying it, Didim said with a roll of her eyes. We just like to get dressed up on occasion, especially when we meet with older vampires from ancient times. We are the Volturi queens, and we should dress like it. I walked over to the fourth empty chair while they continued to talk. The four chairs were arranged in a circle-like fashion so that we could all look at each other as we talked. There was an end table next to my chair that had a pitcher of ice water and an empty glass next to it. Exactly, we're the Volturi queens, Dora said with a wave of her hand. You would think at my age, I would be able to wear what I want, when I want to. If you had it your way, we would be naked far more often than not. Sulpicia dryly commented, though it seemed she was fighting a smile. Your libido seems to have only gotten stronger with your age. Didim remarked, if you had your way we would never leave our bed. We wouldn't have to be limited to just our bed. Dora remarked, plus, we have Bella now, and I know for a fact she's never had sex outside of the bedroom. Just wait until you do, Bella, it's a rush. I couldn't help but momentarily avert my eyes in embarrassment. Dora had always seemed like the one who was into sex than the others. Don't get me wrong, the other two are definitely very sexual. It seems like Dora would be content with having sex all the time. The other two seem to be able to reel in their libidos a lot faster than Dora, Didim more so than Sulpicia. Enough, we're actually here for a reason. When we're done talking about the important things, then we can show Bella how much fun sex in an office can be. Sulpicia said with a smirk directed at me. I can work with that, Dora said as she relaxed into her chair. Of course you can, it involves sex, Sulpicia said, her smirk now directed at Dora. Don't even start again you two. Let's try to keep on track, Didim said with a sigh. Bella, as you know, we're currently breaking one of our biggest rules with you, which we don't mind doing in the least. Sulpicia quickly added, it's just, if we can't follow our own rules, how can we expect others to? You want to know my thoughts on when I want to be turned, right? I quickly asked. Exactly, Dora said with a nod. We don't want you to feel pressured about it though. Didim added quickly, you can turn whenever you want, but you will be turned. Sulpicia said in a very serious tone. I want to be turned. I could tell that was one of the things they were worried about. For some reason, and I wasn't sure and I wasn't going to ask, they seemed to have thought I wouldn't want to be turned. I knew for fact that there was no way I wouldn't be turned. I wanted to be with them for as long as they walked this earth. All three of them looked absolutely relieved to hear what I just said. When did you guys want me to be turned? I asked before any of them could comment about my proclamation. The three of them looked at each other for a few seconds and I was sure that they were having a very brief conversation. It didn't bother me that they were talking amongst themselves, and leaving me out of the conversation because somehow I just knew that they were just figuring out the best way to tell me their answer. Honestly, Sulpicia started with a rhetorical question. We want you turned right away. We want you to be a vampire right now so that we don't have worry as much about you getting hurt. It will give us a better peace of mind that we really have you forever. I could understand that, as it were, I was still human and technically I was at a much higher risk of being killed than if I were a vampire. No matter how many guards they assign to protect me, all it takes is a few vampires. They could even be guard members, that are hungry enough or mad enough at the queens and they could kill me. I could even end up eating something that unbeknownst to anyone, was spoiled or had salmonella or something and I could get killed that way. While I was still human, as far as they were concerned, I was basically a huge target to get killed. As soon as I was a vampire, they wouldn't have to worry as much. They would still be worried since it's impossible to get rid of every single threat, but I wouldn't nearly be as unsafe as a vampire than I am as a human. Realistically though, we just want you to be turned whenever you feel comfortable being turned. If you choose to be turned now, great. If you want to wait a few years, then that's your choice, Didim said in a soothing tone. Whenever you want is just fine with us. I'm with them, Dora asked when I looked at her, silently asking for her input. It would be put us at ease knowing that you are able to defend yourself against a vampire. Whereas now, you can't. But we don't want to push you to do anything you don't want to do. You said you want to be turned, that was the only thing we would have truly ignored your wishes on. But we don't have to worry about that now. Whenever you want, is just fine. I really appreciate that you guys haven't really put a time frame on when I need to be turned. Ted after I shared a brief smile with them. I was thinking though, I want to be turned around the same age as you guys. I was pretty sure they were all in their mid-20s. Waiting to be turned would give me several benefits. The first I was thinking about was that I wanted to mature a little more before I was turned and stuck with basically the same maturity that I have now. I knew I was very mature for my age and that I was more than able to match their maturity, but I wanted a few more years to gain the maturity that only age could give. Plus, I also wanted to be of legal drinking age, the US legal age. So that I could at least have a legal drink once before I could never stand to drink the stuff again. It's not a big deal, but it is kind of a rite of passage that I wanted to experience. Another benefit I would get from waiting was sleep. I would never get to sleep again, and that was something I knew I would miss. The Volturi have never complained, to me at least, or not yet, about what they miss from their human lives. They all seem more than content with what they have gained from being turned. I recall the Cullens always saying what they missed about being human and what they would give to experience something human one last time. I wanted to make sure I didn't feel that way. The last thing I wanted to make sure was done, was to write down in a series of journals, everything about my human life. I was afraid, even though it didn't seem to be a common occurrence, that what happened to Alice would happen to me. If I was unfortunate enough to forget my entire human life, I wanted to be able to read something, in my own words, about being human. I wanted to read about my human experiences and what I thought about everything. I really hoped, and I really doubted I would. I wouldn't need the journals, but I did. I wanted more than enough time to make sure I had everything written down. How old were you thinking? Sulpicia asked with a tilt of her head. We weren't all turned at the same age. Dora pointed out. I know. You guys were turned in your mid-20s, right? I asked, just in case I was wrong. One of us was turned in her earlier 30s. Dora said with a smirk. We'll let you guess which one. It was clearly a challenge. I was sure that whoever it was, if it wasn't Dora, wasn't happy about being turned in their 30s rather than their 20s. Back in their day, being in their 30s was old. I wonder if they had kept that mentality or if their views had managed to change with the times. We'll revisit that topic another day. Didim cut in before I, or Sulpicia for that matter, could respond. At what age were you looking at being turned, love? I was thinking around 25, at least no later than that. I answered. That's a wonderful decision, Sulpicia said with a clap of her hands, which to me meant she had something up her sleeve. That's plenty of time to tie up loose ends with your family and to make sure there's nothing else you want to experience as a human. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at that. The only thing that I could experience as a human and not as a vampire was having kids. Since my partners in life are 3 women, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Even if I were to choose to artificially inseminate, that would still involve raising a child amongst vampires. I would never do that. That would guarantee that the child would have no choice but to live an abnormal life. It would guarantee that the child would eventually be a vampire. I couldn't guarantee that the child would want that. I wouldn't want to force them to become something they didn't want to. Also, unlike Rosalie and others, I never really wanted children. I wanted to live out my life with someone I loved very much. I have that now. With 3 wonderful women, I didn't feel the need to involve a child in my life. There's not much I want or really even need to experience as a human. Everything I want to do can be done as a vampire. I told them. So, the big concern then, is just you want your body's age to match ours. Didim asked. Right, we have no problem waiting for a few years until you're in your 20s to turn you. Dora said as she leaned back into her chair. Well, that was all we actually needed to talk about, Sulpicia said with a smirk. We can spend the rest of the afternoon doing activities that don't involve talking. Sulpicia slowly stood from her seat and started to slowly walk towards me. Just remember CIA, Didim started as she stood from her chair. Sharing is caring. In a flash I was straddling Didim's thighs, on her chair. She had her hands on my hips. I instantly moved my hands to wrap around her neck and smashed our lips together. I felt her hands start to move, one to my hair and the other up and down my back. Apparently Didim doesn't have time for seductive moves, CIA, Dora said, sounding very amused. Fine, then either do I heard Sulpicia said before I felt her hands on my back. She started to gently massage my back before she reached the hem of my shirt, and instead of pulling it off, she ripped it right off. The chair was apparently a lot bigger than I had thought. I felt Didim scoot forward in the large cushioned chair and leaned back and against the back of the chair. I felt CIA gently push me forward so that instead of sitting on Didim's thighs, I was nearly sitting on her stomach. I felt CIA sit down right behind me, both of us squished together so that we could both sit on Didim's thankfully long legs. as I felt Chia's hands start to gently scrape her nails up and down my back, making me shiver. I pulled away from Didim when I realized that I still needed to breathe. As I gasped out to try and catch my breath, I felt Didim start to trail Chia's SSED up and down my neck before she finally found a spot to latch onto. I was just starting to think that she was going to leave a bruise when I saw Dora's hands start to literally tear away Didim's clothes. I could even feel her tear away Chia's clothes from behind me. Even though I had just had lunch, I was definitely hungry again, and the queens were more than happy to eat with me. For years I was able to do anything I wanted. I traveled to any place on earth that I wanted to see. I was able to read any book I wanted to, watch any movie I wanted to, and I did it all with the company of my queens. Not only was I able to travel the world, but I also explored practically every inch of the castle. It didn't take long for me to fall in love with the castle. A fear I had with living in Volterra was becoming stir-crazy with staying in the castle for eternity. We didn't plan on anyone taking control from the Volturi, but the castle was a lot larger than I thought it was, and I didn't think I would have a problem with becoming stir-crazy. I was able to build stronger relationships with the guard as well. The first person that I had become close to was Heidi. I learned a lot about her. One of the biggest things I had learned about her was that she used to be in a coven with Victoria. Apparently the coven didn't last long because they fought amongst themselves too often. They couldn't pick just one person to be in charge. Heidi admitted that she had traveled with Victoria for some time and had even met James. She said she instantly hated James and wanted nothing more to do with those two. So she went off on her own and joined the Volturi. The next person I was able to learn a lot about surprised me. I had thought I would learn more about Felix next, since he's so outgoing and had no problems talking with me whenever he had the chance. Instead of learning a lot about Felix, I learned a lot of Jane and by association Alec as well. I should have guessed that I would have learned more about Jane than the others sooner. But with how little she liked to talk to me, I didn't think I would. I learned how Sulpicia had first heard about them when they were still children, and then how later she saved them when they were about to be burned at the stake. I learned that their nickname, Witch Twins, were actually something that had carried over from their human lives. She wouldn't go into detail about what exactly had earned them their nickname, only that their village was terrified of them and wanted them dead. Sulpicia had been keeping an eye on the twins, waiting to turn them because she thought they would be good vampires. I had learned that Sulpicia only turned them as early as she had because she hadn't arrived as early as she had wanted to. She had saved the twins when they were already burning. So, basically, Alec and Jane went from one fire to another. I was happy that she had finally confided in me. We had actually become friends because of it. I didn't just get close to my personal guards though. I also got close to several other guard members. I was, of course, closer to some of them more than others, but I was sure that I was able to at least become friends with most of them. I was able to bring different guard members with me on the different trips I went on when the queens couldn't go for one reason or another, which wasn't too often. The queens were right when they had told me that they really didn't have too much to do because there wasn't anyone actively trying to take over their reign. Along with traveling all over, I also had a chance to fix some things with my older friends. The first person I repaired my friendship with was Jacob. At first, I wasn't too keen on repairing our friendship, especially not after how he had treated me, but I wanted my best friend back. It took a lot of phone calls that resulted in a lot of tears, which the queens were not happy about at all, but it all ended with Jacob and I mending things between us. By the time I was 23, Jacob and I were back to where we used to be. I had my best friend back, the guy that helped me when the Cullens had left. I couldn't be happier about that. The worst thing that I had to deal with was my parents. I visited them as often as I could, or at least as often as I had to pretend I could. Technically I could have visited them literally anytime I wanted to. I ended up only visiting them every few months or so. Within a few years of committing myself to the queens, I had to make the decision to end my connection with my parents. There was no way they could know that I was still alive after I had become a vampire. Them knowing would be against the laws, and the queens have expressed several times that as much as they love me, as rulers, they can't break their own rules. They had already bent their rules to give me time before I was turned, so I didn't want to try my luck. I had to get my parents to think that I was killed. In a perverse way, at least with faking my death. They would have some sort of closure, whereas they wouldn't if I had just simply disappeared. It was decided that the easiest way for me to die and for no questions to be asked, was to have a plane accident. We had to time it just right, but Felix and another vampire that I unfortunately can't remember the name of, that looked, to the humans from a distance at least, similar to me. This way people would have seen me get on the plane with the pilot. Sometime during the flight, over the ocean of course, the plane would have some sort of engine failure and crash. It would leave no survivors. The two vampires that would actually survive would eventually swim back to land and then run back home. I hadn't known it at the time, but Alice had kept the newspaper clipping me that involved everything with my death and burial and whatnot. She had turned into a scrapbook for me and had saved it to give it to me after I was turned and after she was sure that I would destroy it in newborn rage when I saw it. The Cullens were invited to Volterra to see me as soon as I woke up after I was bit. The queens didn't want them there, but after I begged them, and made sure to ask them when I was withholding an orgasm from each of them, I eventually got them to say yes. Naturally, they were mad at me with how I had gotten them to agree, but I don't regret it. Not only did I get to have my family there after I woke up and to be with me when I started my new life, but have all three queens punish me with sex for an entire weekend and then promising to continue the punish. Meant once I was turned was well worth playing sneaky to get my way. The Cullens had just gotten here this morning but I was too caught up with the queens to go and say hi. We had decided that they would turn me after lunch so that, in theory, after I was completely turned, it should hopefully be dark so that they could take me out hunting. That was another thing that we had talked a lot about. Initially I wanted to adopt the Cullens' lifestyle. I hadn't even thought of making anyone in the Volturi following suite. I was okay with them continuing with killing humans for food as was literally their nature. And I would just be the black sheep of the Volturi. I was okay with that. In time though, the more I saw of Volterra and just how the Volturi worked, I realized that eating off of animals wasn't really realistic while I lived with the Volturi. Since I was going to live with them forever, I needed to adopt their lifestyle. Making that decision involved a lot of discussions with the Volturi. All three had confirmed that Carlyle wasn't actually the first golden-eye vampire they had run across, which makes lots of sense. How could they be thousands of years old and it took until Carlyle for someone to figure out that animal blood could be a substitute? They also told me the consequences of drinking animal blood over human, how it weakens me. After all our talks, which took place over several years, I eventually decided that I was going to use their diet. Drinking human blood was after what vampires are literally created to do. I had spent the morning cuddling with the queens, and just talking about how it will be after I'm fully turned. We had decided, or actually I was afraid and decided and they agreed that I would be turned lying on the bed and with them biting me. Dora and CIA had really wanted to be able to turn me just as I orgasm. But I was afraid that somewhere in my mind would associate the pain of being turned with having an orgasm, so I was very adamant to turn that idea down. Both Dora and CIA tried their best with proving that it wouldn't matter but pinching me, or even just biting me as I orgasm, but I didn't change my mind. It's afternoon now dear, whenever you're ready, just tell us. CIA said, breaking the silence we had fallen into. I'm honestly really afraid, I admitted. Until just now, I was always confident about being turned. I had always told them that I wasn't afraid. I put up a big front. Now that I was facing 3 days of unbearable pain that would literally kill me, I was terrified. I wasn't going to back out, but I wasn't deafened. Idly fighting tears because of how afraid I was. There's nothing to be afraid of. We'll be right here, with you, the entire time. Dora said comfortingly. This will be the last pain you'll have to suffer before we can have eternity. We survived it and I swear you will too. Didam added. It's going to hurt, I said, finally voicing what's been on my mind for so long. I know love, but I swear it will be worth it because 3 days of pain versus an eternity with us, isn't that worth it? CIA asked, the jerk going for guilt. Of course it is. Try your best to think of everything you love. Think of Charlie, Renee and Jacob. Think of the Cullens that are here, waiting for you. Think of the guard. Think of Felix and Emmett and how excited they are to wrestle with you once you've turned. Think of us. Think of our eternity, of always being together, Didim said as she held my face, forcing me to focus on her. Without having to verbalize anything, the queens knew I was ready. They knew that I didn't want to put off my forever anymore. As Didim kept my eyes attached to her blood-red ones, I felt both Dora and CIA bite into my neck. I felt the burning venom as it crawled from their teeth and into my veins. Before the pain became too unbearable, Didim lowered her head and bit my chest, right next to my heart. I hadn't talked with them about where they would bite me, I wanted them to decide. Having Didim bite me on my chest and the other two bite me on my neck, it just made sense. It took seconds for the fire to consume all my thoughts. I tried to stick with what they had told me and think of them, but before too long. All I could think about was the fire. Blank. Life as a vampire is a lot different than that of a human. It took a little bit of time for me to get used to the changes. I was fortunate enough to keep all my memories from being a human. That was the first thing I noticed because that was something I was worried about the most. My senses were the next thing I noticed. My eyesight and hearing had improved so much that I was completely enthralled with listening to something that was happening far away from the castle and watching a dust particle slowly floated towards the floor. Smell was the next sense that I became intimately aware of. Just as they had promised, the queens were all there when I woke up. At first I was just happy to see them again and not be in pain. But then my newborn mind recognized them as my mates, but I couldn't smell anything of me on them. I could tell that they all carried each other's scents in a much weaker version of my own. But it wasn't enough. I felt the possession that the queens had always talked about take over my body. I had to have them. There was no question about it. They were mine and I needed to make sure that everyone knew it. It took a few days for me to finally leave the room I was turned in. The queens had wisely chosen to turn me in a different aside from our own. Apparently they were fond of some of their furniture and well, none of the furniture in the room I was turned in survived the first few days after I woke up. By the time I had managed to keep myself separated from them for longer than a few seconds, I realized that I was starving. They had all commented that I had gone a long time for a newborn without eating, but it was time or they might have to resort to some extremes to keep me destroying the town. I wasn't proud of how they had delivered my first meal, or for a few meals after that. They had Heidi fish and humans because they were concerned that my control wouldn't be as strong outside and amongst a lot of humans as it was inside the castle. Luckily we had discovered that I had really good control over my thirst, something that Carlyle was absolutely fascinated with. The Cullens left after a couple months, though Emmett wanted to stay longer so that he could see my strength return to normal and then beat me in wrestling to make up for all the times I had beaten him. There was rumor that he had made Felix promise to report to him as soon as he thought I was getting close to losing to him so that he could fly out and either witness me losing to Felix or beat me himself. I only rolled my eyes and Rosalie told him that if she wasn't busy then they might go when Felix calls, but no promises. Since the Cullens left, things had been very quiet around the castle and I really liked it. Days were spent relaxing, learning new hobbies and improving on old ones. When trouble came up, I was able to witness how the queens handled everything and learn what to do so that I would one day rule alongside them. I practiced all the time with my shield gift with Heidi and Jane so that eventually I was able to go with them on missions. Oh, that I could learn that aspect of the Volturi as well. The queens weren't happy about it, especially since I didn't want them to tag along, but they couldn't and wouldn't force me not to go. I usually went with Jane since she gave the queens the most peace of mind when I left, but I had eventually gone on missions with all the Volturi to deal with all sorts of problems. In just a few short centuries, I had eventually felt confident that I knew enough to actually take a place next to the queens. They had a fourth throne installed that was positioned on the other side of Dora's. News had spread quickly that now, instead of the 3 rulers of Volterra, there were 4. This fiction ends here. Do not forget to subscribe for more videos like this. Have a good day.